Yeah, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Good morning. Good morning. I'm late. Listen, man, I needed sleep. I was supposed to get here and do part 3 and 4 since last night. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So here I am. I'm still behind. I'm still behind, but we ain't gonna waste no time, man. Oh my goodness. Here go this nonsense. I here today and a bunch of shit was not working. My shit just not working. Excuse my language, y'all. I shouldn't be cursing. Stuff just not working. So I had to wing it. I had to wing it. Here I am winging it, and we about to get started. Just gotta make sure everything working. Gotta make sure everything working. For some reason,
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
just pressed the button a second ago, and the motherfucker ain't want to work. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. Hit the like button if you haven't already. We on Wabbit Crime Network 2, catching up with the Julio Foolio murder trial. We on day 3 and day 4, because that's what we covering today. So we flying through this. I think I'm gonna make it to day 5. But hey, if I do another live, I'll probably get day 5 covered and finally catch up. So we'll see how it goes, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for pulling up. Thank you for pulling up. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. We back. We back on it. We back on it, man. Let's get right to it. Let's get right to it. Oops. That's two folks. Let's get right to it. Let's get right to it, man. Day 3. Day 3. Yeah. Hit the like button if you haven't already. For the people on vertical, man, I'm gonna have to go do some setting up again. Look like I'm gonna have to set up this whole thing again because I started my live today and nothing was working, bro. I had to just throw something on the vertical real quick just to at least have something on there. I was like, oh, everything broken. I'm gonna have to take a little deep dive and do a whole different setup. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. Let's get to it. It's a short one. Day 3 was short, so we ain't gonna be here too long for day 3. That up as well. Hold on.
Their case, while we were on our overnight recess, did anybody watch, read, listen to any news accounts related to this case, do any independent investigation, or talk to anybody about anything related to this case?
We ain't do none of that, Judge.
All
We
right,
ain't do none of
State,
that.
call your next witness.
Yes, state calls Ken Stevenson.
Man, back to witnesses. My coffee. I'll be back.
Judge, Your Honor, may we approach one moment?
Sure, go ahead. Have a seat on the witness stand. Come on up. All right, I'm going to ask the media not to broadcast the photographs of this particular witness, okay? All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Oh, I got to swear you marked it, sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Please state your full name for the record. How are you employed?
I am a fingerprint technician with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
Just over 3 years.
And back on June 23rd of 2024, what was your position?
I was a crime scene technician 1.
How long had you been a crime scene technician 1 with Tampa Police Department on June 23rd of 2024?
About 5 months, 7 months.
What sort of training and education did you receive in order to get that position?
I have a associate's in science and technology and a certification in crime scene technology from the Hillsborough Community College.
And while you are working in that unit with the Tampa Police Department, are you getting on-the-job training?
Yes, I received on-job training during those times.
During that time period, did you have a supervisor that was working with you?
I did.
What were your responsibilities and duties as a crime scene technician one?
I was to respond out to a crime scene, take photos, document it, and collect evidence if needed.
In reference to a homicide case, do you work along with a homicide detective as to what sort of evidence needs to be collected and documented? Did you respond to 3751 Fowler Ave, the Holiday Inn, on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time you responded to that location? Yes, so that help refresh your recollection.
Responded at 7:11 a.m.
Who was your supervisor at the time? And did you have the assistance of other crime scene technicians assisting you at this particular crime scene? Who?
Supervisor Evans was there with me as well as my trainer on Christmas.
What were you tasked with to do specifically at the Holiday Inn?
My supervisor told me I would only be taking photos of particular scenes, and that is all I did.
I'm going to show you some photos. Did you also take photos of the other hotel home to suites?
Check my notes.
Yes.
Yes.
And was one of those room 430
Yes.
and 432?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 2018. And at this time, we enter into evidence States Exhibits 20A through P. Any objection?
No, good.
They blurred out all
Sir, were
this.
you asked to document different bullet strikes that occurred in those two rooms?
Yes.
When you were doing that, had the guests already been removed
Oh.
from the rooms?
I guess we can't see none of that stuff. They got all that stuff blurred out, y'all.
I don't recall completely what events I before me.
Okay. Let me ask you what is being documented in 430. I'm sorry, States Exhibit 28.
These must be the photos of the actual
States Exhibit 20B.
shooting and stuff.
And is there any guests that are present in these photographs? 20C.
Definitely took the time to blur out
Show you a close-up.
these parts. So
20D is at that
some-
same wall that is behind the bed. And let me pull this up a little bit. What are you trying to document in this photograph?
stuff is blurred.
20E.
Close up with a scale. Video scale.
Then I'll show you 20G.
Too gruesome. Too gruesome.
Same shooting window in the same room. Only creators.
And then it's 20F, that same photograph, but with the blinds down. And then 20H.
That's another bullet impact. Window.
Right. 20I. Is this another hotel room that you were asked to document damage of bullet strikes?
This is room 432.
What are you documenting in 20J?
Interior of the room from the front entrance.
20K.
Photoshop the interior of the room.
And then 20L.
It's an evidence marker showing the damage to the wall. So,
And that's evident marker number 70.
yes.
And is what's in 20M.
Mid-range photo. Evidence marker 70 showing the damage to the wall.
20N.
And a close-up of that damage to the wall.
20O.
This damage to the ceiling above evidence marker 70. And a close-up of that same damage.
20P. Is that correct for the record?
Yes.
Sir, what other areas did you photograph at that crime scene? I know that there were two hotels, home to suites, as well as the Holiday Inn.
I also photographed some of the vehicles near those buildings as well as parts of the parking lot around me.
Sir, did you also take photographs of the shell casings, the 9mm shell casings, and where they were located? After you took the photos, who collected them?
My trainer.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 14. Sir, after you were done photographing them, did your supervisor, Kristen Cruz, did she package all of the shell casings and then put them in envelopes?
Some of them were.
What happened to some of the other ones?
Some of the other ones are placing some packaging. Given this
And is that,
I'm sorry, you're just a little bit soft-spoken, so make sure you're speaking into the microphone, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'll ask you again, how were some of the 9mm shell casings packaged?
Some were packaged in envelopes like this, and some were placed in a small vial.
Why were they placed in a small vial?
It was to keep the integrity of any DNA evidence that may be on them.
And is that special packaging provided to you from ATF in order to preserve that type of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And you said after you photographed the shell casings, your supervisor, Kristen Cruz, packaged them. Is that correct?
Yes, you did.
And how long had you worked with Kristen Cruz?
It's going about 2 months.
And do you recognize her initials and her handwriting?
I did.
And after an evidence is collected, what is the standard procedure for crime scene technicians to package it?
For the casings, it will be placed in gauze and then placed into the envelope. After that's either secured, and one of our cabinets were placed with the evidence section.
Does a crime scene technician document the location and the evidence marker where each particular shell casing comes from?
Yes.
And is that in order to be able to identify it at another time?
Yes, to show where it was.
And State's Exhibit number 14, do you recognize the handwriting on that package? Are there other seals and other markings on that particular item after it goes to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be tested?
Yes.
And is it then initialed by whoever opens the package and sealed again with initials being added on it?
Yes.
But you recognize your supervisor, Kristen Cruz, handwriting and her initials when she originally packaged the item, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the evidence marker that particular 9mm shell casing is located at?
Evidence marker number 62.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 14.
Any objection?
No, Dick.
Admitted?
Sir, can you go ahead and open it and take a look inside? Do you have any scissors?
Yes.
I don't, but the clerk might.
Thank you. Did you go ahead and take a look inside?
Yes.
Is that one of the 9mm? Is that the 9mm shell casing that was located at that evidence marker 62?
Yes.
And what for evidence markers for the 9mm shell casings, is that the last evidence marker denoting all of those shell casings that were taken into evidence?
Yes.
So that's what was photographed and collected at evidence marker number 62.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you what's already been placed into evidence. State's Exhibit 13A. What are these yellow cones that are on the street?
Sir, evidence markers 59, 60, 61, and 62.
And at each one of these evidence markers, 59, 60, 61, 62, those are some of the 9mm shell casings that were located at the crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you also take close-ups of each individual shell casing at each of those evidence markers?
Yes.
What are you documenting in State's Exhibit 13B?
That is a shell casing near evidence marker 59.
And then do you also take a photograph of the shell casing itself in 13C?
Yes, that's a close-up.
And do you do that meticulously for each and every shell casing that is at the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13D. What are you documenting there?
Shell casing next to evidence marker 60.
State Exhibit 13E.
Close-up of that casing.
State Exhibit number 13F.
A casing next to evidence marker 61.
State Exhibit 13G.
A close-up of that casing.
And then State Exhibit 62.
A casing next to evidence marker 62.
And is that the shell casing, the location of the shell casing that we've introduced into evidence here today?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 13I.
A close-up of that casing.
There were numerous shell casings that were located in that crime scene. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Were there also other items such as fragments and projectiles?
Yes.
Approximately how many photographs did you take of the crime scene that day, if you can tell us?
918.
And was that to, what sort of things were you documenting other than the projectiles and fragments and stuff of that nature?
Any image left by those fragments, vehicles damaged, the buildings that were damaged, the roads that were damaged, as well as the decedent.
And you mentioned some of the vehicles. You're the one that actually took all those photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm not going to show you all the photographs because the crime scene detective has already testified to them, but I just want to go over a few. 16A, is that one of the photographs where you were documenting some of the damage that occurred?
Yes.
Did you also document the interior of the vehicles?
I did.
going to show you 16C. Again, is that a close-up of one of the bullet holes that went into the van?
Yes.
Or the SUV, I apologize.
Yes, the bullet hole was down by Q on the license plate.
Did you also document the damage that was inside of the vehicle, 16H?
Yes.
And can you show us where the damage is in 16H?
In the center of the photo on the camper.
Do you know how many vehicles had damaged bullet strikes at that location?
I do not recall.
Was it more than 2 or 3?
Yes.
And did you also take photographs of the vehicle that contained the victim's body?
Yes.
And were there numerous photographs taken of all of the damage and bullet strikes to that particular vehicle?
Yes.
Did you also document the other vehicle that was stopped near the victim's vehicle, the black Dodge Charger?
Yes.
And you said that you were only tasked with documenting the crime scene with photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had assistance with other crime scene technicians to actually impound all of the evidence in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All of the 9mm shell casings that were located were collected and impounded and put into evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
What about all of the fragments and the projectiles and any sort of jacketing that was located?
Those are also collected.
Were there areas of blood that were swabbed by DNA, for DNA?
Yes.
And was that done by another crime scene technician with your office?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness. Ross? Yes, sir.
You took a lot of photos in relation to this crime, is that correct?
Yes.
918 to be exact?
Yes.
But you also, when you took some of those photos, you used gloves, right?
Yes.
Why do you use gloves when you collect evidence?
In order to not transfer my DNA onto the evidence.
So it's to preserve the evidence?
Yes.
The integrity of the evidence?
Yes.
You don't want to transfer your fingerprints to any evidence, right?
Yes.
You don't want to transfer any of your DNA to any evidence, right?
Yes.
So when you're picking up casings from off the ground, how many casings did you pick up?
That's 30 casings.
You picked up 30 casings off the ground?
I didn't. My trainer did.
So your trainer picked them up and you took the photo?
Yes.
Your trainer was Kristen Cruz?
Yes.
And showing what's in evidence at State's Exhibit 13C. So the one handling the casing, the one with the white glove, that's you or Kristen Cruz?
That's my trainer, Kristen Cruz.
Okay. So she handled all of the casings,
Yes.
including this one and 13I?
Yes.
All right. And she also wears gloves to protect the integrity of the evidence, right?
She does.
She's wearing gloves so that she doesn't transfer her DNA onto the casing, correct?
Yes.
And she doesn't want to transfer her fingerprints to the casing, correct?
Yes.
That's because at some point you all may analyze these casings to figure out whether there's DNA from some other person on the casing, right?
Yes.
Same thing for fingerprints. At some point you may want to analyze this casing to see whether there's any fingerprint on the casing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did any of these casings go to ATF?
I believe some of them did.
Some of them? The majority of them?
I don't.
You don't remember?
I didn't handle the evidence, so I don't know what was transferred.
Okay. Why did they go to ATF casings? You know.
The agents were there with us that day, and I'm aware they took some of them with them.
You said agents, the federal agents from ATF were there on the scene that day?
Yes.
And they came in and they took some of the evidence?
Yes.
All right. Did you personally lift any fingerprints from the casings?
No.
Did you have anything to do with DNA testing? Swabbing on the casings?
No.
Did you lift any fingerprints from any evidence?
No.
Did you do any DNA swabbing on any evidence?
No.
So your job was solely to take the pictures, the 918 pictures that you took?
Correct.
And you didn't even physically handle any of the evidence?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Stevenson, is it part of your responsibilities as a crime scene technician to make any sort of decisions with regards to testing for DNA?
No.
Is it part of your responsibility to submit any sort of fingerprints for analysis by a fingerprint examiner?
Yes.
Did you do that in this particular case? Were you asked to do that in this particular case?
No.
Would those decisions and directions come from the detectives in the homicide unit responsible for this particular case?
Go ahead.
Were those decisions, would they be submitted to you by homicide detectives responsible for this particular homicide?
They can do.
Okay. Could it come from other sources as well?
My supervisor could have directed me, or my trainer could have directed me.
Okay. But you weren't asked to do that in this particular case, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of whether or not that was done or not by the federal agents in this particular case?
Correct.
All right. I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go. Okay, State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Bahamundi Vega. It's 64.
Yes.
affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Would you please state your name and spell both names, please?
My name is Officer Jael Mahmoudi Vega. First name Jael. Last name Bahawndivega.
All right. And what kind of work do you do, sir?
I am a police officer in Jacksonville.
Okay. With what agency?
I am currently working with the City of Lawrenceville Police Department.
Is that contained within the county of Gwinnett?
Yes.
And is Gwinnett County just to the northeast of the city of Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And Atlanta, is that DeKalb County?
Atlanta is Fulton County.
Fulton County. How long have you worked for the Lawrenceville PD?
I've worked in Lawrenceville PD since May of this year.
May of this year. Before working there, did you work for another agency in Gwinnett?
Yes, sir. I work for the Gwinnett County Police Department.
All right. So I'm going to call your attention back to June, July time period of 2024. You were working for Gwinnett County PD at that time?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been working for Gwinnett at that point?
At that point, I was more than likely coming on 3 years.
And at that time and now, are you certified by state of Georgia guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
Did you attend a police academy?
Yes, sir.
And do you go through annual qualifications or periodic qualifications to maintain your certification?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to call your attention back to June 26th of 2024. Were you on duty in the early morning hours with Gwinnett County PD?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the area of the city of Norcross?
Yes, sir.
Is that a city that's also contained within Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, what was your assignment or duty?
At that time, I was assigned to West Precinct for Gwinnett County Police Department as a uniform division patrol officer.
So how were you dressed that morning?
I was dressed in a police uniform. It was a French blue uniform with a badge and patches that say Gwinnett County Police Department.
Were you driving a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What kind of vehicle?
It was a Ford Taurus with markings inside that say Gwinnett County Police Department and a light bar.
Were there other lights on that car?
Aside from the light bar, the front bumper, and I believe the rear.
Was there a supervisor with Gwinnett County PD who had been working on license plate reader leads for a vehicle that was wanted out of the city of Tampa here in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And was that an individual named Lieutenant Cheek?
Yes, sir.
And was he also an employee or a police officer with Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
And was the vehicle you were or he was working on a silver in color Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Now, were there LPRs, specifically Flock brand cameras at that time in the city of Norcross?
Yes, sir.
Was that a system at that time that you were somewhat familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Had it been installed in that area in the years just prior to this?
Yes, sir.
Does that system alert if a license plate is put into it? Does it alert if it picks up on its cameras that vehicle is in a certain area?
Yes, sir.
Does it alert to, based on the cameras and the positioning of the cameras, as to the location of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And the time that the license plate is read?
Yes, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Cheek contact you and some other uniformed officers to assist in searching for that Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Were you in communication with him by radio, or did you meet with him in person that morning?
Radio and in person.
All right. And about what time in the morning did this happen?
If I remember correctly, it would have been from hours of 3 in the morning up to 6 in the morning.
Were you at some point alerted by Lieutenant Cheek to a possible location for the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And was that, again, based on Flock camera activity?
Yes, sir.
And let me just specify about Flock. Flock is a company, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's based out of Georgia, right?
To my understanding, it is.
All right. And that's Flock?
Yes, sir.
That's the spelling? And they manufacture and produce these LPR, or license plate recognition systems,
Yes, sir.
that include installing cameras. So they contract either with a city or with a law enforcement agency to install those?
Yes, sir.
Was it brought to your attention that the silver Chevy Cruze was in an area near a hotel in Norcross?
Yes, sir.
And would that have been on Oak Brook Parkway?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond to that area?
Yes, I believe the address is more than likely 5945 Oakford Parkway, if I'm correct.
Okay, and that would be the address of a certain hotel in that area?
Yes, sir.
When you responded, were you alone in your patrol car or was someone with you?
When we responded, I was alone on patrol car, yes, sir.
Okay, and was there another patrol car or other patrol officers that were responding in their cars to that area?
Yes, sir.
And was this occurring at around 6:40 a.m.? Does that sound right? So based on the information provided to you by Lieutenant Cheek, did you respond to the, I believe it's called the Baymont Hotel on Oak Brook?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you enter the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And once entering the parking lot, did you visually see the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Was it daylight at that point, or was there at least some light?
It was daylight.
It was daylight. And was the Chevy Cruze displaying a license plate 0F30BNRI?
Yes, sir.
And what was the vehicle doing when you saw it?
So as soon as I hit the parking lot, the vehicle was front-facing parking. That is when I made contact with the vehicle.
So it was pulling into a parking spot?
Yes, sir.
And you say you made contact with the vehicle. What exactly did you do?
So I got behind it. I activated my emergency equipment. I stepped out of my vehicle and simultaneously blackmail stepped out of the vehicle.
From what door?
Driver.
All right. And did your investigation reveal whether there was anyone else in the car at that time?
Based on that time, there was no one else in the car.
Okay. So he gets out simultaneously to you getting out of your patrol car. Are you producing anything from somewhere on your belt at that point?
Yes. Based on the fact that with the vehicle and all that, I pulled my firearm out and gave her a movement.
Now, at that point, did you have knowledge through either Lieutenant Chief or other officers as to why that car was wanted or what it was in relation to, what kind of investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you know at that point?
At that point, through running the vehicle through Florida's database and CIC database for license plates, it came out as a vehicle involved in, I believe, homicide, if I remember what the hit was.
Okay. Now, were you aware at that point, when you were in your vehicle at that time, of the murder of an individual who had a celebrity name of Julio Foolio?
Yes, through just social media, but yeah.
Did you associate the two things? That car was wanted in relationship to that homicide?
Yeah, I basically put it together on my own, based on it was Tampa and the date of entry. I believe it was probably 3 days or some change after the fact.
Did you know that firearms had been involved in that homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that one of the reasons you pulled your duty sidearm?
Yes, sir.
When you produced your sidearm and you were exiting your car, did you point it at the suspect that was getting out of the Chevy Cruze?
I did.
Did you give him verbal commands?
Yes, sir.
What type of verbal commands?
I believe I said, let me see your hands. Just try to get compliance from the verbal.
Did he comply?
No.
What did he do?
He decided to run.
When he ran, did you run towards him or take off?
Once he ran, I gave chase.
Right. So you're chasing him. What happens?
As we're chasing, I drew my department issued taser 7 at that time and deployed one set of cartridges. It appeared like he fell behind the car. Basically, it looked like he was about to get back up and run again, and I deployed a second set of cartridges.
Now, the parking spot that he was pulling into, was it near the actual building of the hotel?
Yes, it was connected to the hotel.
When he ran, did he run near the hotel or around the hotel?
Yes, he ran. He basically stayed on the side of the hotel and ran towards the back.
When you tasered him or when you deployed your taser, was that in an area that was behind a line of parked cars?
Yes.
And is that where he was running?
Yes, sir.
Did the tasers, as far as you know, make contact with him?
The first approach probably did not. The second cartridge did.
Okay, we'll get to that. You deployed a second cartridge in your taser.
Yes, sir.
So if you could, just for those who don't know, with a taser, when it deploys, there are prongs, right?
Yes, sir.
Are there leads, wires that lead to the prongs?
Yes, sir.
Are the prongs designed to lodge in flesh or to try to get into the body in some way?
Yes, sir.
And do they separate as they deploy?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the separation?
So the purpose of separation, we are taught in the academy to split the belt line. At a certain distance, the probes would essentially travel like at a V formation to try to get a better spread to a person's body to achieve neuromuscular incapacitation.
So when they're deploying, they're moving in a V, so they're spreading out, and they're going to hopefully impact the body is the intent, correct?
Yes, sir. The intent is to get ideally one upper body, one to a leg.
And you indicated neuromuscular incapacitation,
Yes, sir.
NMI, I believe it's referred to.
Yes, sir.
As the suspect was running, did something appear to be happening to his pants?
Yeah, I think when he first fell, that was probably because his pants were sagging and went down to actually another place.
Overall, go ahead.
So you deploy a taser, he falls. Do you deploy a
Sagging.
second taser after he falls?
I do.
And is that because he's attempting to get up?
Yes.
Do you believe the second taser made impact within the prongs?
It did.
Right. Now he's on the ground. Does he get back up off the ground?
After the second taser deployment?
Yes.
No, I achieved neuromuscular incapacitation.
Did other officers come to assist you at that point?
They did.
And did they point their guns at the suspect?
Yes.
Did you point your gun at him?
Yes.
Did you reholster, or what did you do with your taser?
So, in the process of running, I was in the process of holstering my department issued firearm, and that was when I drew my taser and deployed it.
So now you're there with the suspect. Other officers are there. Would it be fair to say you have him on the ground and you're surrounding him?
Yes.
Are you or other officers giving him commands?
Yes.
Is he complying?
Based on the neuromuscular incapacitation afterwards, yes, he decided to comply with all officers there and so forth.
Was he taken into custody and handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
And was he placed into a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Was that a patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Was he identified?
I had him priorly identified.
Oh, you did? Okay.
He wished not to give me his name and date of birth.
All right.
Just to confirm further his identity.
Did you later confirm his identity as Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Now, later in your investigation, did you assist officers in detaining another person?
Yes, sir.
That was related to the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Did the investigation reveal that Mr. Murphy and a woman named Charmaine Steiger had checked into a room earlier that morning?
Yes, sir.
In that hotel? And was Ms. Steiger detained?
Yes, sir.
And was she placed into the back of a patrol car?
Yes, sir.
There at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing and equipped with a body-worn camera on that morning?
Yes, sir.
And your agency, Gwinnett County, issued those to uniformed officers?
Yes, sir.
Now, your body-worn camera, where at that time was it mounted on your uniform?
So my previous agency, Gwinnett County Police Department, we had the main recording box, and then we had a camera that led to our shoulder pointing forward.
Okay. So the camera's pointing off of your shoulder forward of your body?
Yeah, it was my collar. I had a collar piece on that point.
Was the camera activated when you pulled up behind the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
When you pulled up behind the Chevy Cruze, and did you pull up in a way to attempt to pin the Chevy Cruze in between the other two cars it was parking between?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we with Interstate 64.
Any objection?
Okay.
Okay, admitted.
So your body-worn camera is activated. Is it recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving to published state 64. That's the interior of your patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And to the right, is there a computer mounted?
Yes, sir.
you pulling into the hotel?
Yes, sir.
And is that the hotel on the left?
Yes.
Above your steering wheel, is that the Chevy Cruze pulling into the parking spot?
Yes, sir.
Freeze! Put your goddamn hands. Hey, he's running. He's running. We got a runner. We don't fucking move. God. I need backup here. 10-4. 10-4. We got a suspect in custody.
The yellow device that's in your hand, is that the taser?
Yes, sir.
And we could see the wire hanging out of that. Is that the lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that connects to the prong that goes into the body.
Yes, sir.
Did Lieutenant Cheek, to your knowledge, contact law enforcement here at Tampa Police Department in Tampa, Florida, to alert them to the arrest of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Anything? Tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
You ever come into contact with Alicia Andrews?
No.
You know who that is?
If I'm correct, it's the lady who said
All right. Do you know anything about her?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
I'm going to sustain the objection as the way the question's phrased. So rephrase your question.
You don't know who Alicia Andrews is?
Objection. Again, outside the scope of evidence.
Well, you can answer.
I do not.
Was Alicia Andrews with Rashad Murphy?
No.
So she didn't run
Objection,
from you?
Your Honor. Also speculation as to whether she would.
Well, I think the question was ran with Rashad Murphy, so you can answer that question.
No.
All right. Do you have any indication that Alicia Andrews was in Georgia with Rashad Murphy at any point in time?
No.
Did Rashad Murphy tell you anything about Alicia Andrews?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't
Why
work
are
for
you
the Tampa
here,
Police
sir?
Department, do you?
No, sir.
And you weren't involved in the homicide investigation of the death of Charles Jones?
No, sir.
And you don't know anything about where Miss Andrews may have gone after the murder, correct? Because you don't work here in Florida and you didn't participate in the investigation. Is that fair to say? Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Free to go.
Defense like
Next
what?
witness.
He calls Detective Angela Carter. Or did you know?
Defense like, yo, why is you here, bro?
Okay, well, let me do that.
Here, you know my client?
Taylor Klein.
Why you here, bro? Defense whole thing is like, why is these witnesses even here?
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, may I proceed?
Please state your full name for the record.
Taylor Klein, A-L-I-N-E,
How are you employed?
with the city of Tampa as a police captain.
How long have you been with the city of Tampa?
A little over 10
How long have you been a detective in the homicide unit?
years, 2.5 years.
Did you participate in the investigation of the homicide of Charles Jones?
I did.
Who was the lead investigator?
Detective Juan Ramos,
How is the homicide unit, how many detectives are in the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department?
about 12 detectives.
Is there a sergeant that is in charge as well?
Yes, there is.
How many?
2.
How is a homicide case assigned at the Tampa Police Department?
Specifically, we will have a person that's assigned as a lead detective. That lead detective will have an assistant, so a second detective that's helping them. And then depending upon the scene of the homicide, there could be anywhere from 2, 3, 4 detectives, depending on how big it is, how expansive it is, and how much work needs to be done.
Do you work as a unit and assist whether or not you're the lead investigator in a particular case?
Yes, that's one of our strengths. It's kind of like communal, where we all use our experience, our expertise in different areas to come together to investigate these crimes.
Who was assigned as the lead homicide investigator in this particular case?
That would be Detective Juan Ramos.
And did he have a second to assist him in the investigation?
Yes, he did.
Who was that?
I believe that was Detective Aaron Campbell.
And is Detective Campbell, has he been promoted and is no longer in the homicide unit? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is there a specific homicide detective that is tasked with supervising the crime scene?
Yes,
Was there one assigned to this particular case?
I believe so.
And do you know who that was?
It would be, I believe, Detective Alverson.
Now I'm going to ask you what specifically that you did. Did you yourself respond out there to the home to suites across from the University of South Florida?
I did not.
When were you assigned to assist in this investigation?
Some days later, so it would have been kind of in July.
What specifically were you tasked to do?
So Detective Juan Ramos had identified a cellular device in this case related to one of the suspects. He had done search warrant and received time in advance of geolocational data for that device, and it was clear before this incident that it had gone to several different locations. So I identified a specific time before the homicide had occurred and went out in that area attempting to locate video confirming the devices in that area.
Okay. Did you know which suspect timing advice data that you were looking at the time?
Yes.
Whose was it?
That'd be for Alicia Andrews.
And can you tell the jury briefly what is timing advance records obtained from a search warrant from a cell phone provider?
So obviously every cell phone has a network that is on. When you're using your phone, obviously it's using data, so it's interacting with cell sites. And cell phone companies can provide data showing general locations of where the device is at certain times when it's being used.
And in this particular case, did you know when the incident occurred, the exact timing of when the shooting of Charles Jones took place at Home to Suites?
I did.
And were you aware that there was video footage of when that occurred?
Yes.
Would you also have had knowledge of when 911 calls started coming into the Tampa Police Department?
I don't remember the time, but I'm sure that was looked at by the detectives.
So when you say you started looking at the timing advance records of Alicia Andrews' cell phone records, what time period are you looking at specifically?
So obviously this incident occurred June 23rd. So I was looking at about 125 hours that morning.
And what did you do? Where did you start?
So looking at the records, it seemed like it was in the general area of Fletcher, west of Brucey Downs. I've been out there several times, and I know there are a bunch of restaurants and a gas station and different businesses that are out there.
Did you also, at that point of your investigation, have information about possible suspect vehicles that were involved in this particular case that you would have searched video for?
Yes.
What sort of vehicles were you looking for?
I was informed two involved vehicles. One was a silver Chevy Cruze, and the second was a black Chevy Impala.
What businesses did you go to look for video surveillance around that time period?
There was a McDonald's located in that general area.
Where was the McDonald's located specifically?
So the McDonald's would be at 2205 East Fletcher Ave, and that is on Fletcher, west of Brucey Downs.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Did you look at the video surveillance footage for that time period of July 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate anything of interest on that McDonald's video footage?
Yes. I was able to look at exterior cameras that were located around the business, and it's appeared that around that time a Chevy Cruze came in to the drive-thru area.
This McDonald's on Fletcher Ave, how many cameras did that McDonald's have?
A lot.
Can you tell the jury the locations of the various cameras on that particular property?
Yes, it appears that there was cameras all around the building. On the west side is where the drive-thru starts, so you can see cars as they pull up to the area to order food. It wraps around to the east side of the business. There's cameras that are pointing north and south, and then inside the restaurant itself, there is a camera view of the cashier area as they interact with cars in the drive-thru.
Does that video footage have a date and timestamp?
Yes.
Did you confirm and verify the accuracy of the date and the timestamp on that video footage?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So I will go on time.gov, it's official time for the government, and I will look at the live view on the camera system that I'm looking at then, and compare that with the camera or the time on time.gov to see if there's any discrepancies in time.
And was there a discrepancy from the McDonald's video footage to real time?
Yes.
How much was the discrepancy?
It was approximately 12 minutes and 15 seconds fast.
And you're saying the McDonald's time it was faster than what was real time, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was the date accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 78.
Any objection?
Yes.
What's the basis?
Foundation, foundation.
Well, why don't you show it to him and have him verify that that's what the exhibit is?
Is this the McDonald's video from that Fletcher Ave location?
Yes.
Is the video footage that you have viewed, is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that the cameras around the McDonald's and in the drive-thru depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 78.
Any objection?
Yes, no objection. Authentication has not been made. The contents in the video are with that personality, not every now.
Okay. Has he viewed that exhibit before?
Judge, he hasn't viewed this particular exhibit, but he has viewed the video footage of it that is contained on this particular exhibit.
Okay. Overly objection. Go ahead.
Sir, did you testify that you had located that Chevy Cruze that was a suspect vehicle in this particular case?
Yes.
And were you aware whether or not that silver Chevy Cruze had been depicted in other video footage that was captured at the actual crime scene and other clubs that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, I have information relating to me. He wasn't the first person I ever watched video footage.
And sir, can you tell us what is the street that is being shown outside of the McDonald's parking lot?
That's going to be Fletcher Avenue, and this business is located on the southern side of Fletcher Avenue.
And then will you indicate to the jury when you see the silver Chevy Cruze that you were looking for and that you found on this video surveillance?
It's going to be behind this SUV, so it's the second car that's located on the video.
And for the record, can you note the time?
It's 1:47:10 on the DVR time, and it's 12 minutes fast, even minus 12 minutes.
And where is this camera located at the McDonald's?
This is on the west side of the business, and this is the beginning of the line to order through the drive-thru.
You in the passenger seat chilling?
Detective Klein, please tell us where this camera angle is located on the McDonald's.
So this is going to be a little bit further to the south. This is as you go in the drive-thru and you're about to pull up to the intercom to order food.
Can you again note the time of when the silver Chevy
Yeah,
Cruze is in
passenger
place?
Yes, 1:47, and that's on the DVR time.
And where is this camera angle?
So this is on the southern portion of the building, It's looking at the drive-through line as you order food at their home.
And what is the timestamp now?
Right now, it's 1:47 yard now.
And again, is that the same silver Chevy Cruze that we saw previously?
Yes.
Hold on, so you about to make us wait and watch them order food? So we gotta sit and watch them order food the whole time? Like we gotta wait for them to get the food too? Like, they serious? We gotta sit here and wait for them to get the food? They can't fast forward this part?
And Detective Klein, where is this now camera angle?
This is on the other side of the building, still looking to the south at the menu we're looking at now.
They damn near took us on the food run with them. I feel like I'm in the car right now. Like I gotta wait for them to order the food and get the food and pay for the food and everything. Hey. Yeah, this a ride along. This a ride along, yo.
And where are we? What camera? Where is this camera located?
This is on the east side of the building, looking to the south, and it's of the drive-through line. So you're exiting the intercom area of the menu and going towards the windows to pay and procedure.
Detective, is that the same silver Chevy Cruze coming into view?
Yes.
And can you note for the record what the timestamp is?
1:50 in the morning on the yard.
Fast forward to the drive-through line.
I should have ordered something too, man. Yo, let me get some fries and matter of fact, let me get a Big Mac meal, man. I might as well since I'm here.
Judge, I think I'll publish it later. I'll just ask him a few more questions. We're having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
Sir, after you left the McDonald's, did you go to any other businesses in that area?
I went to a couple of businesses in the general area. We were not able to locate any video that had any evidentiary value to the case.
At some point, did you go to the Truth 18 Plaza?
Yes.
When did you go to that location?
We were in 2 different days, the 3rd of July and the 5th of July.
Why did you go to that location?
We were given information by the Detective Ramos, that the victim may have been in this general area before the homicide had occurred.
Were you working with other detectives when you went to that location?
Yes, I was.
Who were you with?
Detective Whiskey and Detective Wheelan.
Did you locate video footage where Truth 18 was located?
Yes.
I was asking what the master
Okay, so you just need to testify from your memory, and if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, you just need to tell us that you're doing that, and so take a moment, look at your report, refresh your recollection, and then continue testifying, okay?
Again, what day did you go to Truth 18?
That's fine. You can look at your report to refresh your recollection.
2 days, the 3rd of July and 5th of July.
Okay. On the 3rd of July, did you notice any sort of cameras at that location?
Yes.
What is the address of Truth 18? Again, if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, go ahead and then let me know when it's refreshed.
So it's a complex located at 4819 East Bush. There's a bunch of different businesses there. It's like a little strip mall.
Okay. Is that located here in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how far Truth 18 is located from Home to Suites?
Off the top of my head, probably a mile or two away.
Okay. And were there any businesses that had surveillance video of that strip plaza in which Truth 18 is located?
Yes.
What businesses had video footage?
So the nightclub itself had a DVR system with cameras, and then the complex itself had camera systems that kind of monitored just the general areas, and that was in the hair salon that was located within the property.
What was the name of the hair salon? If you need to refresh your recollection, you may do so.
Habib's Hair Salon.
Okay. And did that business have video cameras that pointed to the parking lot of that strip plaza in which Truth 18 is located, as well as the stairway leading up to the entry to Truth 18?
Yes.
Were you able to locate video footage from June 23rd of 2024 that captured the victim, Charles Jones, and members of his entourage friends entering that location?
So in this instance, I downloaded just a block of video. I didn't necessarily examine it, but for the contents, it was just kind of, we just need to secure this and then review it at a later point.
And so was that blockage of video footage, did you provide that eventually to Detective Ramos?
Yes, sir.
What sort of blockage of time did you get from that business containing that area that we've talked about?
Basically from the time this incident occurred, the homicide, and a couple hours before.
And when you were there, did you confirm or verify, or one of the detectives with you confirm the date and the timestamp of the video footage from the Truth 18 Strip Plaza?
Yes, sir.
How off was the time for the video? If you need that to refresh your recollection, absolutely.
We found that the video was 22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds fast.
And did you relay both that information and the video footage to the case detective in this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, we pass the witness.
Thank you. Okay, and this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. Okay, do you guys need a quick comfort break, or you want to keep going? Good? Okay, I think we're good. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Angela Carter.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Police Court. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
Detective Angela Carter.
And how are you employed?
Gwinnett County Police, Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Gwinnett County Police?
Since October 2016, so 9 years.
9 years. And how long have you been in the homicide unit?
Since September 2021.
Okay.
And I've been in investigations since March of 2020.
So you were an investigator in another area of the agency before homicide?
Yes.
Ma'am, are you certified under state of Georgia guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And did you attend a police academy at the beginning of your career?
Yes.
Since you've been in homicide, in addition to periodic and annual qualifications that you have to attend and complete for your certification as a law enforcement officer, have you completed and attended other training in relation to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
All right, so I'm going to call your attention to the morning of June 26th of 2024. Were you requested by a supervisor to respond to some location in reference to this case?
Yes.
And was that in the city of Norcross?
Yes.
And who was it that contacted you?
My Sergeant, Michael Poppy.
Is Sergeant Poppy, is he Detective Sergeant of Homicide?
Yes, he is.
And where do you recall where you responded to?
Yes, 5945 Oakbrook Parkway in Norcross, the Big Mountain.
Now, what time of day was this?
I got there around 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right, and where were you responding from?
My house, I just dropped my son off for school.
And were you on the way to work in any event?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene at that location, were there other officers there?
Yes.
Did you make contact with them and with your sergeant?
Yes.
He was there at the scene?
Yes.
And after speaking with them, were you alerted to the fact that an individual named Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody?
Yes.
Was there another individual there on the scene that was in the back of a patrol car?
Yes.
And were you alerted that that person's name was Charmaine Steiger?
Yes.
After arriving and speaking to your supervisor, did you make contact with her?
I did.
Did you actually walk up to the patrol car and open the door and speak with her through the door?
I did.
And at some point, did you request that she come with you to a precinct office?
Yes.
Did she agree to go?
Yes.
And once at the precinct office, did you end up interviewing her or attempting to interview her?
I interviewed her.
Okay. Did it come to your attention during that time that a cell phone had been located within the Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And you were alerted when you came to the scene that Mr. Murphy had been detained after getting out of the Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And that the Chevy Cruze was related to an investigation of a homicide here in Tampa?
Yes.
Was that phone that was found in the Chevy Cruze, was it brought to you by another officer?
Yes, it was.
When you received it, was it open and running?
Yes.
Was there an app or an application that was running on the phone?
Yes.
What type of application?
Maps.
So is that
Navigation.
a navigation application? Okay, that can be utilized as navigation or GPS.
Correct.
And had Ms. Steiger given you consent and permission to go and obtain the phone and bring it to that location? Okay. Once you had it there with you, did you provide it to her to look at?
Correct.
All right. And she had asked to look at her phone?
Yes.
And after looking at it, did some message pop up that you actually visualized and saw on the screen?
Yes.
Did it have the name Julio Foolio on it?
Yes.
And after looking at that message, did Ms. Steiger tell you she no longer wanted to look at the phone?
Yes.
And at some point around that time, did you seize the phone?
I did.
Why did you do that?
To preserve evidence, because based on the content and evidence and conversations we had at that point, I believe that there was evidence in the phone.
Was-
it's very easy to wipe
Yes.
data off phones and delete it.
Did you at some point, or was at some point that phone provided to another officer within the Gwinnett County Police Department for analysis or extraction?
Yes.
The phone was provided to this person to conduct a cell upright extraction, is that correct?
A forensic download.
A forensic download, all right. And that's using software that is connected to the phone?
Yes, they use a program called Breaky. They do a download of the phone, and then they put it into a cell right reader so we can review the content.
Okay, so that's a parsing application or software?
Yes.
And was that a Corporal Harden that conducted or attempted to conduct that download?
He did. He did.
All right. Now, did you have contact with detectives who were in route from Tampa up to Atlanta?
Yes.
And from that point forward, were you in communication with Detective Juan Ramos?
I was.
Was it brought to your attention that there was some difficulty trying to extract information from the phone?
Yes.
And why was that?
They had plugged up the phone to start the download with Breaky, and it failed twice. So they wanted to leave it running all night, and they put it on a charger. Well, when it's being extracted with Breaky, they have to use like so everyone can see. They have to plug it in through the charger, so they can't actually charge the phone. That way they had it on a wireless charger. So when they came back in the next morning, the phone had died, and they didn't know why. The case was still on it, and when they took the case off the phone, they realized that the back of the phone was damaged, so the wireless charger wasn't working.
All right. And for the record, you were showing the jury in the courtroom the charging port.
Yeah. What it was called at first.
And so the phone had a case on it, similar to what you have on your phone, it appears. And when that case was removed, the protective case removed from the phone, there was damage noted.
Yeah, and that's what caused it to die. The wireless charger not to work.
All right. And was there some information, though, that was extracted from the phone?
Yes, they were able to get a BFU, which is a before first unlock.
Was that provided to you?
Yes.
And did you start reviewing that information?
I did.
How did you do that?
Plugged it into my computer and opened the cell right.
Okay. You have a Celebrite application on your computer?
No, it comes in the download.
In the download, okay. And that allows parsing or allows you to be able to read and review the information?
Yes.
While you were reviewing that and going through it, were you collecting images and information and communicating that information to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
And were you communicating and sending that to him through some electronic means?
Yes.
And what was that?
Phone, email, talking on the phone, stuff like that.
Were you assisting with this investigation?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that you were reviewing images. Did you, in fact, take snips or record in some way the information that was on the computer screen?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Can we approach?
Yes.
The approach.
A quick morning recess, so if you all would step into the jury room, we'll be with you momentarily.
All right.
Skip.
As an audience. Yes. So.
Like a little glare on TV today?
So yeah, I thought. Well, from my perspective, I thought there was some glare on it, but then again, I'm not looking at it straight on. So, are you gonna? Should we maybe dim a light or something? Can we dim these lights?
They're not seeing it for glare or something? I didn't hear.
Well, they raised an issue that there's glare on it. So,
Okay.
and I want to say we've had this problem before in this courtroom, and I think we've turned off some of the lights. Yeah, these. Yeah. I'm having a vague recollection of having to do that previously.
Turn off the lights.
You mean this top? There we go.
Yeah, enough lights.
Where's the strip coming?
She's smiling. She always laughing, man. Hey, boy. They done got her in so much different clips laughing throughout this trial. It's not even funny.
White going across. Anything else?
What if we move the TV a little bit further back? Mitigate. It may have tempted, I believe you all notified the bailiff that there was a glare on the screen after you guys have been excused and hopefully eliminated. This courtroom is courtroom number 1. The acoustics and the lighting are terrible, but what are you going to do? All right, very good. So with that, go ahead, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, before we took our break, Corporal, I was asking you about recording the images from the partial extraction from Ms. Steiger's phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender state 65, A is an alpha through G is a golf.
Any objection?
Okay.
You admitted.
Moving to publish state 65A. Is this one of the images that was on the phone, contained on the phone?
Yes.
All right. And is that a photograph of the driver's license for Rashad Murphy? I'm sorry, for Davion.
I was about to say,
Murphy.
I think that's Davion.
Davion Murphy, yes, you're right, Davion Murphy. Down here in this access modified section, 6/18/2024, 5:29 p.m. and 6/18/2024, 5:29, 53 p.m. with UTC markings. Is that the date that that would have been taken or collected by the phone?
Taken.
Taken, okay. State 65B, publishing. Was this an image that you also recorded and forwarded to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
And did you send the prior image to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
65A, all right. Now, in this photograph, this appears to be a photograph of possibly a crime scene with some officers in the scene.
Yes.
And was there a video, or I'm sorry, a music link attached to it for Young and Ace?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of what looks like an Instagram post, and when you post something on your story on like Instagram, you can tag and insert a video or a song with it, and that's what that is right there. It says "Don't Know Why" by Young and Ace.
Okay. And this is a date. This has a date of June 19, 2024, 5:29:21 p.m. with again UTC +0 markings.
Yes.
Is that the date that that would have been found or recorded on the phone?
I believe it was a screenshot. That's the day it was screenshotted.
Screenshotted. All right. Now 65C, and I think now we're dealing with a photograph of Rashad Murphy. Is that correct? His DL.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I want to say yeah, but it looks like it, but the name is very blurry. I can't.
Okay. And this is an identification card?
Yes, it is.
A Florida identification card. All right. So let me, maybe if I bring it up and show it to you. You can read, and I know it's a little blurry. Do you see the name Rashad Travion?
Yeah, I can see Travion very well.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen this before, so I know it's Rashad Murphy's, but I just wanted to make sure.
And it's potentially on this identification card, it's the last name Giacur and not Murphy. It's a different last name.
Okay, yeah, I can't see it.
Okay. Can I approach the witness again?
Yes.
And this is 65C that we've been publishing right below my finger.
Okay, but Murphy's up here, right? I think that's what I'm saying. It's really blurry. I don't want to answer incorrectly.
Yeah, sustain as a speculation.
Okay. 65C. Do you see the name Murphy above that?
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen this image previously when you were viewing it on the screen of your computer?
Yes.
And that is an image of Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
State 65D is in Delta Publishing. Was this an image that you found with associated information in the partial extraction?
Yes.
And what is this image?
It's a screenshot of a contact.
What is the contact? Is there a name on it?
Yes, it's Go to Man.
Is there a phone number associated to the contact?
Yes.
What's the phone number?
904-309.
And in the information as far as this image, is it recorded as to when that was placed in the phone?
Yes, June 22nd, 2024.
Is this an image that was found in the partial extraction? And this is state 65E is an echo.
Yes.
Does this appear to be a photograph?
Yes.
What's in the photograph?
A black boot, black pants, a bag that has a charger, 305s, and a straight talk phone.
Okay. 305s are cigarettes?
Yeah.
All right. And is there a time and date as to the recording of that image?
Yes, it's June 22nd, 2024 at 7:09 a.m. in UTC time.
In UTC. So that would be 4 hours ahead as far as Eastern Standard Time?
Sustain as to leading. Rephrase
Would
your
there be an
question.
offset between Eastern Standard Time and UTC?
Yes.
And what is that?
4 hours.
Universal Time Code, is that UTC?
Yes.
State 65F is in Foxtrot Publishing. Was this another image that was in the partial extraction?
Yes.
And what is in the image?
Rifle.
Are you familiar with the AR platform?
Somewhat, yes.
Does that appear to be an AR platform
Yeah.
rifle? And is there a time associated to the collection of that image in the phone?
Yeah, it's June 20th, 2024, 3:02 a.m. in UTC time.
State 65G is in golf. Was this an image that was on that extraction?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what this image is?
It is a screenshot of a message through Airbnb.
Okay. I'm going to try to zoom in on it so we can read it. Now, if you could start at the top, does there appear to be a name associated to the message?
Yes.
And what is the name?
The person that they're writing to is Rashad.
Okay. What is the name of the person on the top that is sending the message?
Anthony.
Can you read the message for us?
Yes. Hello, Rashad, and thanks for your reservation. I wanted to confirm right away your reservation at Lagoon Oasis starting on June 22nd, 2024 to June 24th, 2024. If you need any additional information, please do not hesitate to ask. You'll receive check-in instructions 2 hours before 3 to 5 p.m. on the day of your arrival through an email titled Lagoon Oasis check-in instructions. Our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Failure to comply with this request will apply our cancellation policies. Regarding early check-in, if we finish preparing the room for you early, we will let you know so that you can check in early. There's an additional cost of $20 payable through the resolution. I look forward to hosting you.
Was there information recorded in the extraction showing when this was actually sent to the phone?
Yes.
And so you have a good opportunity to read that. Can you read for us the date it was created and the time?
June 22nd, 2024 at 8:11 a.m. UTC time.
This information was being relayed to Detective Ramos from the Tampa Police Department?
Correct.
Did you at some later time, Corporal, transport Charmaine Steiger's phone to the city of Tampa?
I did.
How did you go about doing that?
I personally transported it on a plane
On
and
a
gave it
plane?
to Detective Ramos.
Did you actually meet him at the Tampa airport?
I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll send her the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
Your involvement in this case, just want to get what your involvement was. You work in Georgia.
Yes.
And were you sort of a supervisor of the individuals that were working in Georgia?
No, my sergeant called and asked me to come.
Okay. And so who was supervising the operation in Georgia?
We don't really have like a supervisor. I mean, I kind of became the main point of contact, but the way we work on the unit, we just all do stuff together.
Okay.
So there's no real like supervisor.
All right, no problem. But I guess part of the investigation entailed you holding onto a phone, right?
Correct.
The phone that was inside of the cruise?
Yes.
And who had that phone?
Inside the cruise?
Yes. Do you know who had access to the phone?
Both of them, I believe.
Both?
Both Charmaine and Rashad.
Okay, so both Rashad and Charmaine. Were there any other phones recovered?
No.
This image, this is State Exhibit 65B. You mentioned this on the rec, right?
Yes.
Do you know the significance of it?
I only did it at the time. I was still getting filled in on all the details, and I remember they had told me that there was like some beef between the victim in this case and another rapper named Young and Ace. So I was just going through it and then taking notes.
Okay.
So I just put this in there.
Understood. This is State 65D. You see the name Gutterman there, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who Gutterman is?
I did that back then. Yeah, I do now too. Sorry.
Okay. Is it Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
At least that's what the evidence tells you?
That's what I was told, yes.
Right. And that phone number there, do you know that phone number 904-309-4707, if that belonged to Isaiah Chance?
I don't know. I don't think I did any additional research on that phone number. I just remember them asking for the name Gutta when I was going through the phone.
Okay, but for sure, that number does not belong to Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
I have no idea.
All right. But at least there's no evidence that you have that would suggest that that phone number belongs to Alicia Andrews.
Yeah, I have no evidence.
All right. Showing 65E, State 65E, this photograph. Do you know who's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good, you're good. Do you know whose foot or leg is depicted in this photograph?
I don't.
Okay. You're not sure if that's Rashad or Davion?
No, I can't see their face.
Okay. And then what about the, I guess the significance of the photo itself? Do you know what this photo signifies?
So I took note of this because I had seen the surveillance footage and it matched the clothing. And there were also some like jail calls later that mentioned the straight talk phone.
Okay.
Well, they didn't say a straight. They talked. What did they? They didn't want it to be tracked like an untraceable phone. I can't think of
They
it.
call it like a burner phone?
Yes, burner phone
All right.
or trap phone or something.
Okay. But none of that conversation was surrounded with Alicia Andrews, correct?
No.
This is 65F, State 65F. That AR that you see there, I guess there may be two weapons there, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Were any of these recovered?
I don't know.
All right. So do you know if these were used in the murder?
I don't know.
And do you know if any of these weapons have anything to do with Alicia Andrews?
I don't know.
The last portion of the exhibit, 65G, that we saw earlier. All right. The person sending this message, it looks like an Anthony, is that correct?
Correct.
At the very top, you see Anthony?
Yes.
And then it's sent at 3:55 a.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it says on there. Yes.
All right. And this is an email that you receive when you book an Airbnb with Anthony, right?
Through Airbnb. Yeah.
Okay. Through Airbnb, this is
Yes.
Anthony's email.
Yes. Same
All right.
property.
And this email is directed to Rashad?
Yes.
Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Not Alicia Andrews?
No.
And the dates for this booking, this Airbnb booking, are June 29th to June 24th. Is that correct?
No.
Or, I'm
June
sorry.
22nd to June 24th.
Yeah, my number is June 22nd to June 24th. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And it also states on there that all guests booking with us provided valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And do you know if Alicia Andrews' ID was ever provided?
I don't know because I went through the download before I learned of her name, and then I gave it to Detective Ramos. So when I was going through it, it was just the initial stuff I had at the time. I didn't know her name, so if there is her ID in the phone, I wouldn't have remembered it.
Understood. You conducted an interview with Charmaine Steiger?
I did.
That's the woman who was with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
In Georgia?
Correct.
And Charmaine Steiger is his girlfriend?
Child's mother.
Child's mother?
Yeah.
They were together?
At the time, yes.
And Charmaine Steiger does not live in Georgia, correct?
Correct.
Neither does Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
They both live in Jacksonville?
Correct.
And they both live together in the same home at the time?
I think she said he had just started staying there. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. She said it was complicated.
All right. But they ended up in Georgia, was this the day after the murder?
No, it was the 26th, I believe.
A few days after the murder, you all found them in Georgia?
Correct.
you have any reason to be in Georgia?
Judge, objection, speculation.
If she knows, do you know?
I found an address associated with them, but I don't know, or associated with Rashad, but other than that, I don't know.
All right. Rashad is supposed to have been in Florida, in Tampa, Florida, during the time of this murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Charmaine Steiger told you she was with him in Jacksonville on the day of the murder.
Sustain the objection. Sustain.
Can we come sidebar? This is
No.
a non-hearsay statement, Judge. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
No, sustain the objection.
Want to hear that one more again?
Rashad is supposed to have been in Florida, in Tampa, Florida, during the time of this murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Charmaine Steiger told you she was with him in Jacksonville on the day of the murder.
Sustain the objection. Sustain.
Can we come sidebar? This is
No.
a non-hearsay statement, Judge. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
No, sustain the objection.
Charmaine Steiger never got arrested, right?
I don't think so.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, you indicated that we just all do stuff together when you're conducting investigations. Were you talking about you and the other detectives in the homicide unit?
Yeah, we just all kind of take tasks and do it.
You work as a team.
Yes.
The photograph of the clothing states 65E. Of the leg with the boot on, the bag with the charger, the cigarettes, and the burner phone. The clothing you indicated matched the descriptions from the surveillance videos from the murder.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Here
you,
you
Honor.
go. All right, do you have any other witnesses?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, we need to recall Officer Vega.
Okay. Vega, you remain under oath from when you
Getting
were
paid.
previously sworn.
Defense getting paid, man. Well, she laughing too much in this trial. Listen,
Your Honor, we would understand 63A as an alpha through I as in India.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Moving to publish 63A. Officer Vega, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual that you arrested that got out of the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Is that Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way he appeared that day?
Yes, sir.
Are those the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
The Chevy Cruze, was it impounded and taken to a facility related to the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you state 63B. Is that a photo of the hood and the front end of the car?
Yes, sir.
And 63D. Does that appear to be the driver's side of the car?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any
Thank you,
requests?
officer.
No, Judge.
Okay, all right. May this witness now be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good, thank you. All right, any additional witnesses?
No, you're not. No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Okay, all right, so good news for you all anyway. It's 11:10, so I kept my promise to you all that you would be done no later than noon today. So while we're on this break, just remember my previous admonitions. While we're in this weekend recess, don't read, watch, listen to any news accounts related to this case. Don't do any independent investigation, and don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. This weekend, think, talk about anything except anything related to this case, all right? Very good. So you all have a good weekend. We'll see you back here Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All right.
They about to do some arguing about some stuff.
Easy. So is that the only one, 3 and 10?
I'm about to argue about some
Judge, yes, it is 3 and 10.
Okay, so can someone show me again 75C3?
Yes, Judge, I have both of them.
We might turn up the lights now.
Need the lights up there?
Might as well.
I'll work on that.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so tell me, what am I looking at here?
Say, Your Honor. Yes. No, they're not.
nervous tick, eh?
Okay, what is this?
Guilty
The messages
tick.
which are to what appear to be an iPod runner or iMessages back and forth with this defendant
Guilty
and
lad.
a 6 Block member, so a member of the opposing side of her current boyfriend from back in 2020. That 6 Block member is explaining to her some of the issues that he is having with Charles Jones. These are the messages during which or in which the defendant specifically talks about the witness. Mr. Howard specifically talks about his involvement in his activity that's occurring in Jacksonville and about the death of Bibby, another source of what we expect some of the testimony to be. These messages with this individual also discuss J. Jacory Rivers is the true name of Mr. J. And he is associated in this case in that he funded or sent the money for the Airbnb to the defendant's boyfriend, Mr. Chance, in advance of his using his Airbnb or his Cash App account to book the room with Mr. Murphy. So that's why we are seeking to admit these. Number one, for the defendant's knowledge of, again, this ongoing issue between the two groups, but additionally the link to the other individuals associated to this case.
Okay, so where it says, who is kshorty335 at iCloud.com?
His street name is K Shorty. His real government name is Therese Powell.
Therese Powell. Okay, and so when I'm looking at this, For example, the first line says, "You don't even sleep that hard, so you got to be OTP." Who's sending and who's receiving?
The email that's above those messages on the left side are from Kay Shorty's account. So that's the email associated essentially with, for example, iMessage, right? So those would be from him.
Okay.
And if you look to the other side, how it looks like it's tabbed, that would be from the defendant in response to him.
Okay, so then, for example, the response to that, and you're telling me this is from the defendant. Okay, I get that. I wasn't saying you can't post her. I just feel like you're not ready to talk to nobody. That's all. That would be from Ms. Andrews.
Correct. This is an extraction from Ms. Andrews' device.
Okay. And so there's some then. So I guess just preliminarily looking at this, there appears to be a lot of extraneous conversation about a lot of other stuff that may not be relevant to this trial. That's kind of my initial first thought at looking at this.
If the court looks to looking at the 10/4/2020 message, that is the message in which I'm specifically referencing the defendant speaking about, or the Kay Shorty, messaging to the defendant specifically about the witness that we were discussing earlier, Mr. Howard, and Bibby, the person that was with Mr. Howard during the murder of Spaz, or the person that was referenced yesterday, also the co-defendant's younger brother and cousin.
Okay, and this would be the message. You said 10:20, which from Kay Shorty begins, "All I want you to do is protect me and make sure nothing happened to me because I'm gone. Do the same. Don't let nobody know we talked that you think gone get around to somebody else because you never know what other people." Anyway, it's a very long run-on sentence. So is that?
Yes, it's a very long run-on paragraph that actually starts at the 11:36 message from that same date, Your Honor. So on 10/4/2020 at 11:36 a.m., there's a very long run-on. It's just not able to be captured on the same page.
Okay, and so defense, what's your objection?
Several, Judge. I'll start with first just the messages. They are even earlier than the messages that we objected to on yesterday. These messages are from October of 2020. The second issue is knowledge. Ms. Andrews' knowledge of what is happening in the city, connected to people, some of them that she knows, some of them that she doesn't know, none of them that she has a specific personal relationship with, is not a material issue in this case. It is a collateral issue. Whether or not she knows what's happening, every witness that's come up here has some idea about what's happening. It's not a material issue. The issue is whether or not she had intent, whether or not she agreed to be involved in this conspiracy for a specific murder. There's no discussion about this murder that would happen 4 years later, or any intent of hers to be involved in it. It's completely not relevant. Also, the way the state characterizes these messages is very different than what it actually is. This is a man, a young guy at this point, and a young woman having a conversation about whether or not they're going to be in a relationship. This gentleman seems to be possibly suffering maybe from PTSD, or I don't even know what the messages are. It's just very long. Him talking about somebody accusing him of something that he didn't do and pouring his heart out, hoping that he can live a normal life. He adamantly even denies being a part of it, so he's not an admitted member of any gang, and I haven't heard any testimony from any officer that he's a part of the gang, and I don't expect to because it's not a relevant matter to this specific case. This is another attempt to, quite frankly, reach and stretch the idea that she is somehow involved in this particular murder because 4 years ago she had a conversation with a guy who was romantically interested in her, who was really talking about wanting to live a normal life and be away from all this, and how he's warning people to stay away from it. So it's not even it's not actually what the way they're framing it. But even if it were, the fact that she knows these people, she lives in Jacksonville, and she is from Jacksonville, it is inevitable that she's going to know people or have communication with these people. Her association, and I don't mean association with the gang, I mean knowing these people or coming into contact with them, is not a material issue in this case. It is another attempt by the state to put this before the jury to make it appear as though she is associated with the gang when their own expert officers, detectives, are going to testify that she's not associated with the gang. It's really just an attempt to sour the jury, to inflame their passions, and to make it appear as though she spent her entire life being, posing up to gang members. It's not relevant at all to what this case is about. And Your Honor has already limited the scope of what they're allowed to discuss outside of the actual murder. It's supposed to be limited to this 2023 shooting, and here we are again attempting to elicit, this person's about to testify. There's a hearsay issue as well, but this is just not relevant information. It's confusing to the jury. It's not relevant to what they need to decide. I don't see any probative value to any issue in this case. Her messages back to him are not discussing, it's not even connected to what she discussed, to what was discussed yesterday in the text messages. She's talking about not being romantically involved or being romantically involved with this guy, him being a good person, her being a good person. This is not relevant at all to what we have. It's just an attempt to paint her, as a bad person who likes to be around gang members. It has nothing to do with the actual allegations in this case.
Okay, so again, I view this as direct evidence, not collateral evidence, and I did limit the collateral evidence as you indicated, but her statements, or her knowledge of the gang involvement and Julio Foolio and then the beef between the gangs is relevant to the case. But my biggest issue with this, these are just really long, run-on, nonsensical. There's parts of it in here, for example, where there's talk about Julio Foolio specifically. Again, the second page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to work with the exhibit and highlight more relevant portions, provide an updated copy of that to the defense. My only concern is the defense wanting the evidence surrounding those statements, but in the event that a more redacted version where it's just specifically talking about the parties related to this case and the individuals that were actually present with the decedent, I am happy to do that.
And Your Honor, if I can add, well, first, if the court is going to ultimately allow me, I would like the opportunity to parse through, what we would.
Sure.
But also, Your Honor, based on the information that they introduced yesterday, the state has already established that she has knowledge. And it goes back to my point, what is the actual purpose of this outside of attempting to paint her in a particular manner? And I don't think it's relevant. I understand the court's ruling, but outside of it already being established, it becomes cumulative. It becomes confusing. These are more names of people that are not involved in this particular incident. And additionally, Your Honor, it's prejudicial. It's significantly prejudicial. And I'll also add this: if knowledge of the gangs, because the way the state is painting it as though she has some kind of specialized knowledge of these, these incidents and these people, I don't expect objections when we question their witnesses about how common this information is, right? When we question about the comments on, social media, the things that people seem to be aware of, people that make videos and appear to have intimate knowledge about what's going on. If knowledge is, if they're painting her to have some sort of specialized knowledge, then I would expect there to be any sort of objections or limiting to us establishing it's actually not specialized knowledge. This is information that anybody in proximity or with a phone could get access to because everyone is talking about it everywhere.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're across or closing argument, right?
Maybe both.
Okay. Okay, so you do need, I want you, State, to attempt to redact this, just to, like, pertinent parts. Like, I can make out in here, for example, the conversation. There is an actual, start talking about Julio Foolio and 6 Block and ATK and who's involved and who's not involved. And so that kind of thing is going to be more relevant than a lot of this other stuff that's almost, to me, indecipherable.
Yes, Your Honor.
So anyway, so try and pare it down, run it by the defense, and then see if you guys, I know you don't agree to this coming in, but just take a look at their redactions. And if you are going to argue for further redactions, or if you want stuff left in for the rule of completeness, then let them know as well. So I'd rather have them start being conservative with their redactions and go from there, okay? Then.
Your Honor, just to sort of add, again, there were 370,000 artifacts on this iPod device. I don't know if, the court, I don't know if it's something we need to address now, but I want this to continue to be an issue where we're continuing every time that Julio Foolio's name is mentioned that it's going to be admitted because my client, with a conversation about it.
Well, they've only, let me put it this way. So as far as the exhibits for the state's case in chief, they've identified 75C3 and 75C10. So that's what we're discussing. So I don't know if the defendant testifies, if there's going to be something else that they're going to want to use to impeach her. I have no idea, but we're just talking about state's case in chief.
Correct, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, as far as I know, this is the only exhibits that they produced to you that you're objecting to. Not the only exhibits, but the two we're discussing. Okay, so then what is, so I'm going to overrule the objection to 75C3, but with the caveat, I want the state attempt to redact this to the truly pertinent portions of the message exchange.
For the record, because I don't believe I said this, we also reject on basis of hearsay. Okay. As it's related to the other person's statements, and based on what the state is saying, it appears as though they are attempting to elicit this for the truth of the matter, that she was aware of what was actually occurring, and that what he's saying is actually true. So we reject on that basis as well.
Well, I think they're attempting just to show what her knowledge is. Not that any of this is factually accurate per se. It's certainly not grammatically accurate, I can tell you that. Okay, so 75C10. What is?
She says certainly not grammatically accurate. She reading this like, what is this gibberish? She reading all these mispronunciation and incorrect grammar and half-spelled words. No, she like
looking at.
Your Honor, 75.
These are messages from 2023.
Or is it maybe C1?
It's marked as C10.
It's C10. You already just, oh, yes, that's correct. The only one we did was C2, which was yesterday. Yes, the exhibit list lists the defendant's number and can also include the co-defendant's number, but the messages for C10 are those between this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance.
Okay, what's the objection?
Let me just confirm.
You want to see the exhibit?
Yes, sure. What I have looks like the C1.
Come on up.
Okay, now I'm looking at C1.
Okay, sure.
I'll put those on the exhibit list just so you have everyone.
I was locked out. Couldn't get back in.
You did that already. Here you go. Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
The relevance of this, Mrs. Honor. Okay, so.
Judge, we reject on the same.
Okay. And what's the relevance of this, Mrs.
Your Honor, as it relates to the messages in C10, the communications between these two devices are both, again, the same basis, the knowledge, but specifically in the instance of the April 10th of 2023 messages, the defendant's co-defendant, Mr. Chance, is referencing 23. That person will be one of the individuals that were shot and killed at the town center that was referenced and will be ultimately referenced by Arganians as well in this case. It, again, goes to her knowledge of, not only her knowledge of those killings in the dispute, but the defendant's boyfriend, or Mr. Chance, the co-defendant, actually explaining to her what occurred there and why he will not return there, and essentially providing her with additional information about his problems with the other gang. Lastly, the first page, did you include that? How many pages does the court have?
2.
Okay, that's it. Those are the only ones.
What's the TikTok hyperlink in here? What's that for? Do you know?
I do not. It would not reopen. The town center shooting that they're speaking about was a shooting in which 4 individuals were shot up, 3 of them died, 1 survived. That first music video was about, and again, that the When I See You music video by our victim was published regarding. Their photos are preserved in that music video. That was primarily what kicked off both sides.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection. All right, here you go. Okay.
Did I understand the defense to make an additional objection to 75C1?
I didn't hear it. I think when we first discussed this, we already discussed the 3 items. So on 75C1 is a text now chat dated June 17th, 2024.
Yes, Your Honor, just to be clear, those are the 2 messages, the blue messages to.
Does the court have a copy? I don't.
It's a 1 page. Just 1 page. Okay, yes, I don't have a judgment.
Okay.
So.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Anything else we need to discuss before we break for the day? All right. So it looks like state you might rest on Tuesday, maybe.
Judge, possibly. I know that Detective Ramos's examination is going to be rather lengthy, and I anticipate his cross will be as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys, whenever it is state rest, you all just need to be ready to go with if you've got any witnesses other than your client. Okay. So if you need Mr. Howard transported, you just need to make sure that you let me know so that way we can request him to be transported the day before.
So if they are going to conclude on Tuesday, which I don't know if that's...
Yeah.
We can go into Wednesday. I think Dr. Ramos is going to be pretty lengthy.
Oh man, so all right, so the state's supposed to rest their case today. So the defense gonna start. They probably started already. Who knows? Hey, trying to catch up. We're gonna be this one is gonna be interesting. I gotta catch up before the defense get through theirs. Because I want to see. It seemed like they want to bring the Rashad dude in, and I think this girl might take the stand. I don't know. I'm wondering if they're gonna let her take the stand.
I guess I'm just trying to tell you guys you need to be ready to roll into your case assuming you're going to put one on. That's all I'm saying.
So yes, I'm trying to figure out the logistics. So if they're going to end Tuesday, then we want to out Wednesday. If they're going to end Wednesday, I guess depending on the time,
yeah.
We want out Wednesday still, but it's going to follow Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. So it maybe sounds that most likely would be Wednesday for Mr. Howard. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
I think so. If we saw the medical examiner, the ballistic expert, and some witnesses from Jacksonville.
Sure. Okay. All right. So maybe possibly closings Thursday. Okay.
What?
Key. Double C. Okay. All right. Very good. You guys enjoy your weekend too. All right.
Okay. We'll see. Let's we're gonna get to day 4, which was yesterday. They still showing her walking in with the cuffs. Didn't they just agree that they not gonna show her walking in like that? Didn't the media messed up? Didn't they say they wasn't gonna do that no more? The lady asked specifically for the judge to tell the media not to do this right here. And they still do it. It's crazy. You got a suit on today? Did she have a suit in the other ones? I didn't notice. It didn't seem like it. I don't know. Maybe it's the color. The green. The green stands out. She got a little Kermit the Frog going today. All rise.
All right.
Hey, she looked funny in green to me. She looks funny in this green.
All right, very good. Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope
Laughing again. This girl, she laughing every.
All right, very good. Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you all
gotta stop making her laugh, man. You gotta stop making her laugh.
enjoy your weekend, your time off. So while we were on our weekend recess, did anybody listen to this case?
No,
on the glare, if the glare is so bad that it's...
No, we ain't worried about that.
Okay, about 15 years. Yeah. Give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so I'll be back. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Alicia Kaufman, Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
About 15 years.
Back on June 25th of 2024, did you respond to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with processing a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that pursuant to a search warrant that was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working alongside homicide detectives?
Yes, ma'am. It would be, believe Detective Alverson and Detective Kirkpatrick.
And was the vehicle that you were processing, was that the black Dodge Charger belonging to the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
I do know that it was a Charger, but at that point point in time, I didn't know who actually it belonged to.
What was your role when processing that black Dodge Charger?
I was advised by the detectives that the first portion of the search warrant had been completed, the swabs, other photographs, etc., and my sole job was going to be to photograph further and document the damage and potentially pull any projectiles from that vehicle.
So there had already been a crime scene investigator who had already done those things that you have just mentioned. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did the vehicle appear then when you came to the impound lot?
It was in one of the secured bays. And it had what we would call as yellow markers or yellow stickers. They look like little rulers. They have our police department logo on them. And with that being on there, that indicates to me that something had either been notated or prior photographed and documented.
And you said the detectives briefed you that they had already had the vehicle processed for swabs for DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, that they had already gone through the entire vehicle.
As well as the photographing the damage to the exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Part of what you were documenting was that to do the interior of the vehicle and to collect any sort of projectiles or bullet fragments that were still contained inside the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification state 68A through double K. Did you previously look at all of these photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, you introduce into evidence 68A through KK.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
And Ms. Hoffman, do all of those photographs fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took showing the different damage and some of the projectiles that you recovered from the interior of the black Dodge Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a projectile that you recovered from this vehicle that still appeared to be intact?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that located?
I believe I notated it as like a hinge hood. So when you open the hood of the vehicle, in this particular case, the vehicle opened normally where the hood opens towards the windshield. And in the corner, up near the windshield of the driver's side, there's kind of a groove or a divot where the wires come. And it was right there up in that area.
Do you document with photographs that entire path, opening the hood, as well as the location and close-ups of what you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell us what you are documenting in 68B. Let me that down a little bit.
So in this particular photograph, that's just going to show that the hood is open. And again, those yellow stickers were there prior to my arrival.
Now, can you point out where it is ultimately that you locate that projectile that's still intact?
Sure. Good to go?
Yes, ma'am.
It's definitely a little difficult from here to see, but if you see the corner where the hinge comes to the hood, there's almost like a leaf that's orange, a little off-center, and it's right about there in that particular area.
And 68C, if you want to stand up just for these next series. 68C, is that a close-up of that area that you're talking about?
Yes. So you'll see, again, there's that hinge, or the corner, you have your hinge coming down here, and then right kind of underneath where that parallel line comes, it breaks. It's hard to see, just because of the shadows, but there's a further documentation after that.
68D?
So that's going to be, you can actually see where it comes down the parallel again. So we're kind of leading into this photo to show that very almost shiny, metallic-looking item there in the middle, kind of lower, almost the center of the photograph there.
And then 68E.
That's my hand, just removing the projectile, again, with what we would use as a measure, just basically showing it close up.
And that was the one projectile that you found still intact, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thanks.
Please tell me what 68F shows.
Excuse me. So that is going to be the driver's seat, as well as the headrest of the driver's seat.
And can you show damage from projectiles in this particular photograph?
Yes, you can actually see, due to the headrest being dark colored, all of those little white spots and fragments are potential damage there.
68G, what part of the vehicle is this?
That's actually going to be the back of the driver's side headrest. You can see the steering wheel in the forward of the picture, notating that we're still on the driver's side, and then that's just an opposite, so that way we can get both sides of that headrest.
And again, in this photograph, can you see damage that has been caused by projectiles in this particular, in the back driver's seat of the headrest?
Yes, particularly if you're looking at the actual driver's seat, those two notations correct over there on the right side.
68A?
I believe that's the driver's side. Yes. That's okay. That's all right. Wanted to make sure that we have them notated and separated. That's going to be the driver's side headrest. We're looking at this particular photograph is the front, once we removed it in order to actually document it better and further.
68I?
Now we're going to go in and do kind of like, again, those overalls. Now we're in a mid-range, just showing the damage as well as a marker, or as well as a measure in this one.
Then 68J, is that another close-up of 68I?
That's correct.
Did you do the same process for the back of the driver's side headrest?
Yes, ma'am.
68K?
So again, notating that we're in the back of the driver's side headrest now. Those are the same two spots that you noticed on the photograph of the seat when it was actually still intact.
And do those correspond with the holes that are in front of the headrest on the driver's side?
For the most part. It's a little difficult.
Is it kind of at an angle?
Yes.
68L, what are you documenting here?
So that's going to be the passenger seat headrest once it was removed. Again, we're looking at the front of it.
And again, is there damage caused by projectiles to the passenger seat headrest?
There is damage to the lower, if you look at the lower corner, correct, right there.
68M?
We're just kind of going in, looking at a mid-range without that measure.
68N?
And that's showing the measure with the same damage that we saw in that prior picture.
Does it show, can you see another area that's kind of damaged to the seat a little bit lower in this photograph?
Yes, it actually shows both pieces. One up by the 4 on the top of the measure and one actually closer to the 4 on the latter part of the measure.
And 68O, is that a close-up of the damage to the lower part that was displayed in 68N?
Correct.
Please tell us what is in 68P.
I believe that that is going to be the back of the passenger headrest.
What are you documenting in 68Q?
So this is going to be what we would call the B pillar of the vehicle. It's that pillar that runs between the driver, or the front door and the back door. And right dead center, you'll see the actual line of the black B pillar. And then there's a giant white spot. That's a strike or potential damage. So we're just kind of getting that overall angle so that we can maneuver in so that we can see how we're moving forward in our photos.
You also see damage to the window of the driver's door. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 68R. Is that the same area in the center of the photo, just at a better angle?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you documenting in 68S?
So now we've moved to the back seats, just kind of documenting overall in the back seat at this point in time.
And what is kind of the different particles that are in the seat that are kind of green and white?
It's going to be fractured glass.
68T.
So again, we're looking in from the driver's side of the vehicle. So to the right side of the photograph, you're going to have the rear driver's seat. Moving over from right to left, then we'll have the center seat, and then obviously the rear passenger seat on the other side. And we're just documenting in this photograph the seat back as well as the seat headrest.
Can you point out which seat has damage by projectile?
Actually, they all have pretty much damage. In this particular photo, we're looking mainly at this one here, the rear driver's side, and then it's hard to see, but you'll get into the other photos and you'll see a little bit more damage there.
68U.
So this is the center of the back seat.
And then 68V.
And now we're going to be looking at the rear passenger seat back itself.
And in this photo, can you again see any sort of damage caused by projectiles?
Yes, up in what would be your right shoulder area, you can see some damage there.
I'm going to show you 68X. What are you depicting in this photograph?
This is going to be damage to the rear passenger side seat, up near the top where the seat back is, or where the headrest is. You can kind of see it. It's a little faint, but it's next to the one, between the 1 and the 2 there.
And just for reference, is the tan in the photo, is that depicted back in 68B?
Yes, the tan is.
68Y.
Just a closer up photo. Again, you can see it kind of mid-range between the 2 and the 2 there.
68Z.
Just some further damage. That one again is a little hard to see, but it's equivalent to the 3 on the side, and then kind of below the 2 3 marker there.
Going to 68AA.
So that's going to be the back of the rear driver's seat once we had pulled it out and removed it.
And did you see any sort of damage or strikes to the bottom?
Not to my recollection on the bottom.
68BB.
So that's going to be damage. I believe that's the middle seat.
And again, can you, for the record, just kind of designate where it is located in the photograph?
Sure. It's actually pretty much center in the photograph itself, at the 2 and the 2 mark there.
What is in 68CC?
That is going to be the seats once they were removed. That's going to be your middle seat and your driver's seat.
And we're still looking at the front of that, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, can you see damage in this particular photograph from projectile strikes?
Yes, it's going to be in the actual headrest up on the right. Then you can see in the tan portion where that line comes down. And then it's a little harder to see, but between the headrest, there's actually some more damage there.
68DD.
That's going to be kind of between those headrests.
A close-up from when we just looked at 68CC.
Correct.
68EE.
So now we're in that, we're doing a mid-range photo again. That's going to be the driver, the rear driver. Dead center, you'll notice kind of the deceleration coming down right at the line that goes up and down as well as the vertical. And the horizontal line.
68F, what are we looking at?
It's going to be the back of the seats for the middle and the driver.
And in this particular photo, can you see damage from a projectile strike?
You can. There's some small damage down on the bottom to the right. Right there, there's some damage pretty much in the center on that particular photo.
68GG.
So that's just marking where that is, especially because it's kind of hard to see without that marker specifically saying where it is on the photo.
And then 66AA, is that a close-up of the damage that was at the lower end of that seat?
Correct.
What are you doing in 68II?
So peeling back, you can actually almost feel in this particular case, the copper jacketing that's underneath there. So I just took my knife, peeled that layer back, and located that jacketing, and that's going to be right in the center of the photograph, at the headrest between the center seat and the side seat.
68JJ, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So there's a lot going on here, but what we're really focusing on and depicting is the driver's side door is open. We're looking into the driver's side at the dashboard area, but we're focused mainly on that item of damage there, correct.
And is that a projectile strike that is kind of going into that dashboard area on the lower driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
68KK.
So now we're doing a closer up photograph of the measuring.
After you basically peeled back some of the seats and pulled out various parts of the car, can you tell the jury, I know that there was one intact projectile that was found in the hood area. What other either projectiles or fragments did you locate?
I did locate some other, what I would call as fragments or debris, pieces of metal, essentially, from some of the seats, the seat rests, as well as I believe a small sliver came out of the dashboard.
The part of the back or that seat that you peeled back and you kind of saw a fragment, was that the only other thing other than the projectile that you could qualify as a fragment? Were the other pieces that you qualified as debris too small or too tiny to be able to truly discern if it came from a projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Judge, our next witness is Detective Kaylin Skull.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. I'll let you get situated. Sorry.
First name is Kaylin Skull, S-C-U-L-L.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
Approximately 14 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to a firearm investigations unit.
How long have you been in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
Approximately 6 years.
What prior assignments at the Tampa Police Department did you have before being put in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
I was assigned to a narcotics unit and patrol with street crimes unit.
As part of the Firearms Investigative Unit, are you also a member and cross-designated as a member of the ATF Task Force?
Yes, I am.
What are your duties as an ATF Task Force officer?
We investigate violent crimes with firearm cases, commercial robbery cases, long-term trafficking cases with firearms, any violent nexus to a crime involving a gun.
Does your unit respond to homicide scenes?
Yes, we do.
What type of homicide cases does your unit respond to?
Anything that homicide will ask for our assistance on. Usually it's either mass shootings or 3 or more people. Any high-profile case that they may be high profile at the time, or anything they need assistance on from the ATF.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
Did you respond to that area on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
What time did you approximately arrive at that location?
It was just before 9 o'clock, around 8:45 or so.
Was there already law enforcement presence in the area at that time?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe the type of law enforcement presence at that time?
When I arrived on scene, I parked on Fowler Avenue in the grass area, side of the road. There was approximately 10 or 12 law enforcement vehicles already there. There was a large, I observed crime scene tape around the perimeter of the hotels. I saw multiple law enforcement members, crime scene vans, stuff like that.
When you first arrived, did you meet with other officers from the Tampa Police Department for a briefing?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer holding the perimeter. He had a crime scene log, so I checked in. Then went over and talked to the homicide unit, which I believe was the sergeant at the time, Rachel Cholnick, and then another detective from my unit, which is Detective Michael McNamara.
Sergeant Rachel Cholnick, she is the sergeant of the homicide division, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you said you also met with Detective McNamara with your unit?
I did, yes.
Were you at that time apprised of the investigation of what had occurred prior to you arriving?
Limited information. I was told that there was a deceased individual in the vehicle. I was told that he had maybe a rapper from Jacksonville area. And then there was the scene had started in the back of the hotel from where I originally arrived to meet with Detective and Sergeant.
What did you do at the scene?
After I was briefed on limited information, I kind of just walked the scene. I was looking for 2 other special agents with ATF. I was told that were en route. Wasn't sure if they were on scene yet or not. Went around to where the shooting had initiated, which is the front of the hotel, and met with street crime units from Tampa Police Department.
I'm going to show you it's already into Evidence States Exhibit 1. Can you take a look behind you and see that? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. You said, where did you first come in at and where did you park?
Understand?
Yes, absolutely.
This is Fowler Avenue here. This little grass area in front of this will be the sidewalk. This is where I parked. This is where all the law enforcement vehicles were kind of staged but could not get into the hotel itself.
Okay. And you said that you entered the crime scene, is that correct?
I did. I walked down to the grass area, walked to this opening here, which is the drive, and then met under some trees, which was, I believe it's this area here, the shooting on the right side in front of the hotel.
Where did you do your walkthrough?
So when I arrived and met with them, there was a black Dodge Charger that was situated between Holiday Inn and those tree lines there, which I believe was where the victim was in the vehicle. And then I kind of walked down, I saw a path of what I believe the vehicle fluid from either a radiator or transmission, coming all the way down this little grass area between the 2 hotels, through the grass, all the way down. And I kind of made my way where the initiated shooting was, which is in front of which says stairs, and you get natural horse training, this little overhang here.
Okay.
And the crime scene for the street crime unit were kind of in that side of the parking lot. I met with Detective Andrew Trotta.
When you met with Detective Trotta, was there some damage to a vehicle that was pointed out to you?
There was, yes.
What sort of vehicle was it? And can you point out on States Exhibit 1, this diagram, where it was parked and located?
It was a yellow, it was a Ford Bronco, or maybe yellow or light orange. You can see a small little vehicle in these parking spots here. Maybe it was the second or third open available space there.
And did you note any sort of damage to that vehicle after you were alerted by Detective Trotta?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 17A through D. Did I previously show you these photographs?
Yes.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent that yellow vehicle that had sustained damage by a projectile and where it was located at the time on June 23rd of 2024?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence States 16A through K. Any objection?
No objection.
Oh, it's 17A through K. I apologize.
Okay, submitted.
And you said previously on States Exhibit 1, it was parked in this area in the lower kind of center of the picture where there's some parking spaces near this kind of grassy field.
That is correct, yes.
What is in 17A?
That's the yellow Ford Bronco.
17B, is that a close-up of the tab?
Yes, it is.
And then 17C, in this photograph, can you see where the damage from the projectile strike is on the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you stand up and point it out where it is and describe the location?
It's directly above the gas tap door. It's a different color, ink color, silver color.
This area right here?
Yes, that's what the projectile entered the vehicle.
And then 17D,
Same projectile, just a close-up of it.
and can you tell us what it is? Is there any significance to this particular photograph?
Yes, it seems the entry point of the projectile entered from the front of the vehicle toward the back of the vehicle.
So if you go back to 17C, where would be the location of the shooter when they are firing this particular projectile?
It's my belief that they were in front of the vehicle, firing toward the back of the vehicle.
And then again, going back to 17D, can you show what is the basis of that?
You can see the projectile, how it's like an arrow-type shape. It enters the vehicle on this portion here, straight inside the vehicle, and actually enters the back portion.
Then I'm going to go put States Exhibit 1 again. So based on this photograph, can you kind of tell us the general area where the shooter would have been at that point when that yellow vehicle was struck?
My belief would be somewhere in this light-colored area near the parking spot in the grass, maybe either on the parking bumper in the grass or just in front of the vehicle itself.
You can go ahead and have a seat. After you saw the damage to that particular vehicle, did you yourself start looking for casings that could have been left behind by the shooter in that area, that general area where you believe the shooter would have had to stand in order to make that projectile strike?
I did.
Were you able to find any sort of casings in that area?
No, I was not.
After you saw the damage to the vehicle, did you alert the crime scene investigators so that they could take photographs and document the area as well as the damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also asked to assist in narrowing down a vehicle that was located in the Home to Suites video footage?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to look and see a vehicle that was a black Chevy Impala and asked to see whether or not you could narrow down the year of that vehicle?
I was told on scene that the belief was a later year model vehicle. My belief it was earlier than that, so I did some research on it.
Can you tell the jury how it is that you researched the vehicle and what sort of databases you're looking at to kind of narrow down the field and the year of that particular vehicle that is being showed in the surveillance video from Home to Suites?
Yeah, so I saw the video of the vehicle, realized it was a Chevrolet Impala. Believed it was a between a 2006 to 2015 or so vehicle. Researched the generations within that Chevy model, realized it was a 9th generation model Impala. Those years were 2006 to 2013. I pulled up all of the trim levels on a 2006 to 2013 Chevrolet Impala, which are LS, LT, and LTZ, and I broke down which each exterior characteristics are for each trim. I put all those on a spreadsheet and then looked at the trims for each year, looked at the video again, and I noticed some identifiers in the exterior vehicle that were not in each year of the trim or each trim itself. I narrowed it down to an LTZ trim based on a GM emblem that is in the front quarter panel of the vehicle, which was only on 2008 and 2009. I also saw that it was the upgraded wheels on the LTZ, which is a different year than the 2007. It was a 2008 wheel because the spokes were a little bit wider. It had the rear spoiler, which is on the 2008 and 2009 vehicle. And then I noticed that it had potentially body color matching door handles from the video. There was a little bit of light on the door handles, so I wasn't sure if they were chrome or body color matching. Through the research of the LTZ, the 2008 and 2009, 2008 had body color, 2009 had chrome, so I nailed down my search to an 08 or 09 Chevrolet Impala. I then, through my research, was told that they were from Jacksonville, so I took the VIN, researched.
Let me stop you right there.
Sorry.
That's okay. So did you have an interest in cars before becoming a member of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been interested in cars?
Well, I'm 42 now, so since I was a small kid, so.
So you have talked about some different trims that are available on the Chevy Impala, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And based on you researching the different types of features on the particular vehicle that is depicted in the Home to Suites video, you could narrow it down to the year based on the particular year and model and the features and the trim that were available that were unique to each year, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so far, based on the appearance of that black Chevy Impala, you said that you were able to narrow it down to 2008 and 2009, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now I want to ask you, now you've mentioned the VIN. Is there unique numbers in the VIN that correspond to trim features?
Yes, the 4th through 8th digit in the trim correspond to trim levels on particular vehicles.
So is that how you're able to come up with a potential VIN number for our suspect vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
Now I imagine there's more than one 2008 or 2009 black Chevy Impala, so are you getting more than one VIN?
Yes, I researched the VINs and broke down the LTZ trim within the VIN number and was able to verify that the trim for LTZ is the letters W and U in the VIN number.
Okay. So that is how you're coming up with a possible selection of vehicles that may have been involved in this particular case and may be the black Chevy Impala in the Home to Suites video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sustained as to leading.
Okay. After you come up with the VIN, are you asked, is there a further way that you can narrow down your search to possible Dodge Chargers relevant to this investigation?
You mean Impalas?
Yeah, what did I say? Charger?
Impalas.
I meant Impala. That's correct.
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yes. What did you do after you were able to get VIN numbers in the state of Florida to that particular LTZ trim of 2008 and 2009 black Chevy Impalas? How could you further narrow it down to be relevant to this particular investigation?
So I researched a website we have access to in law enforcement, it's the DMV website. I inputted 2008, 2009 Chevrolet Impala with LTZ trim black and then selected Duval County, which is overseas Jacksonville.
And why are you selecting Duval County?
I was told originally that the suspect may be from Jacksonville because the victim was from Jacksonville.
When you access that database, how many vehicles, black Chevy Impalas, did it become narrowed down to at that point?
3.
After you had 3 black Chevy Impalas, LTZ trim, between 2008, 2009, is there further analysis that the Tampa Police Department can do to assist in further narrowing it down?
There is. We utilize license plate readers. I provided my 3 vehicles to an analyst with homicide, who was Brittany Jackson. I told her these are the vehicles that I was able to populate and come up with, and then I was later told that there was a confirmation of the vehicle.
One of those 3 that actually were picked up on a license plate reader in Tampa during the weekend of the homicide, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the black Chevy Impala LTZ trim for Florida tag number 68DLWD?
Yes.
Now, does your member as the ATF task force, do you also sometimes assist in being able to collect shell casings to determine whether or not DNA can possibly be collected and identified on shell casings from a crime scene?
Yes.
Was that done in this particular case?
It was.
Were you notified that there were 31 shell casings that had been collected, 31 9mm shell casings that had been collected at this particular crime scene?
I was.
Did ATF, and your role in ATF, did they eventually collect 30 of those 31 shell casings?
They did.
And was it for what specific purpose?
The 30 were going to go to an ATF national lab for analysis. 1 was left over for other investigation purposes.
And if they are going to be tested for DNA and DNA analysis, is there a special packaging that those shell casings have to be packaged in?
There is.
Can you describe that for us?
Yes, it's a black plastic cylinder tube. It has points inside of it that hold a casing. What that is for is so it doesn't rattle around. It can't touch any other items within a bag or anything. Basically preserves the DNA within that collection tube.
Protect the integrity of the evidence that may be contained on that shell casing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of the shell casings was to remain in Tampa Police Department. Is that correct, for them to do their own testings and comparisons?
It was.
And at some point, did you assist with the transporting of the shell casings back to Tampa Police Department custody after the testing had been completed?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how those shell casings are transported from the scene, and where is the testing done for ATF?
So the typical process is we collect crime scene collects tubes. They're put into crime scene does their thing with the tubes. They put them in bags, package them. Then, as agents and task force officers will remove those casings within their packaging, we will transport them through commercial airline to Maryland, and then directly hand them to an analyst or a biology supervisor at the national lab with ATF.
And what the lab is testing for? What is the lab testing for when they're doing this process?
Their initial process is just to see if there's presence of DNA on a casing to begin. If they have enough to move forward with further analysis.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
For all of the 30 shell casings that was sent to ATF in Maryland?
Yes, it was.
And was there any DNA that was found to be suitable for DNA testing or comparison to any suspect?
I'm not sure on that one.
Did you, were you the one that got back the report from the ATF lab in Maryland?
I was not, no.
Okay. Would that have been another ATF agent in your unit?
It would have been either the agent that submitted the casings or designee with Tampa PD that he would have told the supervisor to forward the report to.
And would the case detective, Detective Juan Ramos, would he also have been made aware of the results of the ATF testing?
Yes, that is that should happen, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective. Good morning, Detective. You're an ATF task force agent, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
That means you're employed by the county, city, but you work hand in hand with the federal government?
Yes.
All right. And you said you've been doing that for how long?
I've been with ATF for approximately 6 years.
All right. And you met with the ATF agents, the other ATF agents that were working this case on the scene. You met with them, correct?
I did, yes.
And you discussed the case?
We discussed kind of what we were seeing on scene that morning. We really didn't know what the reason for the shooting was, but we were just discussing what we saw on scene, how many cases there were, and kind of just going over investigative tools or tactics we could use to try to help homicide.
Did ATF collect the casings, the 31 casings, or did Tampa Police Department crime scene desk collect those casings?
Tampa PD crime scene collects casings.
All right, and they're put into a special, like a container?
Yeah, it's a black plastic tube. It's not a full cylinder tube. It has openings on it, so DNA can breathe. And then inside it has these little, I don't know what you call them, but they're almost like a bracket, so the casing is held in its place the entire time it's in that tube.
All right, and though it's kept in that tube for what purpose?
So it can't be rattled around or moved, and DNA can't be compromised.
All right, so that tube is to protect the integrity of that evidence?
Correct, yes.
All right, so when you all are putting the casings into the tube, I assume the person that's handling the casings has on gloves?
That'd be crime scene, but yeah, that'd be my assumption.
All right, and you don't have any reason to believe that anyone was not wearing gloves when they were handling the casings. Is that correct?
Oh, I don't have any part in that collection, so I wouldn't be able to accurately answer that question.
All right. The ATF, federal government, you all refer cases to them at times, right?
Tampa PD can refer cases to ATF. We adopt cases that are state cases, and we adopt them federally, yes.
And that was a conversation that was had in this case?
No, this case was not adopted federally, in my recollection.
Yes, it was not adopted. The federal government did not pick up this case, correct?
That's my belief, yes.
All right. And the DNA that was submitted, or the casings that were submitted to ATF, they were tested for DNA?
Presence of DNA, yes.
Or analyzed to see whether there's DNA on the casings?
Correct.
What about for fingerprints?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. All right, and obviously you said you did not get the report back from Maryland.
That is correct.
And when you say from Maryland, that means from the ATF.
The National Lab, correct.
So that's why you don't know why or whether there was any DNA that was of value on the casings?
That is correct.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Sure.
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you? Good morning, sir. Would you state your name for the jury?
I'm Detective Daniel J. Wilson,
And where are you employed?
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just over 15 years.
What is your current job title?
I am a crime scene detective.
Were you a crime scene detective in June of 2024?
Yes.
And what are some of your day-to-day duties as a crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We are the forensic hands and arms. We are the markers, the photographers, the packagers, and we submit the property in the property room. We measure, we do diagrams, pretty much all the logistics.
Your title of detective, crime scene detective is a little bit different than what we have here in Hillsborough County. Can you explain to me why you hold the title of detective?
Literally because I changed our name about 2 years ago from evidence technician to that. And I think because we're sworn, which is sometimes, most counties in Florida is either a blend or just civilian evidence technician. So I think that's what they wanted to divide up. So.
By sworn, does that mean that you would have attended the police academy?
Correct.
Did you serve any time on patrol?
I did. I did 5.5 years on the street as patrol, took an interest in this job, and came over and got trained here.
Was there some particularized training that you did before you could be called crime scene detective?
Yes, we do what's called a field training officer program. It's basically on-the-job training with an experienced training detective, and they teach you the basics. Then you, as you can get them, you get the schools, basic forensics, photography, blood work, trajectory work, all that. You get those schools as you can from then on.
I'd like to ask you specifically about a call that you would have responded to on October 7th of 2023. Were you still working in your same capacity?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to respond to the area of Prospect Street and West 16th Street in Jacksonville?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what county that is?
That's in Duval County.
And what was the nature of the call for service in that area on October 7th of 2023?
It was an aggravated battery, person shot scenario.
Based on your training and experience, when you respond to a scene to process it and there's a shooting, what types of evidence are you looking for?
Anything related to firearms. That would be fragments, projectiles, casings, firearms themselves, and damage from those items.
From this specific scene itself or the immediate street surrounding that scene, were you able to collect items of ballistics value?
Yes, ma'am.
And from what locations?
Correct me if I'm wrong, 3702?
Okay.
Yeah, or 3072.
What was the area like? Was it a residential neighborhood?
It's a housing neighborhood, prospects running north to south, West 16th running east-west at that intersection.
Did this particular scene, or at least the locations from which you needed to collect evidence, span from 16th through 18th?
Pretty close to it, yes.
And at each of these separate locations, were there different items of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
At a residence in particular, were you able to retrieve potential projectiles from a railing?
Yes.
And did you recover shell casings from the scene, specifically at your original call location, Prospect Street and West 16th Street?
Yes.
In your prior training experience, is it fair to say you recognize at least the caliber or make model of casings
Correct.
that are left behind at the scene?
Yep.
And do you recall the number of casings that you located at that intersection?
I marked and collected 16 casings.
Do you recall the specific caliber of the casings that you marked and collected?
There was a blend primarily of 5.56 and 223.
I am showing you now what has been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 50A through P. Would you take a look at that packaging there and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, that's the packaging I submitted the casings in.
And how is it that you recognize it? Do you have markings on it in some way?
That's my writings, 16, 223 caliber casings, evidence 1 through 16, which are the placards I used. On the back, that's my terrible writing and on the seal. So.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit States 50A through P into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, Lynn?
Now, you indicated that this Exhibit 50A through P was a blend. Did you document in your report the blend that you actually collected of those casings? So, what specific nature of the casing?
Okay, same ruling then. I'll be admitted. You can answer the question.
You indicated that they were a blend of casings located at the scene that were collected. Were they all from the same area?
They were.
And you said there were more 5.56 NATO. Is that the 13 fired casings that were of one type?
Yes.
And there were 3 223 Remington caliber cases located at that scene as well?
Correct.
But all in the same area?
They are.
Meaning the casings were combined or grouped there?
Yes, yes.
The projectile that was recovered from a residence some ways down, I believe 2 streets down, at least 18th, that was not in the same location as the casings that you collected?
No.
Did you also have an opportunity to respond to the hospital in that case where the victim was being treated?
I did.
Was the victim in that case identified as Charles Jones?
He was.
Are you familiar with Charles Jones in the Jacksonville area?
Outside of this case, no.
And when you responded to the hospital, were there any items of potential evidentiary value that you could recover from Mr. Jones's person? Meaning, were there ballistics that were retrieved from his person?
From his person, the only thing I did was take pictures of him with his wrapped foot. I did not collect anything from him.
So nothing was provided to you at that time from medical staff that had been retrieved or removed from his foot?
Nothing.
And at that same time, did you have an opportunity to view or process the vehicle in which he was traveling when that shooting occurred?
I did.
And was that vehicle struck by gunfire?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
So you're testifying about a shooting that occurred in October of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You investigated that shooting?
I did.
And the victim in that case was Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
All right. That case is still open and pending?
I believe it is.
All right, no one's been arrested for it yet?
I do not know.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Your Honor.
Okay,
No
thank you.
further
So,
questions.
Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. You're free to go. All right, let's go ahead and just take a brief morning recess, about 10 minutes, okay? And we'll be back.
All right.
Skip.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. We're ready to proceed. Everyone have a seat. Call your next witness.
State Court Detective Steve Johnson. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name?
Morning, it's Stephen Johnson,
Where are you currently employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 8 years now.
In your position, did you also attend the academy and become a sworn officer with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office before your role in crime scene?
Yes, I did patrol for 5 years, and then I've been with the crime scene for 3 years now.
Did you receive specialized training in your transition to crime scene from patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, did you have an opportunity to respond to a scene in the area of 2718 New Berlin Road for a vehicle search?
Yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 6/26 of 2024.
Okay. And if at any time you need to refer to your report for a refresher, just let me know, and I'll go ahead and let you have an opportunity to do that, okay? When you responded to that area, what was the nature of the call you were responding to?
It was in response to a vehicle that had been pulled over, and they wanted to process the vehicle for potential evidence.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when I showed up, I think the officers had already done a preliminary search of the vehicle, and they located a firearm, so then they backed off and called us. So by the time I showed up, all the doors were open, so I took overall pictures of the vehicle and its general location, and then proceeded to process or collect evidence from the car.
I'm going to show you what has been marked State's Exhibit 48A through QQ and 49A through I. Do you recognize the items depicted in 48A through QQ?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent photographs that you took of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And in States 49A through I, can you take a look at that? And do you identify that as an item of evidence that you collected from that vehicle after photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time the State moves to admit States 49A through I and 48A through QQ.
Any objection?
You actually have photos and showing you.
Okay, will be admitted.
When you actually responded to that Forerunner vehicle, were there already officers standing by with it?
Yes, ma'am.
In your photos and showing you 48A, is this the standard card that crime scene techs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office will prepare in order to establish a cover sheet for the photographs that are taken at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph that vehicle as you saw it when you arrived, 48B?
Yes.
In making your way around the vehicle, did you document the exterior and then move in with the photographs that were taken of the vehicle, just showing an example of that in 48E?
Yes, ma'am.
As you actually entered to process the interior of the vehicle, were there any potential items of value that would have been collected, 48F, from the driver's seat of that vehicle?
I had to refer to my report if there was particular items from different areas.
Sure, I can maybe be more specific. Were there cell phone items of electronic evidence retrieved from this vehicle and impounded or seized?
Yes, I believe we collected a cell phone from the driver's side.
And did you also, in the search of the vehicle, collect some items of ammunition or ballistics-related items?
Yes, there were ammo and gun parts as well as the firearm.
In 48H, is that the firearm that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that firearm located?
That's in the glove box. Or not the glove box, center console of the vehicle.
In between the passenger and driver's seat center console?
Yes, ma'am.
Once the item was photographed in place, did you remove that item and photograph it as in 48I?
Yeah, so before taking pictures, I actually collected a touch DNA swab of the firearm and then unloaded it and took pictures as I unloaded it.
When you're processing a firearm that has either live or spent ammunition in the area of that weapon, do you also photograph that ammunition as depicted in 48M?
Yes, ma'am.
And what caliber of firearm was this that was collected from the center console?
This was a 9x19, which is a 9mm.
Are you able, in photographing the firearm, to identify that information as well as in 48O?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, do you make your way around the vehicle photographing the items as they are in 48P?
Yes.
Where was that juicy couture bag inside of the vehicle?
That is the rear driver's side seat.
Was there also another bag inside of that vehicle which was removed and photographed in states 48S?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe which bag we're looking at here in 48S? Specifically that was removed to photograph for 48T, maybe more specific.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I referred to in the report, but
When looking at 48S, is the item with the blue strap on the bottom the same as 48T?
yes.
What was recovered from the interior of that bag?
I referred to my report for that one.
Yes.
Because I know there was a few bags in there. So I referred to it as a blue and black backpack, and there was, can we go down the list of the things that were in there?
Well, just generally, what were the items? What were the nature of the items inside?
So, firearm parts, there were ammunition, looks like live rounds, and casings. Oh, no, that's a different one. No, that's just live rounds.
In 48U, are those the items after being removed from the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here in the center? Let me see if this will help. I'm not sure if that makes it better.
The center
or worse for you.
in the bag?
Yes.
Those are live rounds.
Okay. Is it a little bit easier to see it that way or before?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. In 48B, do you photograph a little bit closer the items that were located inside of the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
From your processing of the interior of this blue bag, did you remove each of these in 48W live rounds from inside of the bag?
Yes.
Did you open the boxes of ammunition that were also contained within that bag, 48Y?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to document the items that were inside of those boxes of ammunition?
Yes, we have to get a count before we submit them into evidence.
Can you show us where it is? What were the items that were removed from those white boxes? You're welcome to stand up if you need to. So the white boxes that are open, are those strips of ammunition from inside of the white boxes? Okay. Sorry, that was not a clear question. Were you able to get a better picture in 48Z of the head stamp of that ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the head stamp on the ammunition that you photographed?
These ones are 300 blackout.
Once the larger rounds of ammunition were also removed from the bag, the loose rounds, did you have an opportunity to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted in 48CC?
Yes.
There were several bags containing ballistics evidence in this case retrieved from this vehicle, or not?
Yes, ma'am.
In 48D, is this white plastic bag here another bag that was located inside of that Forerunner?
Yes, I believe that's the Bucky's bag, and it was located in the Juicy Couture bag.
So inside of the Juicy Couture bag that we previously saw as in the back seat.
Yes.
And this is your processing of the interior of that bag now.
Yes, ma'am. Different bag.
You again remove all of the items from inside of that in 48EE.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
Inside of the Juicy Couture bag, and then ultimately inside of that white plastic bag, were there additional cardboard boxes? 48FF, I'm referring to the top left of this photograph.
Yes, that's correct.
And is this as those boxes were when you pulled them out of the bag?
You mean with the items inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you able to photograph the black box closer at 48GG?
Yes.
And the material that's inside of that black box, what were those?
So I believe there were casings and then maybe some miscellaneous gun parts or tools.
But those would have been casings from fired rounds.
Correct. Cool.
48HH, did you have an opportunity to collect and process those fired rounds?
So we don't actually process them, but we did collect them.
And did you photograph the head stamp on the rounds that were retrieved from that?
Yes, ma'am.
48II. And can you tell me what brand or information you were able to obtain from that head stamp?
Actually, with those head stamps, there's not a lot of information on there.
48LL, were there also additional boxes of ammunition located?
Yes.
Also inside of that Juicy Couture bag?
Yes.
And what was the brand of that ammunition?
Those are Max Tech, and they look like 9mm.
Did you perform the same process where you document the head stamp on those items by opening the box of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
In 4800, were all of the items of ammunition from this box present?
In this picture, it looks like there's two missing.
Is there a count on the box typically with ammunition just based on your training and experience?
On the box, yes, ma'am.
And would this tray be full if it were unused, essentially, brand new?
Usually, yes.
You indicated that you processed the interior of the vehicle by photographing and collecting those items of potential evidentiary value. Is that right?
Yes.
As it relates to the shell casings that were located inside of the black box from the Juicy bag, you recall those casings that were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to document the type of casings that were collected in states 48GG?
Maybe clarify that a little better.
Did you pull them out of that box?
Yes.
Did you impound them?
Yes, we collected them.
Is that what I showed to you in states 49A through I?
That's correct.
And what was the caliber of those shell casings that were retrieved from that black box?
They ended up being 5.56 and 2.23 casings.
When you concluded your processing of this vehicle or photographing and impounding the evidence from this vehicle, were you called the following day to another scene to assess law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been the 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North address?
Can I refer to my report?
Yes. Code refresh recollection.
Yes. So, 2978 Captiva Bluff. That's correct.
Was that a residence that you were responding to?
Yes, ma'am. Reference to a serving search warrant.
Both addresses, the area of the vehicle stop at 2718 and 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North, what county are both addresses located in?
Those are in Duval County.
Your Honor, one moment, please. Yes.
Last witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ross.
Boss? You know Alicia Andrews? No. No further questions.
You don't remember much about what you did in this case without looking at your report. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Improper argument.
Sustain the objection. What's your next question?
What is the legal basis for that objection?
She was improper. Asking him to comment. I've sustained the objection.
Do you have a recollection of how much you did in this case?
Sure.
All right. Do you remember the incident that you were just describing, the search of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you have body-worn camera on that date?
We do not.
We do not. Who's we?
The crime scene unit themselves.
All right, but there's body-worn camera of this search?
If patrol officers were there during the initial stop, then they likely had body cam footage.
So, other than you, there were patrol officers present at the scene?
Yes, sir. I believe there might have been a homicide detective that was there as well.
And this is in what city?
This is in Jacksonville.
All right. When you arrived on the scene, you said the doors were open at the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And your role is to collect the evidence?
Yes, sir.
You collected the evidence with gloves on?
Yes, sir.
And you put the evidence into evidence bags?
Yes, sir. Packaging.
All right. You wear gloves when you handle evidence because you want to make sure you don't get your fingerprints on the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Same thing with DNA?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who's responsible for sending the evidence, if it gets sent at all, who's responsible for sending the evidence out to any lab for any sort of analysis for DNA or fingerprints?
That would be the lead detective on the case.
And who's the lead detective in JSO?
I believe this one would be, his last name was Drebeck.
All right. So Detective Drebeck is the lead in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for this case?
For this particular incident, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know if Detective Drebeck or anybody in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office sent any of the guns, the parts, the bullets, anything out to be tested for DNA or fingerprints?
No, sir. I'm not sure about that.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, video.
Ain't nothing there.
Okay, State, who's your next witness?
Summer Dees.
Yo, this girl going to jail. For the record, she going to jail. we just going through the motion, man. Like, listen, there's no doubt in my mind she going to jail, right? So we just watching it play out.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Ma'am, would you state your name for the jury?
Yes, it's crime scene detective Dees,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
for almost 6 years.
Did you attend the academy before transitioning to the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you work patrol for any period of time before you moved?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was that?
The academy was about a year, and patrol was about 2 years.
As a crime scene detective, do you commonly respond to scenes to process for evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you collect the evidence as directed by detectives, but also based on your own training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have the opportunity to respond to a home or residence on Victoria Lakes Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been 13751 Victoria Lakes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that address located within Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon arriving at that residence, what was your responsibility?
Just to photograph and document everything in the residence, as well as collect anything that the detectives wanted.
Was that residence being searched pursuant to a search warrant that had been obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the execution of that warrant or the day that you showed up to process on June 27th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On your arrival, did you start with any particular area of the residence?
The exterior.
And upon photographing the exterior, did you notice any cameras that were affixed to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity also to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
After photographing the exterior of the residence, did you move to the interior of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
When you process a scene like this, are you given some kind of surface level information from the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, were you given that type of a summary?
Yes.
Specifically, though, did you get a rundown of who lived there, whose room was whose, anything like that?
No.
Is that typical to receive when you respond to those types of scenes?
No.
I am showing you what has been previously admitted as states 53, 54, and 55. You'll take a look at these items. Additionally, what has been marked for identification as 51 and 52.
Saw pictures.
Did you previously review the contents of the photographs that you took at the residence as noted?
Yes, ma'am. I did, yes.
And specifically in 51 and 52, do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect the photographs that were taken of the exterior and additional photographs taken of the interior of this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, state seeks to admit states exhibits 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
Any objection?
Yes, again,
All are provided for discovery, Your Honor.
I believe they are 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
So just 1 and 2, 51, 52.
Correct. 52 are in the
Yes. And that is something you
1 and 52 are admitted.
Now you mentioned that you start with the exterior of the residence. Typically, and that is something you again did in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
in showing you 51C, if you're able to look over your shoulder there, is this the residence for which the search warrant was executed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the vehicles that are parked in the driveway of this photograph there when you arrived to start processing the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
In 51B, did that include this Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, ma'am.
You also advised that there were some cameras affixed to the exterior of the house. Can you tell me where in 51E, and if you need to stand, feel free, the camera would have been that you were documenting here?
Yes, ma'am. The above the garage.
This 51F, vantage point of that same camera above the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered the residence, was there also a camera affixed to the opposite side of the home? 51I?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted in the top right corner here?
Yes, ma'am.
In photographing the entryway of the residence, was there an additional camera at 51L for this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, did you learn the at least name of the occupants of this residence?
Not that I recall.
And in your search, were other law enforcement officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office present?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved to the interior of the residence, did you have an opportunity to photograph the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And just based on your training and experience in 55A, was there anything that was present in the sink of the kitchen that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you felt the need to document?
As you can see, there's material and pieces of cardboard right there.
Was the sink filled with any liquid of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
35B, is this as the sink was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you at some point start the process of removing those items from the sink to document them in 53E?
Yes, ma'am.
And the item that's located in 53F, where was that in the kitchen as it related to the sink with all of the other items? The item in the center, I'm sorry. The cover, correct.
Okay.
Where was it in relation if we look at 53E?
Is this 53?
Yes.
Okay. By the sink.
Okay, so on the little metal rack there, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a close-up of the same thing.
Yes.
As you removed the items from the sink, were you able to spread them out in some way so that you were able to photograph them a little bit better?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite their condition, was there some kind of identifying information remaining? 53I.
Yes, ma'am.
53J. Is that also an item from the sink?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, do you pull some either craft paper or cardboard to lay out all of the pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's reflected in 53K?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, do you continue the process of photographing each of those to obtain any kind of identifying info?
Yes, ma'am.
53L from the same sink?
Yes, ma'am.
53N? Same?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other rooms in the house or any other sinks that have been filled with items like this?
No, ma'am.
So the items that are depicted here in all of your photos from the scene that are reflective of wet pieces of paper, manuals, 53O, are all from this kitchen sink?
Yes, ma'am.
And the cover from 53B that we previously saw in the photograph next to the sink, did you also place that on the cardboard?
Yes, ma'am.
And moving on from the kitchen itself, did you also complete a search of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to search the hallway of the residence leading to the bedrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me about the layout. Was there some kind of closet, something other than a room in that hallway?
Yes, there's a closet in the hallway.
Did you have an opportunity to open that closet and document the items therein?
Yes, ma'am.
The items that were contained within that closet, is that what we are seeing in 55A?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you're documenting in this picture here?
So, right here, there's some ammunition cases.
In the center of the photograph here, 55A?
They're kind of green and metal. They have the handles on. Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
at least aware that the nature of this case involved the potential of firearms or the use of a firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you pull these cases out to document them more clearly as you continue processing the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there also items of evidence that were ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing in 55C?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come from the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved those items out of the closet, did you also locate additional boxes of ammunition in 55E?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you processed the actual green tin boxes, did you open them to document the contents, 55F?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate in your search of this closet Remington ammunition,
Yes, ma'am.
55G? Is that what you documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
Contained within the green metal boxes, were there live rounds of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
As the green cases for ammunition went on, 55O, did you continue locating or documenting the ammunition that was found inside them?
Yes, ma'am.
In the back section of that closet, did you locate an additional box, 55U?
Yes, ma'am.
And also contained in this closet were there other household items, clothing items or shoes, things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the green metal cases ultimately impounded into evidence at 55B?
Yes.
And as to each, did you open and photograph and document the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
Each of these green metal boxes, did they contain additional ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And the smallest of the green boxes, were you able to document the contents inside of that, 55JJ?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find inside the smallest of the green boxes?
More live rounds of rifle ammunition.
Of rifle ammunition? And is that what's depicted in 55NN?
Yes, ma'am.
And leaving that hallway where these items were located, did you move to the bedrooms of the residence and photograph the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you don't know the identity of the occupants of those rooms when you're photographing.
No, ma'am.
In the first room, did you locate a gun case in 52A?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an actual...
Yes. Okay, you keep saying so just say yes or no.
Yes.
Was there an actual firearm located inside that box, 52B?
No.
Were there magazines located inside that box?
Yes.
What was the firearm make that was meant for this particular box that was located? 52E?
Yes.
But no firearm located with this box?
No.
Did you locate as well in the house or in that same bedroom, a mask in 52J?
I don't recall that the mask was in the bedroom. Is it okay if I refer to my report?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes. The mask was in the closet in the hallway.
And maybe that some hallway photographs are here. So let's look back then at the next photo at 52N. Is this that same hallway, but just from a different vantage point where we found those green cases, 52N?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that in the center of the photo there?
That would be a vest.
And did you have an opportunity to process that as well by photographing it and laying it out at 52N?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was there a room in which there was a safe that you were asked to process?
Yes, ma'am.
54A, is this the safe that you were asked to process from this same residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph the contents of that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 54D fairly and accurately represent what the safe looked like when it was open?
Yes.
54G, what are we looking at here that you're documenting?
Just the interior of the safe as it is.
As it relates to the firearms or rifles that are located inside of that safe, were those rifles ultimately impounded into evidence?
Yes.
Was there ballistics evidence also located inside of the safe?
Could you clarify ballistics?
Sure, shell casings or items of live ammunition?
Yes.
Were there items of live ammunition also located in various places about the room?
Yes.
In 54S, was this a dresser inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 54T, is this what you found inside or on top of that dresser as far as live ammunition?
Yes.
What I'm pointing at here directly in the center of this photograph, was that a rifle round?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that dresser located directly next to the safe?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at my pictures.
In 54D, were these both in the same room, the safe and the dresser?
Yes.
Now, back inside of the safe itself, you indicated there were some items of ammunition and then other firearms located therein, correct?
Yes.
In your processing of the safe, did you collect an item in 54Y that looked like this?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
It's a brass catcher.
Were you able to document the contents of that brass catcher in 54Z?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 58. Excuse me. Do you recognize this package?
Yes.
And did the contents of this package come from the interior of this brass catcher as we're viewing this photograph?
Yes.
All right, this time states to admit states 58.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, admitted.
Inside of that brass catcher, those two rounds, were you able to determine the caliber?
I ain't gonna lie. That male defense attorney gonna be famous after this, man. You hear me? He trying to be a star. He gonna be famous after this. You gonna see him again.
Yes.
What caliber rounds were inside that brass catcher?
I believe 9mm.
Do you need to refer to your report to confirm?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
2 9mm casings from that brass catcher?
Yes.
But this was not attached to anything at the time that you photographed it and then ultimately pulled it from the safe, is that correct?
No.
Did you locate additional brass catchers inside of that safe?
Yes.
54B. Referring back to the firearms that were actually recovered, did you have an opportunity to pull out the firearms from 54DD that were recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Once those firearms were recovered or they were determined to have potential evidentiary value, were they impounded or boxed up by you?
Yes, ma'am.
In 54HH, is this one of the firearms that was removed from that safe?
Yes.
What is depicted as attached to that firearm? Was that brass catcher already on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the rifle in 54, 00 also removed from that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
In 5500, are we looking at the black forged rifle as depicted in 54QQ?
Yes.
And was the first rifle that had the brass catcher attached the Anderson rifle from 54II?
Yes.
Ultimately, at your conclusion of processing this scene, did you impound both of those rifles into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And upon impounding those rifles, are they boxed up and preserved and taped up?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what's been marked as states 56 and 57. Do you recognize both of these boxes as having been the boxes used to impound both of those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 56 and 57.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Is State's Exhibit number 56, based on your review of the packaging from which it was contained, the firearm that was retrieved from the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this particular firearm the black forged rifle that was retrieved from the safe of this residence?
Yes.
Was there an additional rifle that was retrieved?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 57. Is this the second rifle that was retrieved?
Yes.
And is this how the rifle was collected?
No.
Okay. What change, if any, was made when you collected it?
There was a tape on the handle that I cut off and I preserved.
Can you take a look at States 57 and tell me where on the handle and describe for us what you're talking about?
Yes. On this handle right here, and there was tape wrapped around it, a piece of tape that I cut off and I preserved for DNA.
Okay, if you'll just say that, I think we got caught up there.
Sorry. Yes, just on that handle, there was a piece of tape wrapped around it that I cut off and I preserved it for DNA.
So on the handle of the firearm itself?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to this brass catcher that's attached to the right side of the firearm, was that affixed to the rifle when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this sight on the top of the rifle also affixed to it when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I will pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. So you assisted with the search warrant at the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Sean Gathrigh's residence?
I don't know.
You don't know who lives there?
No
Do you
idea.
know how many people live there?
No idea.
Do you know how many bedrooms are in the house?
No, I have it from my report.
You could.
No, I don't know how many. I'd have to look at pictures, actually.
Okay. There was a picture of a safe. There were some rifles in the safe. Do you remember that picture?
Yes.
And those rifles, that safe, that was found in the master bedroom of the home?
Yes.
All right. It's not Sean Gathrigh's room, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right. For sure, that home that you searched, that's not Alicia Andrews' home, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know if it is?
I don't know.
Did you search Alicia Andrews' home?
I don't know who that is.
So you wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the weapons that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the casings or the gun parts that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if her DNA or prints are on any of the cardboard boxes that you found?
No.
Why are you here?
And
Why you
you
here?
don't have any evidence that anything that you just discussed on direct examination is connected to Alicia Andrews?
I don't know who that is. No. I don't know.
No further questions.
Ma'am, when you respond to a scene, do you know the identity of any of the suspects typically?
No.
Do you know the underlying circumstances or facts of the case?
No.
Is your job strictly related to the processing of the scene you respond to?
Yes.
The facts that are provided to you, are they relevant to the investigation, the whodunit of it all, or is it just for the purpose of processing?
Just for processing evidence.
The items of evidence that you did receive, did you relay that you did process or impounded evidence, did you relay all of that information to the detective on the case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Mr. State Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Very good. All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Richard Nieder.
Going to jail, girl.
Judge, can you just stop really please before?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Wait, hold up 1 second. Have him sit back out.
Hold up, hold up. Sidebar.
So what are you objecting to? Okay, so what are you objecting to?
Yo, they gotta stop making her laugh, bruh. What is she? Is she happy about going to jail?
Yes, Your Honor, so PowerPoint. I do. So the first suggestion would just be to the actual statute being listed. Is it appropriate for the witness to advise the jury of the law that we, Your Honor, is purview?
What's your response to that?
The detective is listed as an expert, Your Honor.
No, but expert on the law?
As an expert in gang evidence, and what is presented is the criminal gang statute.
Okay, but why is that admissible? Just the statute itself?
If there's no objection from the defense as it relates to his qualifications as an expert, then I can skip right past those slides. But if they are objecting as it relates to his qualifications, we'll be discussing the statute itself.
So there is an objection, Your Honor, but he's not going to testify that he has some sort of expertise in the law. He's just going to say that he uses it to qualify him. But even if Your Honor decides to qualify him as an expert, that does not make the actual statutes admissible as evidence in the trial.
Okay. Well, I tend to agree. So at this point, I'll sustain the objection just as to the language of the statutes themselves, and that would be Criminal Gang Floor Statute 874.031, 874.032, and 874.033.
Next, Your Honor, we have a general objection to the videos coming in as hearsay.
Okay, statement your response to that.
Certified business records provided for those, Your Honor, and the witnesses testifying not as it relates to the truth of the matter asserted of the content of those videos, but only as it relates to the intent and knowledge of the defendant based on the history of the criminal gang.
Okay, overrule the objection.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that. Sure. I don't find that to be, not personally, but as a general response, just based on the fact that they have specific lyrics highlighted. None of those, I believe, related to any of the text messages that Your Honor has admitted thus far, where the state claims that they go to the defendant's knowledge. So it might go to maybe some of the co-defendants, their knowledge of what is happening, but not specifically to Ms. Andrews' knowledge. Let's see. Sure. So I believe there's maybe 3 or 4 different videos that the state is intending to admit. And I didn't count, but there are multiple murders or shootings that are addressed, according to the state in here, that are not going to be discussed in this case. Specific names, specific people that are.
That's the same girl from the other day, from yesterday. She looked different. That's not the same girl, is it? Is this the one that was just speaking in day 3? I don't know. She looked different if that's her.
Related to the charges in this particular case, so we object. And again, more collateral issues that serve to not help the jury understand issues in this case, but to confuse them and pile on more unrelated gang information.
All right, your response?
Your Honor, the same response that we provided in our earlier motion as it relates to gang evidence. These videos, at least the first 2 videos, are posted back to back, one from each side of the gang to explicitly explain the history of the gang, as well as being provided to describe the events that have occurred. The defendant's messages absolutely encapsulate several of the lines that are related in these songs, specifically talking about some of the people that have died. The names that are listed in these songs are also in her messages, so as it relates to that representation, not directly linked to the messages from Ms. Andrews, they in fact are. As it relates to these videos, there are 2 videos each, back to back, one posted a month apart, and the other is posted close in time together. And again, it's for the detective to testify about the background of the gangs and the issues as it relates to the back and forth between the 2 groups.
And Your Honor, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of time talking about, well, first, I received the fact that in the messages that have been admitted thus far, the person allowed in, I believe there's discussion maybe of one person from Ms. Andrews. There's a name of one person that was murdered. There's not some sort of drawn-out discussion where she's dropping names of, all of these people. So I dispute that. But beyond that, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of the jury's time, everyone else's time, the court's time, discussing the drawn-out details of what has happened back and forth between these gangs.
Well, no evidence has come in yet regarding the back and forth between the gangs. This is the first evidence that the jury's going to hear.
I disagree, Your Honor. The first, I believe, 3 or 4 witnesses testified about back and forth, who was who has done what, et cetera, et cetera. There have been.
Anyway, go ahead, make your record.
Well, yes, ultimately, beyond that, the fact that it's now becoming a feature of the trial, we also object to just prejudicial. Make sure this is substantially prejudicial, much more than is probative to the actual elements of this crime and my clients, the allegations against my client. It is cumulative. Again, at this point, we're going to hear more discussion about the gang war as opposed to the actual murder that is charged in this crime. So we object on all those bases. Hearsay, it's cumulative, it's more prejudicial than it's probative, it's not relevant, it is a collateral matter, not relevant to any material issue or element in this crime, the crime we are here to counter trial on.
Overrule the objection. All right, that's as to the videos. Anything else?
Yes, we object to lyrics, Your Honor. I'm not sure who wrote these lyrics, but it just appears that they're typed based on someone's interpretation of what is being said. That is invading the process of the jury. The jury is to decide what these lyrics say. And even if the court were to decide to let them in, we would also object to the highlighting.
Okay, would you response?
Your Honor, these, the defense can address any issues as it relates to the lyrics or the accuracy of the lyrics on redirect. I have case law for translation. Not cross, excuse me. As it relates to the translation, if there's an issue as it relates to the content of the messages themselves. But we discussed this previously as in referencing these videos and lyrics being provided with these videos. The highlighting itself is in an attempt to limit what we are questioning the witness himself about as we go through the videos and to highlight specifically what would be related to this case or specifically related to the evidence that we intend to present of the war between the 2 groups.
Overrule the objection. Any other objections as to the PowerPoint?
Your Honor, we object to the charts, the organizational charts as hearsay as well.
I don't see those. I just see the PowerPoint. Are those
in the first couple pages after the case law.
Look. Oh, I see that. The members and associates of ATK and 1200, right? So you're referring to in 6 block?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
I'm assuming they're coming in or an attempt to come in to your gang expert?
That is correct, Your Honor. The detectives from the gangs presented and each of them have been listed as experts.
Okay. All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just for the record, our objection relates to hearsay is just to the idea that, this is testimony that can be given without these actual charts, but specifically the labeling of these individuals as gang members are objections hearsay based on that.
Okay, same ruling.
And then finally, Your Honor, there is a slide, there's one slide related to an August 16th and 17th, 2023 shooting. We would object vehemently to any additional shooting outside of the 1st of October 2023 being discussed in this case.
Your Honor, we have relied on the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the gang evidence that's admissible in this case, and that ruling was that the evidence is limited to 2023. We've actually significantly cut down the incidents in early 2023 and included only those which occurred at or around the time. So we've included the prior attempted murder of the victim in this case, which there are casings that match, and the murder which occurs the day before that attempted murder, as well as the murder that occurs in August, which would have been 2 months before, another rivalry issue where, again, someone is killed on the 16th and someone is killed on the 17th. We have narrowed it to the fall of 2023, just for purposes of being as concise as possible, but we have relied heavily on the earlier ruling that we already have on this issue, which is that the events from 2023 would be relevant, because it's what really kicked off this gang war.
Well, I recall that the court's order was that it would be limited to October of 2023, very specifically October 2023. And I also dispute the idea that this is what kicked off the gang war. Their experts about to testify very differently about what kicked off the gang war. But I believe the court's order was October 2023 specifically.
Okay. Overrule the objection.
And we also checked on the basis that's not relevant.
Okay. Very good. Same ruling. All right.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
may I take a quick coffee break before?
Sure. This is Here's your PowerPoint back. Yeah, go ahead. So conduct that occurred in 2023 for Mr. McLean, rival gangs really flared up from what the state has alleged. It's page 25. Page 28. Mr. McLean said, okay, as far as I guess the state's motion right now, are you holding it in abeyance until? And I said, well, I'm granting it. I'm granting the motion in part specifically as to conduct that occurred in 2023. Okay? So conduct that occurred in 2023, the acts of violence between the parties, the rival gangs, I find is admissible collateral crime evidence as being inextricably intertwined. Okay, very good. Let's get going. Let's bring in the detective. Oh, yeah, go read the jury in. Very good. Everyone have a seat. State party next witness. State Detective Richard Weaver.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, would you state your name for the jury?
Yeah, good morning. It's Detective Richard Dieter,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with JSO?
9 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Gang Investigations Unit.
What assignments do you have in advance of your gang assignment?
Prior to that, I was assigned to a community crime response team. It's a violent crime task force that patrols the city. Prior to that, I rode the East Side Patrol, which would be like the east side of downtown Jacksonville.
Did you have the opportunity when you were actually a patrol officer in advance of that to patrol different neighborhoods in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And what neighborhoods were those, if you recall?
The main neighborhoods would have been out east and Springfield.
When you say out east, what does that mean to a layperson not from Jacksonville?
So the out east area of Jacksonville is well known for its gang territory for the criminal gang 1200 out east.
And so did you become familiar with that area out east of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that title 1200 and out east, does it relate to or refer to an area where the people lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also refer to a moniker for their gang association?
Yes.
If someone from out east was a member of 1200, is that a fair or accurate representation of their membership?
Yes.
In addition to patrolling some of these areas, now that you've become a gang detective, what do your day-to-day duties or activities look like in that role?
So our day-to-day duties is we monitor the gang and the members along with their associates. We also purge them if they no longer meet Florida state statutes. That's simply like undocumenting them, where the status of the gang member is no longer on them through NCIC and FCIC records. We also conduct custom notifications. It's where we take community outreach and influential people in the community out to troubled youth and at-risk adult homes and offer them a way out.
When you were mentioning that you document or undocument members, tell me about that process. You said you document based on statute. What is that statute?
Yes, ma'am. It's 874.
And what do you do?
Overall, go ahead.
What is it that you're following as a guide in order to document a gang member?
There's 11 of the criteria that's laid out in the statute. Some of them are like admitted criminal gang membership, physical evidence, tattoos, style of dress. They associate with one or more known criminal gang members, or they're in the presence of, like within traffic stops and stuff like that. Their parents or guardian can say that they're a part of a gang, and there's probably a couple more.
As it relates to documenting a gang member, is there a different process for essentially seeing if a person meets the criteria to be a gang member versus being a gang associate?
Yes, ma'am. To become a gang member, you have to meet 2 or more of the 11 criteria outlined in 874, and to be an associate, you just have to meet one of the criteria.
And you indicated that criteria includes admitting your membership or role in that gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it frequent that during the course of your investigations, gang members or their associates will admit to such, that they're involved in a gang or that they are members?
Yes, ma'am.
Do your duties also include undocumenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us a little bit more about that process. I don't know that the jury understands what FCIC, NCIC is. What is that?
Yes, so NCIC is a national database, and FCIC is a Florida database. Whenever you run somebody's driver's license or run a person in those databases, it will come up and show you that they are a documented gang member within the state of Florida, and it will tell you the gang that they're documented under.
Why would there be an undocumenting of a gang member? How does that happen?
They no longer meet Florida state statutes.
And do you continue, is it an ongoing process with either documenting or undocumenting?
Yes, ma'am. We investigate them, and if they continue the status within the gang, we continue to document them.
Did you and members of your gang unit attend any particularized training as it relates to gang investigations?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What particular training did you attend?
I've gone to 2 of the Florida gang investigation conferences where they taught beginner and intermediate levels of gang investigations. I've also attended violent crime and gang investigation conferences. I've also attended technology conferences that deals with cell phone towers and that type of stuff while tracking gangs.
When you attend these types of trainings, is that a more generic style of training or educating you on gangs in general?
Yeah, generally, they kind of, the Florida ones will tend to guide towards Florida state statutes and stuff like that, and then the ones that are not Florida-based, they teach you like what they're doing across the country as far as how they're investigating and what they're seeing.
These types of trainings, do they provide you specific intel or knowledge as it relates to Jacksonville gangs, or is something that you learned just based on your experience day to day?
Based on my training experience day to day.
Are you assigned to a particular gang or group in the Jacksonville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang are you actually assigned to investigate?
ATK.
What does ATK stand for?
There's various different reasons, but the reason that has been told to me was AC's top coach.
So ask him the proper predicate regarding based upon his experience and training.
Based upon the training and experience that you have day to day, have you learned what ATK stands for?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Go ahead.
If I may add, this has not been qualified as an expert at this point, so he did not testify to hearsay.
Do you wish to voir dire him on his qualifications?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I wait until she attempts to.
No, do it now.
No,
Said no, do it now. Do it now. Hear that?
Good morning. It's the morning. Good morning, Officer Detective Meter.
How are you?
Good morning. You said you've been with JSO for about 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
In your 9 years that you've been with JSO, you have not been working with gangs the entire time, correct?
That is correct.
So you've only been investigating gangs for about 3 years.
Correct.
All right. In the gang unit, there are about 12 detectives total.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And each detective has a specific assignment for a particular gang that's in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the gang that you're assigned to is ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your training and experience as it relates to gangs. I want to talk about before you became an officer. You were never a member of a gang, right?
No, ma'am.
So you don't have any personal experience related to gangs.
I do not.
All right. You attended Edward Borders College, right, in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And your degree's in criminal justice.
Correct.
You didn't have any sort of specialization in gangs while you studied criminal
Not
justice. You did not.
Not there.
Okay. Did you have a specialization in gangs in any other degree or education?
Through the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I have.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I mean, just mean like as far as education, any sort of master's degree or
I do not.
Okay. Right. And you didn't study or focus on gangs at all while you studied for your criminal justice degree, not just Jacksonville gangs specifically.
That's correct.
Okay. So your training, you have attended 2, I'll say, groups of training as it relates to gangs while you were a detective in Jacksonville. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the HIDA trainings?
HIDA
trainings?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one is the Florida Gang Conference, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go through those in kind with you. So starting with the HIDA trainings. That stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's a federal agency.
Okay. And they put on these trainings for officers to attend.
Yes, ma'am.
And those classes are given by specific instructors. Are those instructors detectives or officers that investigate gangs?
Generally, they're gang detectives from other parts of the United States and sometimes Florida.
Okay. Those are not other detectives that are going to have expertise in Jacksonville gangs. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't know their expertise.
Okay. You never took any specific training with HIDA that highlighted Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am. It was just a street gangs class.
Okay. And you took between 2 and 3 of those classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't remember exactly when you took those trainings, do you?
Sometime within, I would say, I probably took one within when I was on the community problem response team, and the other 2 I'd probably taken while I was been a member of the gang unit.
Okay. The curriculum, you said that it doesn't focus on Jacksonville gangs, and you don't really touch anything related to Jacksonville gangs in those trainings. Is that accurate?
I would say no.
Okay. It's not accurate, or you don't?
It's not accurate.
Okay.
They do touch on Jacksonville gangs because the class was being hosted in Jacksonville, but the whole class is not about Jacksonville gangs.
Okay. And is it your testimony that there are detectives that are teaching you the specifics of Jacksonville gangs in those trainings?
Just trends that they've seen in Jacksonville. I wouldn't say they're teaching us strictly about a Jacksonville gang as much as like the crimes that street gangs and other people that we can see.
Okay. All right. The Florida Gang Conference. You've been to 2 of those, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are courses where at the end of them you get sort of a participation certificate?
Yes.
And you've received those? You complete the courses?
Yes, ma'am.
And those courses also have no emphasis on Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And now, inside your specific experience at JSO as a detective, you didn't investigate gangs as a patrol officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And the community response team, they don't investigate gangs specifically, right?
No, ma'am.
You already mentioned you don't personally know anyone that's been in a gang. Drill rap, you would say, is an important piece of this as well, right?
It could be, yes.
You don't listen to drill rap outside of when you're working, when you have to.
I listen to it for my job, yes.
Right, only for your job.
Correct.
You're not a fan of it. It's not something that you have attempted to understand outside of when you're investigating these gangs?
I would say I understand it so I can do my daily duties as a gang detective.
Correct, and let me be more specific. Your only attempts at understanding it are in your role as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and it's your understanding that there's no hierarchy in these gangs. That's your understanding?
And what, I'm sorry?
In Jacksonville gangs.
It depends on what kind of Jacksonville gang
Are
you're
you
speaking
asking him about his opinion?
He's trying to discredit him. I don't
So
know.
you're not going to elicit his opinion?
No, I'm not. I'm
Sounds
listening.
like you are.
If I can respond now.
Yeah, go ahead. You can answer the question.
Okay. In your experience, you have not understood that there's any sort of hierarchy in these Jacksonville gangs?
It would depend on what Jacksonville gang you're speaking of.
Okay. Is it your testimony that in your experience you've learned that there are some gangs that have hierarchies in Jacksonville?
There is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to, you have not learned in your experience or your training about any sort of initiation that these gangs in Jacksonville may have?
Once again, it would depend on the gangs you're speaking about.
I'm speaking specifically about the gangs related to this case. So I'll list them: ATK, 1200, 6 Block, those gangs.
I'm not sure about any of initiation into those gangs, no ma'am.
That's not something that you've learned in your experience.
No ma'am.
That's not something that you could testify to the jury about.
Correct.
You've never written any sort of publication on gangs in general or specifically Jacksonville gangs?
I have not.
You're not even quite really sure what a publication is as it relates to your expertise. Is that accurate?
Like, yeah, what would you mean by publication? Like a book?
A book or some sort of article where you've done research and gathered information to teach other people about.
I would say that our field investigative reports and documenting gangs and gang members would be a publication as to I've written about gangs.
Well, I'm not asking what you write about in your investigations. I'm asking about scholarly things that have been published and peer reviewed from other experts.
No, ma'am, I've never written a book or a news article or anything like that.
Okay. You've never read any publications on gangs either?
Just stuff to do on my daily duties.
You said written any books. You've never read any books on gangs either, have you?
I have not.
Okay. Right. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions at this time. I don't know if you want me to make arguments or.
Let's hear this.
Detective, when you attend the trainings or conferences on gangs, when you're receiving those presentations, are they related to the bigger gangs that are commonly known across the country, the Bloods, the Crips, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am, generally.
Are these programs nationally recognized and presented at agencies across the nation?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to your specific publication or publicizing of the information that you collect in your day-to-day duties, do you or any members of your unit make it a regular practice to publicize or publish articles based on the tactics that you use to make arrests and develop cases of criminal gang members?
No, ma'am.
Would that be harmful to your case or investigation to do so?
Yes.
As it relates to your attending these conferences, are those mechanisms of continuing legal education for techniques in tracking gangs?
Yes.
As it relates to those same conferences, do you obtain information as it relates to new technologies, new tactics?
Pardon me? Overall, go ahead.
Do you obtain information as it relates to new technology or new tactics that are being seen across the nation with other agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you attending those conferences for the purpose of learning information about the gangs in Jacksonville specifically?
No, ma'am. We attend those conferences to try to become better detectives in the investigations that we conduct in Jacksonville.
As it relates to the gangs in the Jacksonville area, do you and essentially the active members of that gang believe that you have the most knowledge about the ATK gang?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to the other members of your unit, do you work with them or alongside of them when you're investigating ATK-related crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the point of contact if an ATK gang member or associate is believed to have been involved in any crime in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the same for all other detectives in their assigned gangs?
Yes, it would.
As it relates to the other assigned gangs, specifically related to this case of 1200, ATK, and 6 Block as a total, are you all required to still be familiar with the other gangs despite your assignment to one specific group?
Yes, ma'am. We have to have general knowledge of all of the gangs in Jacksonville. Just when, if something was to happen and I was the one that was up and available, that I would have to respond and have the general knowledge to give the intelligence to other investigating detectives about what occurred.
And when you say if you were the one that was up, are you actively on call as a member of the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am, all the time.
Do each of the detectives in that unit hold the same responsibility?
Yes, ma'am.
If called to a scene, are they required to understand the neighborhood, the parties involved, etc.?
Yes, ma'am.
If there are facts that need developed as it relates to ATK, 1200, or 6 Block, are the members of your gang unit called to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much of your workday, day to day, is dedicated to working gang cases?
All day. That's we only deal with gangs.
And you develop that knowledge, you indicated before, by doing what on a day-to-day basis?
Just investigating them through social media, through music videos, and other means.
By other means, without telling me what is said, do you also interview the members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you interview the family members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another individual that you can think of that has more particularized knowledge about the Jacksonville gangs than yourself and your associates as it relates to the gangs?
Sustain the objection.
Do you commit your job day to day to working up not only the information about the gangs in Jacksonville as a whole, but ATK?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender the witness.
Okay, well, the witness has already been tendered, so the question that was left on the table was what does ATK stand for? There was an objection. I'm going to overrule the objection at this point.
I'm sorry. You said the witness has been tendered?
We don't tender as experts anymore. We just allow questions to go forward or not. And so after the voir dire regarding this witness's qualifications, I'm going to allow the question to be asked and answered. Okay? All right.
During your course of your time as a gang detective, did you develop information as it relates to what ATK stands for?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to develop the potential members of that group in your time working up the ATK gang?
Yes.
As it relates to the term ATK, what does that stand for, if anything?
Based on my training experience, it stands for ACE's Top Killers.
And ACE's Top Killers, is there a meaning behind that? What does that mean, or what does that relate to?
The name Ace would be the face or the head of ATK. His rapper name is Young and Ace.
Why does he then become the head of that group?
That's what that means?
Based on my experience, he's the most influential. He's got the most views as far as his music.
Are you familiar with the drill rap scene as it relates to each of these groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking to you today specifically about ATK, 1200, and 6 Block, are all involved in the drill rap scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the scene something that you follow closely day to day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the music videos that are created by these groups posted?
They're posted on their social media accounts and YouTube.
What social media accounts are included in the accounts that are posted to?
Like you're saying, like the name, like Instagram. They go on Instagram, and sometimes they go on X, which is formerly known as Twitter.
As it relates to ATK specifically, Ace's Top Killers with a face of Ace, is he the most influential or most followed person from that group?
Yes.
How is it that you're able to determine that he then becomes the most prominent member? What are you observing to make that determination?
It seems that based on the investigation was that everybody seems to follow him where he's at. There's usually a bunch of people. He has the most
Objection, not
followers.
speculation.
Overall, go ahead.
He has the most followers on social media on his accounts, and he gets the most views on his videos on YouTube.
Now, multiple members from these groups post or have music careers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you're able to determine a view count or a popularity count when you're looking at these YouTube videos or videos posted to YouTube?
On YouTube, when you watch the video, it'll tell you how many people have viewed it below the video.
And are those videos something open to the public and viewable to the public?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the social media profiles of the members of ATK?
Most of them are public. There are some of them who have private profiles, but for this right now, Ace's profile is public.
As it relates to 6 Block, do you do the same thing? Despite not being directly assigned to that group, are you following that group closely?
I do follow them, but not as close as other members of our unit.
Specifically, do you know who the members of 6 Block are?
Not all of them, but I can name off a few of them.
By a few, what's that number?
Maybe like 3 to 5.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to meet with and discuss the developments that the person that is assigned to the 6 Block group would have had in his investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of that individual that's assigned to 6 Block?
His name is Detective McCullough.
As it relates to 1200 and that group, who is assigned to 1200?
Detective Griffin.
Day-to-day when there are developments, so say that a crime is reported, do you all work independently or together in order to ascertain what the issues are currently between the groups?
We would work together.
In ultimately identifying the members of ATK as it relates to this case as, or the relevant members of this case, were you consulted by Detective Nieder in his creation of a chart?
Yes, myself, Detective Draybeck and I, and McCullough and Griffin all pitched in to make the chart.
Is it common that you all work together to develop cases, develop what's going on between the gangs with each other, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. They intermingle a lot.
As it relates to what we've talked about as being ATK and 1200, what is the difference between those two groups?
One of them, ATK, is they're 2 separate gangs, but they associate with each other through music and just like having a common enemy.
Who is the common enemy of ATK and 1200?
It would be the groups on the north side. The prominent one over there would be 6 Block.
And when you're talking about these groups, you're talking about them in areas. So you've told me out east and north side. Is that typically where their association or affiliation with these groups come from, is a location?
Generally, yes, ma'am, but you don't have to be from those parts of town to be a part of the gang.
You said that ATK and 1200 associate with each other. Have you, personally, in your training and your day-to-day work with these gangs, seen 1200 and ATK members on music videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
In social media posts together?
Yes, ma'am.
How about, you said both of those have a common enemy, which is 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
When it relates to 6 Block, are there individuals a part of 6 Block that claim other groups?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean, to be in 6 Block but be associated with something else?
Everyone, go ahead.
6 Block has subsets, which is they're documented as gangs, but they kind of like associate with each other. The subset would be like We All We Got. They call it WAWG, and then Bully Gang.
So those are other groups that are associated with 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Would those members from We All We Got or 6 Block associate with each other? Would they be present in music videos together?
Yes.
Would they be on social media and pictures together?
Yes.
So despite being in separate groups or subsets, they are together at least enough to form a common enemy?
Yes.
And the enemy of 6 Block, at least as it relates to this investigation, was whom?
It would be like 1200 and ATK.
When you were working as a member of the Jacksonville gang unit, were you notified about the potential for Charles Jones coming to Tampa for some kind of performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I've dealt with him several times in person on my day, like doing my daily duties.
Have you had contact with him before?
I have.
Have you seen his music videos over the years?
I have.
When you were working in patrol, were you familiar with the beef that was going on between the two sides or between the two areas?
My knowledge of it is way more extensive now, but I have general knowledge of issues on the parts of towns. Yes, ma'am.
As you developed in the gang unit, did there become a prominent person or member in the 6 Block group?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Jones.
As we've discussed in the ATK ACES Top Killers group, is that the same level of prominence that we now have with 6 Block and Charles Jones?
Yes.
Does Mr. Jones also have that music career that we've discussed?
He does.
And is your position or your opinion based upon his position in 6 Block based on what you've already indicated was the same for Ace or
Yes.
Young and Ace?
Yes.
Is he the person in 6 Block with essentially the most views?
He is.
And when videos or music videos were released by ATK, if we start there and talk about Young and Ace, were those videos that you personally and members of your unit would watch?
Yes, we would.
What is your process in viewing the drill raps or music videos that are released by each of these sides?
My process is I listen to it, the whole thing through, and then after that, I will break down the video. You can collect a lot of good evidence towards the gang in them, as far as like hand signs and clothings and other stuff of that nature. And then once I get through all of that breaking down, and then I break down the lyrics.
Do you work with the other members of your gang unit in order to accomplish the review of these videos and discuss potential crimes surrounding them?
Yes, we do.
Is there any procedure in place where you also review crime reports to see if anything is related to what has been described in these drill raps?
Yeah, generally the drill raps, they come after the crime, so they'll talk about stuff that has already happened.
So at the time that you are watching these drill raps on YouTube, for example, do you, when you're viewing it, just based on your day-to-day training experience, your duties day-to-day, relate this video is related to X incident?
Yes.
Have you personally, whether now in your time with the gang unit or earlier before that, responded to the incidents of violence between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
I have.
Now, you indicated that you worked to complete some charts with the other members of your unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 90A. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photograph?
That's Charles Jones.
And I am showing you 84A through C. Please take a look and tell me if you recognize the items depicted there.
Yeah, these would be members and associates of each group, but it's not like it's not everybody. It's like a more of the prominent guys a part of the groups rather than everybody inside the group.
As it relates to the image of Charles Jones, does this image fairly and accurately depict Julio Foolio, or the person you came to know as Julio Foolio?
Yes.
And as it relates to these charts, despite not being all-encompassing of all of the members of 6 Block, ATK, and 1200, do they fairly and accurately represent the members or associates of those groups?
Yes.
Please ask them to show me prior to the portion of the witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit states 90A and 84A through C.
Any objection?
No objection to the photo of Mr. Jones, we just renew our previous objection to the chart.
Okay, very good. Same ruling. So 84A through C will be admitted as well as 90.
I'm showing you on the screen, if you can look over your shoulder there, what I previously shown as 90A. Is this the person that you know to be Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you alerted to an incident having occurred in Tampa in June of 2024, resulting in the death of Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that incident, had you responded to calls for service related to Charles Jones or his potential injury?
I have.
Had you responded to calls for service related to the injury or homicide of members of the opposing gangs, ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking specifically about your viewing of the music videos in these particular cases, did you have an opportunity to view the music videos put out by Young and Ace in advance of your coming to the unit?
I'm sorry, can you ask
Before you came to the gang unit, were you aware of these drill raps in Jacksonville?
I was, just based off of my time in the community crime response unit.
Since you're having come to become a detective in the gang unit, have you studied the videos that have been released, the music videos or drill raps released by Young and Ace?
I have.
Have you studied the music videos or drill raps released by Charles Jones?
I have.
Let's speak specifically about the evidence that you previously mentioned as the charts that were created by your unit. If you could look over your shoulder, please. Here, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84C. Do you recognize that chart?
Yes, ma'am.
Are some of the more prominent members of the ATK group depicted in this chart?
Yes.
As it relates to the members that you have discussed already, so Young and Ace, for example, can you show us where Young and Ace is in this chart?
He's on the first row, the top row, all the way to the left.
And in your time investigating ATK or studying the gang members associated with this group, did you come to learn the identities of the other people depicted here?
I have, yes.
Who is Quan or Trayvon Bullard?
Quan and Trayvon Bullard was a victim of a homicide in Jacksonville in 2018.
What about Royal Smith and Jacoby Grover?
Yes, it was a triple homicide. They all were killed in the same incident.
Where did that homicide occur?
It occurred in Duval County at an area of town we call the Town Center.
And what relationship, if any, do they have to Young and Ace?
Young and Ace was the fourth victim in that case. He was shot as well. He did not die.
As it relates to the drill raps that you saw subsequent to that homicide and the shooting of Young and Ace, were there music videos put out by 6 Block which referenced that shooting?
There was.
Was there a nickname associated to Royale Smith in the middle photo there?
Yes, ma'am. His nickname was 23.
So just the number?
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to Gutta Zay or Isaiah Chance, did Isaiah Chance represent ATK?
He did. He is a member of ATK.
And did he have any associations or affiliations to other groups?
He had an association with 1200.
When we speak about your observations or your review of the social media profiles of each of these individuals, did you have an opportunity firsthand to review the social media posts by Isaiah Chance in his falling out with ATK?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Was there a group for which Isaiah Chance began relating himself after his fallout with ATK?
Are you asking what the post was?
No, what was the group that he then wanted to associate himself with or did post to associate
He
himself
then
with?
associated himself with 1200.
When talking specifically about Antonio Tilley depicted in this image, is Mr. Tilley alive or deceased?
Mr. Tilley is deceased.
And are you familiar with how that homicide came about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to that scene specifically yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that homicide referred to in the drill raps?
Yes, it should be.
The homicide of Antonio Tilley, is Tilley mentioned in the drill raps between the groups? Excuse me.
He is. He's mentioned in them.
As it relates to the Group 1200, did you have particularized knowledge about the Group 1200 as well, just in your role as a gang unit detective?
I do.
And in showing you states 84B, does this chart, the 84B, also fairly and accurately depict the members of the 1200 group?
Yes.
As it relates specifically to the top line, can you see that okay from where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
The nicknames that are depicted below the legal names of these individuals, how is it that you all are able to ascertain these nicknames?
That's their music name.
Go ahead.
That's their music name. Whenever they post stuff online, that's the name they use as like their artist or their stage name.
And so on the Instagram posts, for example, are they utilizing their nicknames or their legal names?
Nicknames.
What about as it relates to the YouTube videos? Do they use their music or street name or their legal names?
Nicknames.
So when viewing these videos, are you able to ascertain, despite not having the legal name of the person on these drill raps, are you able to ascertain who the parties are inside of them?
Yes.
Do you, when viewing these drill raps, recognize the individuals as you're watching them, even if they aren't labeled?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review a music video as it relates to saying the word Spaz or Corbin?
Yes.
And is that frequently used in the drill raps by 6 Block?
Yes.
Now, when a group says another group's member in their drill raps, is that intended to be a good thing or a nice thing to do?
If you're a part of one group and you say somebody else's name that's a part of the opposing group, that would be disrespectful.
And have you had an opportunity to view music videos from Waka with the Choppa and Spin of Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to their music videos with members of ATK, have they been documented as having videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you think of a video that would be reflective of members of ATK and members of 1200 together?
The most popular one would be Who I Smoke.
And by most popular, are you referring back to what you've already advised were the YouTube views?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, as it relates to 6 Block, can you confirm that it was determined in Stage 84A that Charles Jones was a member or active member of the gang 6 Block?
Yes, he was.
And his associates, as depicted here on this chart, were you able to determine or recognize the individuals depicted?
Yes.
Were there individuals included on your 6-block summary as some of the bigger players with 6-block that are also deceased?
Yes, there are some that are deceased on there.
In referring specifically to the second photograph next to Mr. Jones, Bibby, is that an individual who is deceased?
Yes, he is.
Is that an individual who is frequently referenced in the drill raps from ATK and 1200?
He is.
In the photo depicted just below Bibby, who is Therese Powell?
Therese Poe is another Jacksonville artist who goes by the name of K Shorty.
And is he a 6-block member, affiliate? Tell me how it is that he's associated to 6-block.
Therese Poe would be a part of We All We Got, WAWG.
At some point, was he directly associated to 6-block?
Yes, WAWG is associated to 6-block.
Is that what you described earlier as one of the subsets?
Yes.
And would he be frequently depicted in videos or images to social media with other members of 6-block as depicted here?
With some of the members, yes, but not all.
When we see in the photo that is on the second row and second one in, so Tiki Williams, is that someone who you're familiar with?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether his name has been referenced by 1200 and ATK members in drill raps?
It has.
When you all are referencing these drill raps or the music videos themselves, are you just accessing them from the internet, plainly YouTube, watching the videos, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, they'll post like little snippets of it on their social media with the name of the song or like a link to YouTube, and then you can go to YouTube and watch the whole video.
And you have had an opportunity to review or view 4 specific videos as relevant to this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video that was published by members of ATK and members of 1200 called Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that that is one of the more popular videos that has been put out by Jacksonville gang rappers?
Yes, it is.
And in your experience, have you had an opportunity to see the number of views that have been racked up to that video at this time?
Yes.
Approximately how many views, if you know, has that video received?
Last I believe it was around 50 million.
And you've had an opportunity to review the Who I Smoke video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
One time or many times?
Many times.
As it relates to the response video, was there one posted by members of 6-block?
There was.
And who posted a video in response to that?
Charles Jones.
What was the title of the video that was posted by Charles Jones in response to the YouTube video made by ATK and 1200?
The name of the video is When I See You.
And ultimately, as it relates to the YouTube or music videos in this particular case, were there videos posted after the death of Charles Jones in 2024?
There was.
Did those music videos come from members of ATK and or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, as it relates to a music video by the title of Game Over, who was the music artist that made that video?
Young and Ace.
And when, in relation to Charles Jones's murder, was that video published to YouTube?
I'm not sure the exact time, but a couple weeks. I don't know the exact date. It was a couple weeks after.
And was there an additional video posted by 1200 members?
There was. And once again, I don't know the exact date of that one either, but it was weeks, a month after.
What was the video titled from the 1200 members?
Foolio Dead.
The video is named Julio.
All right, are you ready to
Dead?
play the videos? Okay, so I tell you what, it's 12:15, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We'll come back and then you can play the videos, okay? All right, so if you walk me back at 1:15, we will continue with the trial. And just remember my previous admonition while we're on the break, don't talk to anybody about the case, all right? Okay, see you all.
Don't go in the elevator with the person next to the court's attention. I just want to bring to the court's attention that in between the break, don't go in the elevator with the person that you're getting over.
Okay, thank you for learning. There was no conversation or anything, I'm assuming. Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, defense counsel's present, defendant is present, state's present. You guys ready to continue? Is that a yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where's the detective? Yeah. Yeah, just go ahead and have him retake the witness stand.
Better not tell her a joke. They better not tell her a joke.
No. Okay.
All right, you ready to go?
I think there's an issue they want to address, Your Honor.
And they told her a joke. They can't help themselves. Look. They gonna tell her a joke, right? Because her lawyers is comedians, right? Somebody said that. So, Egon, was that you? I mean.
No. Okay.
All right, we ready to go?
I think there's an issue they want to address, Your Honor.
Judge, we were provided before the jump drive with 5 additional songs, one of which was already included in the state's presentation of evidence and on our exhibit list. But the others are several songs, looks like attributable to the victim in this case, and so we just want to address that with the court. Okay.
Some of them obviously refer to or extend the time frame as previously discussed, and of course objected to by the defense. So the playing of 4 additional videos is something that the state's going to be objecting to. It is.
Well, what's the basis of the objection other than it extends the time? I mean, if they open the door, they open the door.
Sure, but at some point, the playing of 4 in a row videos from our victim becomes cumulative by the defense when we're playing one from each side in the state's presentation of evidence. At some point, playing all videos that the victim published that were bad opens the door for them the state to publish whatever extra videos that the ATK members or 1,200 members also published that were bad. I don't know what the basis or honestly the relevance of publishing 4 more videos in addition to what we've already discussed and litigated is.
What's the relevance of 4 additional videos of Mr. Jones?
Well, Your Honor, first I guess to address the scope. There is no particular scope of these music videos that the state is entering. They're not limited to the 2023 incident. They're discussing murders that occurred well before.
No, I'm not as concerned about that.
Okay.
I'm not as concerned. I am the cumulative was the objection. So what's your response to that?
Well, first, Your Honor, I find that objection on that as their argument. And the state has been wanting to open the door to all of these videos. We're specifically introducing them or attempting to this particular witness because he has been listed as an expert in games. He is the person that's testifying as to his analyzing of these different songs. They've said over and over again about my client's intent, and it goes to her intent and her knowledge. And these go to establish that she actually does not have that right, that she's not involved in any of this back and forth. Any of these individuals that are connected to these murders that the victim has been rapping about, just as some of the other individuals that are not involved in this trial have been rapping about. So this is our opportunity to cross-examine this witness and question this witness related to his knowledge and scope of his knowledge of all this information.
Okay, so I haven't seen these videos. So at this point in time, you can go ahead and show them. But at some point, if it becomes cumulative, obviously, then the state can renew their objection. I'll just rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring them in.
Goes through completeness and just to provide these videos are going to be relevant. The other reason that these videos are going to be relevant is to complete the story. The state has sort of cherry-picked particular videos. This goes through completeness and just to provide the entire context of what is actually happening in what they're doing.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, I already said you can play them.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Sure. Yep. Okay, now I think we're ready.
In relation to this war. Detective Nieder, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing some of the music videos that you've had an opportunity to review in relation to this war between ATK and 1200 and the 6 Block members. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in the videos of that back and forth were there are some videos that we previously discussed as being Who I Smoke and When I See You.
Yes, ma'am.
And the videos subsequent to the homicide being Game Over and Julio Dead.
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 89A through D. Essentially, have you had an opportunity to review all 4 of the videos that I previously mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to dissect or to at least decipher the language that's used in those videos as far as the lyrics that are being rapped to or rapped about?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit self-authenticating exhibits States 89A through D in the certification of Exhibit 111.
Okay, any objection other than those previously made?
No, Judge.
Okay, same ruling and they'll be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes.
In discussing States 89D, or 89A, excuse me, if we are reviewing the videos that you previously described in order, which video occurred first?
Who I Smoke.
And who was the creator of the Who I Smoke video?
It would be Young and Ace, Fast Money Goon, Wappa with the Chapo, and Spin Events.
And when you mention all of those names, are those all separate people?
Yes.
And of the individuals that you've identified, are they associated with different groups or gangs?
Yes. Young and Ace and Fast Money Goon would be ATK, and Spin Events and Wappa would be 1200.
I'm going to publish those videos before we look to the language of them. If you could look over your shoulder, please.
Yo, they vicious. They smoking on the ops, man. Damn.
Detective, having had an opportunity to view that video when it was posted to the internet or to YouTube, did you ultimately review it in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
And after reviewing that video in its entirety, did you have an opportunity to listen to that video and determine what lyrics could be ascertained as being said or rapped about in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
if you would look to the screen here, are these those lyrics that you believe to have been included in that Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at the screenshot here depicted on the screen, are the individuals related to ATK and 1200 as being the rappers of this song the only members of ATK that were included in this music video?
No, ma'am. The guy you see right there on top of the golf cart with his hand in the air is an ATK gang member. His name is Malquise Worthen.
And does he have social media for which you all have been able to access or monitor as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is his social media account named ATK Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the review of the video, could you please refer us to some of the lyrics for which you all took note as it relates to your duties in your gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. The first one, we see 12 paramedics. They use the number 12 because that represents 1,200. The next one we see is Rod K. dead and never coming back. Rod K. was a prominent figure of 6 Block. And then he says, I don't go nowhere without my heat coup.
No object, Your Honor, at this time to speculation, invasion of office of security.
Overruled, go ahead.
I don't go nowhere without my heat coup. Coup is a subset of 1,200. 1,200 gang members often call themselves coups. Smoking on Lil Petey, and I was smoking Trey D too. Lil Petey and Trey D were also prominent figures in the 6 Block gang.
And when you see the language smoking on, what does that mean?
When they say they're smoking on somebody, it's a sign of disrespect or a sign like a diss towards the opposing gang.
Is that different from smoking someone?
It's very similar to the meaning. Smoking on someone or smoking someone simply means that they were killed.
Throughout the video itself, were there names of members from the actual group 6 Block that were depicted in the music video?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that video, was there a portion when the artists were saying names of 6 Block that you can identify here?
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe what that was for the jury.
The Who I Smoke Bibby and Who I Smoke Tiki.
How about Lil 9?
Lil 9 was he was affiliated with another group associated to 6 Block. He wasn't 6 Block himself.
So he was an associate of 6 Block?
In another gang, yes, ma'am.
Well, was he the member of a gang that was rivals with ATK, 1200, or their affiliates?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Bibby alive or deceased when this video was created?
Bibby is deceased.
And is Tiki alive or deceased when this video is posted to YouTube?
Deceased.
Last question, Lil 9, alive or deceased?
Deceased.
Now, what is JIT, J-I-T-T, I'm smoking JIT, mean?
JIT is what they refer to as like a younger teenager, like a young adult. They would, instead of calling like your friend, you say like, that was my JIT.
And was there any reference to an individual that was a member of ATK or NHG named Queso?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Queso related to a gang in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am. Queso is an ATK gang member.
And what is the next line under the Queso lyric referencing?
It says No Hospital Boy, that line. This is just relating No Hospital Gang to ATK. That some of the members of ATK call themselves No Hospital Gang, but they're still ATK gang members.
They all associate with one another, this NHG No Hospital Gang?
Yes, ma'am.
They associate then with ATK and members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with an earlier attempt on Mr. Jones's life that occurred in Houston, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on or before the date that this video was posted to YouTube?
Before.
And what was it that happened to Mr. Jones at that time?
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston.
Overruled, go ahead.
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston, and shortly after he got shot, he went live on his Instagram page in a hospital bed.
Okay, so describe for us what we're seeing here in these center paragraphs, please.
In the center paragraph, it says, I was lurking on his page and called him lacking in Houston. We laid off shots, and he went live, and I was tweaking like he ain't die. And then, so that's speaking in direct relation to the attempt on Charles Jones' life in Houston.
When the videos here, these drill rap videos, are actually posted to YouTube or posted in some way, are you all, in addition to documenting these, relating them back to whatever offenses that they're referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in seeing these lyrics, relate this to the offense that occurred in Houston on the prior attempt on Mr. Jones's life?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, in response to that video, a video posted by 6 Block member and the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the title of that music video?
When I See You.
And did that music video, or was that music video released, and did you have an opportunity to fully review the contents of that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, or were you able to identify some of the individuals that were depicted in that video in addition to Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the individuals depicted at 3 seconds on this When I See You video on the screen, please?
In the black hoodie and the black pants with the red underwear, that's Charles Jones. On the poster board to the right, that's the 3 victims of the town center shooting, the triple homicide that occurred in 2018.
Were you all able to ascertain where generally this video was filmed? What was the nature of the place where the video was filmed?
It's a graveyard or a gravesite.
And were you able to do the same with annotating or deciphering the lyrics that were included in this video after having an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 89B.
Disrespectful. Song was
disrespectful.
I got that also on my mind when I see you, when I see you, just like to breathe through. Something now is taking over me. Pretty and leaky, 1.823, fuck the whole back street. My whole dog is he. Speaking of baby, let's go. Always on my mind, right through the east side, wanna see you. When I see you, when I. Always on my mind, now go with that eye, I don't see you. Just like to breathe through. Happy birthday.
Never believe that they really like you would think that they doing parody, man. You know what I mean? They doing parody. And then you find out like, wait, those people are dead for real? And you not just pretending? Oh wow. Oh, y'all crazy.
Happy birthday to you. Look, thumbs up.
Detective, is the act of pouring champagne on a gravesite a sign of respect or disrespect as far as your training experience?
Disrespect.
And when we started this past video, there was some kind of language from a related news article. Are you familiar with the reports of the homicide that occurred in the town center?
Yes, ma'am, at the beginning.
And was there some specific reference as it relates to the date in which that homicide occurred, where 423 and Royal Smith were killed?
Yes.
Excuse me, Trayvon Bullard were killed?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the significance of that date?
It was 23's birthday.
Was Young and Ace or Kenyatta Bullard the only person who survived that shooting?
Yes.
But he was with the other three when they did not survive?
Yes.
What was the nature of that shooting itself?
It was a drive-by shooting at a red light.
And were the victims of that shooting located in a vehicle at the time that they were shot?
Yes, all four were in a vehicle.
In your review of the lyrics of this particular case, what is it that was relayed, and then ultimately highlighted?
The very first line, he says he's sliding through the 12. Once again, 12 is the representation of the 1200 out east part of town. He said Ace is from the west, how he clicked up with the east side. He's talking about Young and Ace. Originally he's from the west side of Jacksonville in the Clay County, Duval area. And he's simply calling him out, asking him how he even got clicked up with the east side. And then he says he hasn't been the same since he's seen the other three die. That's the reference to the triple homicide of the town center. And then he says, I'm 2-3 high, which is Royal Smith. So he's saying, like, he's high.
Have you, in your time in the gang unit since the homicide actually occurred of these three individuals, seen members of ATK and 1200 representing 23 signs, necklaces, posting 23?
Yes, ma'am.
How about indications of ATK? Are there chains or jewelry of some kind that are indicative of being an ATK member?
Yes, ma'am. There's like an actual ATK necklace and then the necklace of 23.
When talking about these groups that link up, is there one specific group that's from out east?
1200.
And is there one specific group that's from the west?
ATK originated and on the west side. It was originally Young and Gang, which was Young and Ace, and then Young and Ace got clicked up with some people from other parts of town and formulated ATK.
Does that allow you to, or allow them to grow the group?
Yes.
When you are looking at the lyrics at the bottom of the page here, are those specific as to the events that actually occurred on the date that these three individuals were shot and killed?
Yes, ma'am. He went out to eat on his birthday. It was 23's birthday, and they were leaving Wasabi at the town center. And then 4 shot, 3 dead. That's the facts of the case. Was there's 4 of them shot. Young and Ace survived. The other 3 passed away. And then he kept dissing on me, and now we're smoking 23. So he's saying they kept talking about me and disrespecting me, and now we're smoking on your friend.
Now, Mr. Jones references Bibby. Do you know anything about the relationship between Charles Jones and Bibby?
They were close friends.
How about Charles Jones Bibby and Robert Howard?
They would be close friends.
And all are affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
What area of town is Melvin Park in?
It's in Jacksonville's west side.
And what gang is affiliated with Melvin Park or the area?
ATK.
If members of 6 Block are in the Melvin Park area or posting from the Melvin Park area, is that seen as a sign of disrespect of some kind?
Yes.
When the lyrics indicate caught Keys, who is Keys?
Malquise Worthen.
Is that the individual we previously discussed as ATK Keys?
Yes.
And do you know what they're referencing here?
He's referencing that he basically called him lacking, and he didn't go through with a fight or anything. He kind of just walked away.
When you look at the next line that's depicted here, please, who is Papa?
Lil Papa is a prominent rapper for 1200.
And again, Queso, is this the same individual that was referenced before?
Yes, Hakeem Robinson.
Is there an individual that's associated with ATK named Red Dot?
It is Torgon Williams.
And are you familiar with Torgon Williams?
I am.
Are you familiar with Queso?
I am.
And in the next line, there's a mention of an individual by the name of Shug. Can you tell me who that is?
Shug was a prominent name in 1200. His name is Avery McKnight.
Do you know the relationship to Shug or how he passed away in 1200?
Yeah, he was killed while he was riding a bicycle.
And is there some significance or relation from Shug to co-defendants Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy?
I believe so.
Do you know specifically what that relationship would be?
I do not.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review the photographs of the tattoos on Davion Murphy's person?
I have.
Are you the individual who actually took the photographs of the tattoos that are on Davion Murphy's person?
Yes, ma'am.
And did those tattoos include reference to several of the individuals that are mentioned in these songs?
Yes.
What does rolling Michi in this wood mean?
Michi was a prominent figure of 1200. He was shot and killed, and he's saying that he's rolling him up in the joint and smoking them.
Is that meant to be a sign of disrespect?
Yes.
Same reference when talking about smoking Rollo.
Yes, Rollo was a close friend of J. Dot, who's Jacory Rivers.
Does J. Dot go by any other names, or is J. Dot short for something else?
His other name was like J. Dot Breezy.
Okay. And he also is a musician as a part of these groups?
He is.
With which gang is J. Dot Breezy or J. Dot affiliated?
He would be more affiliated with 1200.
And are you aware of any reference to J. Dot or J. Dot's involvement in this particular case?
Am I aware of J. Dot's involvement in this case?
Yes, not as it relates to what's on the screen, but in this case.
Briefly.
Did you provide the information that you had as it related to some of these offenses to the detectives down in Tampa, you and other gang detectives, about the rivalries that were occurring in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to 2023, was there a scene to which you responded on August 16th of 2023?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call out?
It came out as a homicide on I-95 near near Zoo Parkway. It's kind of up on the city's north side.
How was it that there was a homicide on the highway? What did you arrive to?
I arrived to a deceased black male, later identified as Jaquan Pickens, inside of a green Dodge Challenger that was crashed into the back of a semi.
Upon your further review of the vehicle or the evidence in that investigation, was it determined that it was more than a vehicle crash?
Yes.
What occurred?
Based on the evidence that we discovered, a drive-by shooting occurred on the interstate where a car pulled up beside Mr. Pickens and started shooting at him.
Go ahead.
When you are at that scene, did you document the injuries that had occurred?
Homicide detectives would have.
And did you at least ultimately make an identification of the individual that was the driver of the vehicle?
We did. We identified him as Jaquan Pickens.
And what gang is he associated with?
Jaquan Pickens is associated with 6 Block.
After the homicide of Jaquan Pickens, did you respond to a call for service on August 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the day following the homicide of Jake Jitt or Jaquan Pickens?
It was.
Was the victim of that instance identified?
Yes, he was identified as Jacoby Beals.
And is Jacoby Beals related to any of the gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, he is 1200.
Following the incident that occurred in August, were there several social media posts that occurred after Jaquan Pickens was murdered? Did anyone take credit for that murder?
Generally, after all of gang-related shootings in Jacksonville, social media tends to boost up and get really active. A lot of people post and start disrespecting the deceased of the opposing groups.
Does that also happen on October 6th and 7th when there are additional offenses that occur?
Yes.
Did you respond on October 6th to the homicide of Antonio Tilley?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
Antonio Tilley, an Uber driver, was located deceased after they crashed into a house. Evidence in that case showed that a female named Diamond Harris set up Antonio Tilley by sending him provocative.
Relevance, hearsay, outside the scope of the court's priority.
Yeah, sustain, just talk about what actually happened to Mr. Tilley.
What happened to Mr. Tilley to bring about his death?
He arrived at an abandoned house and was ambushed by a black male.
Was he shot and killed with a firearm?
He was.
And while you were working that scene, did you receive additional information or a call for service elsewhere in the city?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Where?
It would have been in the city's side town called Paxton.
Is Prospect and 16th located in that Paxton area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call for service? Were you able to determine who the victim of that was?
Yes, it was Charles Jones was shot in his foot.
Did you receive that call and request to respond while you were still working the first scene?
Yes.
Approximately what time did the October 6th shooting of Antonio Tilley actually occur, was reported?
I believe it was reported around like 2300 hours, which would be 11 o'clock at night. I was not dispatched until like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
And while working that scene, you received notification of the scene that Charles Jones had been shot?
Yes, that notification came in around probably like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Was there evidence that was obtained from that attempted murder on Charles Jones from October 7th of 2023, and was that ultimately provided to law enforcement in this particular investigation?
Yes, there was spent casings that were discovered on the shooting of Charles Jones.
When you learned of the homicide that occurred here in Hillsborough County, did you provide assistance to the gang members in Jacksonville and also to the Tampa Police Department investigators that was about the gang activity in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance, were you in your daily activities able to observe some interactions with the co-defendant and the victim in this case on the internet in the days leading up to Mr. Jones' homicide?
I personally did not know.
Would another member of your unit have done that?
Very well could have.
Okay. When you are referencing Isaiah Chance being a part of ATK, was there some time at which he was being removed or removing himself from that gang?
Yes, he is. He had a falling out with ATK.
And what group did he begin then affiliating himself with based on the social media posts from his accounts that you reviewed?
1200.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
After the death of Charles Jones occurs in Tampa, were you alerted to new videos on social media and YouTube that had been posted by members of ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Immediately after the death of Charles Jones, was a video posted to YouTube?
Yes.
Were you
Objection, faith, and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the video that was posted on the day of the homicide?
Yes, I believe it's called Let's Do It.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
As it relates to a subsequent video also posted by ATK called Game Over, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same in reviewing the lyrics that you had previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Young and Ace the only individual who is cited as being an artist on this particular video?
As an artist, yes.
Publishing 89C.
Fuck that up, man. Fuck. Niggas all day, niggas don't want to walk me, man. Niggas don't put this shit up. Niggas don't want to walk me, man. Fuck. Fuck that. Hit the fuck road, man.
As it related to the lyrics of the song Game Over as published by Young and Ace, did you have an opportunity to review those lyrics as well?
Yes.
Was there a specific reference to the homicide that occurred in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024 in the death of Charles Jones?
Yes, there was.
When speaking about the lyrics that I've highlighted here, has there been an ongoing feud for over the course of the last several years between the groups ATK and 1200?
Yes, that's the good war reference.
In several of the videos that you have seen, or at least in these videos, surely this is not indicative of the only videos that have been posted between the two groups.
Correct.
And in the videos that you've seen, is it common to see this fuck the six language across the videos?
Yes.
Is that language used in the videos in a manner to disrespect 6 Block?
Yes.
6 Block members that are posting their own music videos, including Mr. Jones, use similar language in his videos.
Yes.
And in the video that we've seen here, did you see the chain that was worn by Mr. Bullard?
Yes.
And is that the chain that you were indicating was indicative of ATK?
Yes.
When you spoke with the detectives in Tampa regarding the facts of the homicide of Charles Jones, were you able to ascertain that Mr. Jones had been shot and killed in a vehicle?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain that other individuals were also with him?
Yes.
In the last video that we saw of When I See You that was actually published by Mr. Jones, was there some reference to Young and Ace, the artist of Game Over, in reference to him losing it over the death of 23?
Yes.
In your review of the lyrics and depicted here on the screen, is that a reference that Young and Ace himself also is making in his music videos?
Yes.
Overall, go ahead. What is it that's indicated in this video?
Once 23 died inside my eyes, I lost my mind.
Can you describe for the jury what the 5.56 reference is as well?
5.56 is a caliber of round.
And was that used in the lyrics of this song?
Yes.
What was the 5.56 lyric?
5.56 increases the murder rate.
Was there a description as to as to clothing in this song as well?
Yeah, mask on, get up close. This is another close case. It's referencing like suspects or individuals.
Okay. Overall, go ahead.
It's referencing suspects or other individuals masking up and getting very close to the people that they kill. And it's another closed case because they died and there's no living victim.
Overall, go ahead. As it relates to the language when the artist Young and Ace is referring to Mr. Six, do you plainly, based on your training and experience and day-to-day work in this area, understand who he's referencing?
Mr. Six is Charles Jones.
And the showing of Don Julio bottles, is there some significance to that as it relates to these videos that started in June of 2024 that were posted by ATK or 1,200 members?
Objection, speculation, objection to invading the province of the jury.
Overall, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, overall.
Yes, ma'am. During my investigation into the criminal gang ATK, until after the death of Charles Jones, the Don Julio bottles were not referenced in any music video or any type of photograph that they have taken until after the death.
Is the bottle of Don Julio a bottle of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that was commonly related to Julio Foolio or Charles Jones?
Objection, speculation.
It was related to him after his death. Some people knew him as Julio Foolio, some people knew him as Foolio, so the name Don Julio brought in the rapper name of Charles Jones.
Depicted in the beginning of this Game Over video, we see a Don Julio on top of the head, and we've heard some of those lyrics about having the head of another member. What does that mean?
Like they're killed. They've been deceased, usually by gunfire.
After the publication of this video by ATK's Young and Ace, was there a music video also published by the individuals who were in that first song?
Yes, ma'am.
The Who I Smoke video had members of both ATK and 1,200, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in that video with Young and Ace were individuals by the name of Waka with the Choppa?
Yes, ma'am. He's also known as Ducci.
And were there any other individuals also depicted in both?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Yes. Was there anyone else from the original song that we played in States 89A with Spinavins, Waka with the Choppa, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon of Who I Smoke that made their own videos after Young and Ace made Game Over?
Yes, ma'am. Wappa and Spinavins made their own song called Foolio Dead.
Posting now States 89D.
It's not a joke. I know you said left side, this time's not off. Just to kill, all that still can let's go. Walk like a blind man, see, walk with a break for walk. So I can't throw. Every time you pissed off, I'm like, take it for it too. So I'm not trying to push it off. Come on, big pack, roll them up. Big small, strong, and hit that shit out. Got people in the class, I don't make a little stage. It's a celebration, big pack, and a holiday. Ain't no February, not for it, but we play for it. Two, we quick side, ain't no jumps, right? Hey, I'm spinning beans, take it to me, his friend. I'm party smoking, I'm pet like good at 8 a.m. You can't work for that big chop, who ain't saving they whole crew back on. Rest in peace, old six. Fool, that's for real. Is that goes on? That's a stupid question, I'll ask you. I smoke, I'm dead man down, that it says Charles Jones. He can't survive, not all of them. I'm trying to be for real, bitch. I didn't say that what real niggas say, y'all know it's real. Actually, if I feel like they were like that, I still graveyard gang. You know, I ain't popping shit like this. I'm really telling you that Charles Jones went in for real. This time serious. He ain't coming back. And if we do it, y'all kill him. Somebody got died. Can't be us, we got killed. We might have to touch one of these things to make him feel it.
Was shot and killed in Tampa that February. His name is Charles Jones. Was celebrating his 26th birthday. This all happened.
For the Foolio dead video by Spinavins and Waffle with the Choppa, were you able to identify any specific languages that related to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's highlighted on the screen before us here?
Yes, ma'am.
When there's a reference to his mother stronger than him in these lyrics, can you describe for us what these lyrics are highlighted for?
Yes, ma'am. His mother was shot in Jacksonville prior to his death, and she survived.
So she lived from that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
What in
When
the hell?
she was shot, was anybody else shot or injured at that time?
I'm not on the answer to that.
But you're familiar with her shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the Holiday Inn? Is there any specific relevance to the posting about Holiday Inn in this particular music video after the murder?
Yeah, the chain of hotels that was here in Hillsborough County.
What does Glock Party Smoking Op Pack put that 8N mean?
That's your speculation. Go ahead.
8 is Trey D. He was shot and killed in Jacksonville. He was a prominent figure of 6 Block. When you say you're smoking an op pack, they relate the pack and like a cigarette pack or like a blunt package, and they're putting ops in it to smoke them.
In addition to having viewed the music videos that were posted, did you have a chance to review the images that were depicted in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And do Wappa with the Choppa or Spinavins have a hand sign for the gang at 1200 to which they're related?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And do they throw that sign in these music videos?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Are you familiar with what that sign is?
I know of it, but Detective Griffin with 1200 would be able to demonstrate it better than me.
And be able to tell us the history of it itself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness at this time.
I've been waiting on this part. I gotta see what the cross do with this witness here. Okay? I'm eating. I don't want to eat on camera. But I want to be on camera for this.
No, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Detective. All right. So today is this is your first time testifying as an expert?
No, ma'am.
You've testified as an expert before?
Yes, ma'am.
In what hearing?
It was a sentencing hearing in Jacksonville. It was a case involving Sean Walcott, who was a 1200.
Okay. Did that occur after your deposition in this case?
No, it was before.
Okay. I want to talk to you about where you get in your job, in your day-to-day, where you get your intel from. Part of your job is to provide information to other detectives to support them in their investigations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to get that information, I would assume you don't just get it sitting at your desk, right? You're out in the field or in the street getting information as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you get information from citizens, just people that are uninvolved in the gangs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like witnesses who might have witnessed a crime?
Or like somebody lives in the neighborhoods where crime's happening, yes.
Right. They just might be concerned about something that's going on.
Correct.
You get information from snitches, from people that are giving you confidential information?
Yeah.
In general, not asking about anyone specific. You might get information from the ops of the gang you're investigating. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You might get information from associates of the gangs as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also get information from social media.
Yes.
And from the internet in general.
Yes, ma'am.
So like YouTube, for example.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You'd also get information from other detectives.
Yes, ma'am.
If they're particularly investigating some sort of crime that might be related to something you're investigating.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And I know you are assigned to ATK, and we've mentioned 1200, 6 Block, but there are also other gangs in Jacksonville too, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have 30 or 31 active gangs.
Okay. And not all those gangs are connected to the idea of like drill music, but these specifically are.
Yes, ma'am. These are.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you specifically about YouTube.
Okay.
And so you mentioned that you looked at, specifically in your investigation of this gang war, you looked at, I'm sure, many YouTube videos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not just music videos, right?
Yes, I would say it's a mixture, but general music videos are the most common.
Okay. You also would look at like documentary style videos as well.
To a certain extent, yes, ma'am.
And in your review of those videos, sometimes you might find useful information, but you also find that not all the information is accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even though not all the information is accurate, you have been able to take some of that information and use it.
As long as it's corroborated by other evidence, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you've even used some information you gathered from YouTube videos in testimony and sworn testimony related to this case.
Yes.
Okay. Particularly a different chart, gang chart that you captured from a YouTube video. Is that accurate?
I personally did not capture it, but I have seen it, yes.
And you've used it in sworn testimony before.
I guess you could say that.
Okay. And that was from a video from a gentleman by the name of Trap Lore Ross. Is that familiar?
I'm not sure who it was from.
Hell no.
Like I said, I did not personally make that chart. I've seen it, but I'm not sure who it was from.
Okay. You are familiar with that gentleman though, right? Trap Lore Ross.
I don't know who that is.
You've never.
Yo, so you telling me that they be doing that? You using Trap Law Ross put together the lineup and that's what you using? Why you ain't put your own lineup together? Oh hell no, they do that? Trap Law Ross, you police. So Trap Law Ross put all the people together, put them in the lineup, and then you use that like here it go. This is all of them right here. Bro, you would have had to get your own pictures and put them together yourself and not use his. Can you believe? Yeah, she got him. You what? You over here doing internet detective work from content creators for your investigation? Even if you gonna use it, man, Make your own version. Don't use their version, bro. Y'all wildin'.
Gentleman by the name of Trap Laura Ross is not familiar with art that you captured from a YouTube video. Is that accurate?
I personally did not capture it, but I have seen it, yes.
And you've used it in sworn testimony before.
I guess you could say that.
Okay. And that was from a video from a gentleman by the name of Trap Laura Ross. Is that familiar?
I'm not sure who it was from. It was given to me. Like I said, I did not personally make that chart. I've seen it, but I'm not sure who it was from.
Okay. You are familiar with that gentleman, though, right? Trap Laura Ross.
I don't know who that is.
You've never.
I'm not overall the objection. He said he doesn't know who that is.
So, okay, go ahead. You've seen some of the hours-long documentary videos that sort of try to break down the gangs in Jacksonville.
I've seen a few.
And those videos have like millions of views.
Potentially, I'm not sure how many views they have.
Okay, a lot of views. You agree with that?
I'm not sure how many views they have.
Potentially thousands of comments, a lot of comments.
I'm not sure about the comments either.
Okay. You would agree with me that part of your investigations that you sometimes go through the comments in these videos?
It depends.
On what? What would it depend on?
It depends on the video itself.
Okay. And what is an example of a video where you see information about the gang and you would not go through the comments?
Generally, it just depends on what occurs in the videos. If the comments are worthy, a lot of times the comments are just trolling, so it's kind of a waste of time to scroll through all the comments.
And how would you know if the comments are trolling unless you go through them?
Well, I don't go through all of them. I've went through them on some videos, but not all videos.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is you might start to go through them, and then if you don't see anything useful, you move on.
Yeah, depending on the video.
Okay. And that's not just for the documentary style videos, it's also for the videos where there's music videos.
Yes.
And that's also going to be for videos that are posted on social media.
Sometimes.
Or pictures or any sort of posts posted on social media.
Yeah, sometimes.
And these social media posts and YouTube videos and other information posted on the internet, in those comments are going to be people that are talking about what occurred or their opinions of those things, right?
Sometimes.
And this is stuff that's just open to the public.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So it could be people from Jacksonville commenting on this stuff.
Could be.
And I'm sure you've probably seen people from other cities or even other states commenting on this stuff.
Yeah, the usernames, I'm not real familiar where they're from.
Understood, but you wouldn't dispute me that there's no, it's not specified to Jacksonville. You don't have to be from Jacksonville to comment on this stuff, right?
That's
this is a good angle. This is a good angle she taking.
All right, and you'd agree with me that the fact that this sort of gang beef is ongoing, this is common knowledge.
I would say yes.
You'd agree with me that the fact that 1200 and ATK or 1200 and 6 Block have a beef is common knowledge.
It would depend on your definition of common knowledge. I would say that like a normal citizen of Duval County may not know about this, but if you live in the neighborhood, it's pretty common knowledge to people who live in that neighborhood or into these type of wars and gangs.
Okay, so let me take it a step back. You're saying that people in Jacksonville don't have knowledge of this?
I would venture to say that there is people in Jacksonville who do not have knowledge of this, yes.
Okay. These crimes, when they occur, these are things that are posted on the normal news, right?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And I'll just use one example. When I See You video, these videos have millions of views.
Yes.
The Who I Smoke video has millions of views.
Yes.
Right? But it's your position that just normal people in Jacksonville probably don't know about this?
Yes.
Okay.
You're not making a point for real. Everybody don't watch stuff on the internet just because it got millions of views. It probably got millions of views overseas. You don't know where the views coming from, so all right. Let me go on mute.
All right. So you would agree with me that it's common knowledge that in Jacksonville, that young Ace was shot in this 2018 town center shooting?
Once again, I would probably venture to say what the definition of common knowledge is, that not everybody in Jacksonville is going to be aware of that now.
Okay, so I'm not asking about what everyone knows. I'm asking for every person that has ever, touched foot in Jacksonville. I'm saying generally, that people who watch the news, who are on social media, who maybe listen to rap music, or who just live in Jacksonville and are concerned about the safety of their community, that in common knowledge, people are aware that these things are going on.
That shootings in Jacksonville occur, yes.
Specifically, that shootings between ATK, 1200, 6 Block are going on.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
The shooting that happened in 2018 at the town center, that was on the news.
Yes, ma'am.
That was highly publicized on the news as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the subject of the When I See You video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The one that has millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so the music videos that we watched on Direct, the ones that we just saw, those aren't the only drill music videos that exist within this amount of time, within this, let's say 2021, 2023 time period.
No, ma'am.
There are a couple others, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with a song named Dead Ops by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am. Were you speaking about number one or number two?
I was going to go to that one next. Are you familiar with Dead Ops too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You familiar with Beatbox?
By which artist?
By Julio Foolio.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with WWE by Julio Foolio?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay. The four that we mentioned before, Dead Ops 2, and Beatbox. You've watched those videos, I'm sure, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are videos that you also use to assist you in your investigation of these crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those are videos that you've reviewed and analyzed the lyrics of as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so while we're doing that, those videos are videos that you also just sort of viewed on YouTube the same way you did the other ones, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 1A through E is a composite into evidence. We're in the state's case. Are you objecting to them introducing evidence during your case in chief?
We are objecting, Your Honor, as it relates specifically to 1B and 1E for efficiency purposes. No objection as to 1A and 1B and C.
So 1A, 1B, and 1C, you agree to allow them to introduce during your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So as to the others, you said D and E, you object?
Yes, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, if this witness is not familiar, and lack of identification as to those videos, and then cumulative as the fifth video was already played in the state's case.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we're going to remove WWE, and I believe D is already in evidence, so no problem. Okay, so we're left with dead ops 1 and 2 and beatbox? Correct. Okay, so A through C. Defense Exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C will be admitted. Your Honor, I seek to publish those to the jury now. Sure. Let's start with beatbox.
Julio, you a bitch. You come out here when you drunk that shit.
Hey, what's up, yo, Ramita? STT is a flame. Trying to see, you know, we literally talking about all bitch, I'm biggest. I gotta keep, I gotta take, let's talk about all, let's talk about trip, let's talk about tip. I gotta listen, one by one, they all got blicks. I need y'all to listen, and pay attention, I'm tired of acting, I'm tired of again. I got his head, he got the sweat. I spit back and thought it was motherfuckers going to school. When I got in the summer, remember that shit in the news. I got in the top, then I said, some never was a fight, but he got lit like a light. Hey, what's up, now, again, boy, I heard, like the type of thing. Hey, I heard, never was like, he died, was like the type of thing. Hey, I didn't got in, he's in the bed, I thought I'm out. They don't die, I'm so fast, I'm still down here, they call niggas expect, to the house to the next life. You know, she was down to the fight.
They be talking all this murder and all this killing and bragging about the deaths and stuff that has occurred, and they don't got no security, and they make all this money, all this jewelry, ain't got security. They ain't got no security. They ain't got a security team. They don't got a head of security. I just don't know how you getting all this money and don't know how to secure the money. I don't know how you don't know how to secure the money.
Okay, so that was dead ops, right?
Yes, ma'am, part 1.
Part 1. And in the beginning of that video, that's Julio Foolio that's rapping the video, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is Charles Jones.
And at the beginning of the video, he gets out of the vehicle and stands over a guy with a gun and kills him in the video.
Yes.
All right, and what he has is what looks like a 9mm with a drum attached, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a 9mm, but it's a handgun.
A handgun.
Yep.
It's better. A handgun with a drum attached.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the drum, the purpose of that is to put more bullets in it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so that the handgun will shoot much more than what it would normally shoot if it didn't have that attached to it.
Correct.
Right. Now he starts at the end of the song and he says he wants to list his dead ops, right?
Yes.
And then he goes through the entirety of the song listing people that have died from the other gang. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I heard, and just tell me if I'm correct, I heard Nietzsche was one of the people that he listed.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Leaky was one of the people that he mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Busta that caught one to the face. Did you hear that?
I heard that, but I'm not sure who Busta is.
Okay. I heard a reference to the 2018 shooting about Ace being the only one to survive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is another song where he's discussing that 2018 shooting,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And this song was also published to YouTube.
Yes, it was.
Do you recall how many views this video has?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Would taking a look at the actual video on YouTube help to refresh your recollection on how many views it has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so just take a look. If you just, sorry, y'all, I didn't ask for permission to approach the witness.
I can see it. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
It
says 30 million views, and the video was posted 4 years ago.
Okay, so that's an additional 30 million views to the other almost 100 million views on When I See You and Who I Smoke, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact numbers, but that would be an additional 30 million. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're taking a look at the views on Who I Smoke and When I See You. Would that refresh your recollection as to how many views?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so this is related to When I See You.
Yes, ma'am. It says 69 million views.
69 million views. And for Who I Smoke.
57 million views.
Okay, so we have 57 million views for Who I Smoke, 69 million views for When I See You, and 30 million views for Dead Ops.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't feel like on that right now, that's definitely over 100, right?
Correct.
Over 130, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. Let's go to Dead Ops.
Yes.
Time to approach. Where we going with this? Where we going with this?
Anyway, go ahead. Play the next two videos. We need to wrap this up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
He was dissing little songs, knock his mans off. Say smoking baby, I'll knock a fan off. Pull up, start the car, you know I like to run it down.
This song was fire too, man. This track was fire though.
Big boss go, we gotta stay now. He was dissing little songs, what he saying now. They always a 50 round, knock your dread off. 50 on your head, let it bad talk. I was walking down, ain't no stand off.
No, this track was fire though.
They got shots, then they got dropped, they got popped, they got shot, fast face, hot got quarter got kicked out, they found the poles, he was riding for it, me too up the post, they knocked his ass off, till they walked his ass down, sat down, been around, Curtis spinning around, quarter got kicked out, low, got his ass found, round with an old stick, put my new big shit, call a rapper at the mall, beat him real quick, turn the lights on, we just hit the kill stuff, know the real you, know you a real bitch, lying in the scat pack, cool down, black splat, this boy the off, niche ass, real stout fat, this ain't no rapper, we dead niggas, real fat, and a man and Jamar, that's a real rapper, punch that nigga out, stand.
Yo, they look like they having so much fun. Like, I hate that this is real stuff they talking about. They look like they having so much fun. This is great.
Okay, what do you recognize?
They're at Melvin Park.
Or specifically the name of the song, sorry, I didn't ask that.
That was the Beatbox remix.
Okay. One of the videos that you mentioned that you have viewed in your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it wasn't just Julio Foolio in that video. There's someone else rapping as well, right?
Correct.
You know-
Kojak.
Kojak. And who was he connected to?
He is 6 Block.
All right. And there were other people in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was even a little boy in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you do you know who that little boy is?
No, ma'am.
You haven't identified him as a member of any sort of gang connected to this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
No, go ahead.
No, ma'am. I don't know who he is.
Okay. All right. And do you know or do you recall how many views that video has?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. We're taking it.
Yes.
Okay.
That one has 20 million.
20 million views.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're somewhere north of 150 million views at this point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last video that we mentioned that you have seen was Dead Ops 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how many views that video has?
No, ma'am. I do not.
Okay. We're taking a look at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That one's going to be 7.4 million.
7.4. So maybe 160, somewhere around there.
Yes, ma'am. Roughly.
Okay, and those aren't all the videos, right? There are other music videos as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those potentially have millions of views as well.
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. In any of the videos the ones that we saw today, and the other ones that you've viewed, Alicia Andrews isn't in any of those videos, right?
Not that I've seen.
As far as you know, she's not a rapper.
Not that I'm aware of.
As far as she's not a ghost rapper writing lyrics for any of these people, as far as you know.
The lyric part, she hasn't at least been on where you like Apple Music and stuff like that. You can see written by. Her name has not come across any of those. No, ma'am.
And that'll be my next question. First, if you've ever looked to see who was credited for this music.
Yes, ma'am.
And Alicia Andrews is not credited for any of this music.
Not that I've come across.
Okay. You also haven't heard her mentioned in any of these songs.
No, ma'am. I have not.
And I believe you already said you haven't seen her in any of the videos, right?
I have not seen her.
Okay. In the Who I Smoke video, I'm sorry, in the Game Over video.
Yes, ma'am.
Despite the fact that Young and Ace is sort of taking credit for the Julio Foolio murder, he hasn't been arrested related to this case. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
All right. I want to talk to you about the October 2023 shooting of Mr. Jones in his foot, I believe it was, right?
Okay.
So, where did that occur?
It occurred in Duval County in an area town called Paxton.
Okay. And is that one of those towns that has like a separate police department, or?
No, ma'am. Jacksonville and Duval County itself is very large. So there is separate neighborhoods that have different names throughout the city. Just for a couple examples, just so you can, like there's a town center, there's Southside, Mandarin, Paxton, Sherwood. So like there's different, each little area of town has its own little nickname.
Got it. But all those are under the jurisdiction of JSO?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as I don't believe I asked you this question, so I'm going to ask you. Even though you are assigned to ATK, it's possible that other detectives, other gang detectives, could end up assigned to like a specific investigation for ATK.
Yes, but generally how we work within our unit is if you're on call that night or that day and an incident occurs, you will respond and you'll get the preliminary information. And once I come back to work, I will then take over the role of assisting the other units as the main ATK chain of point of contact.
Got it. Okay. In this case, actually, that's exactly what happened. Detective Drabeck was on call,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So he ended up initially connecting with the Tampa Police Department in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But back to October 2023. So, would you describe yourself as like the lead detective as it relates to that shooting?
No, ma'am. Within the sheriff's office, we have different investigative units. We would be more like an intelligence unit, or we have a robbery violent crimes unit that handles robberies and violent crimes, more like shootings where people do not die. And then we have a homicide unit that handles homicides. So we assist them with intelligence and other information that we may have.
Okay. So you could end up assisting as far as giving intelligence to on a wide range of different crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So you could be helping a robbery detective, homicide detective, maybe even like a grand theft situation. You could be working on any crime as long as it's connected to a gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were actually working on this crime as well.
Yes, ma'am. I responded to that scene. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your job and your responsibility is to assist them, to give any information that you might have that could assist is to give to them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as far as what you know about that crime, you know that he was shot in the foot and that he drove himself to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that it occurred after or within hours of an ATK member being shot.
Shot and killed, yes, ma'am.
Shot and killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You still have not made an arrest in that case, the October 2023.
There's not been an arrest, no, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews was involved in that shooting?
I do not, no, ma'am.
No. She obviously, you have not made an arrest, so she was not arrested in relation to that shooting?
That would be correct.
Okay. You don't have any evidence to suggest that she knew about that shooting?
I do not.
That she was on the scene of that shooting?
I do not.
You don't have any evidence to suggest that she was aware or knew any of the people that you suspect were involved in that shooting at the time?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the evidence in this case specifically.
Okay.
You didn't draft any reports in this case, right?
Related to the homicide in itself, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you draft any other reports?
Some Duval County related incidents, yes, ma'am.
Connected to this incident?
It would be connected to Duval County cases.
Okay, not the murder in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't collect any physical evidence. Obviously, you weren't in Tampa. You were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point do you kind of step in to assist or to take over from Detective Drabeck?
We worked along together pretty much the entire case just because it was a lot of information and stuff in the back and forths. So I would say I never took it over completely. We worked alongside each other the entire time.
Okay. And if you had to put like a time on it, how long would you say you and Detective Drabeck are assisting in this case?
From the day it happened until current day.
Okay. All right. You would agree with me that one of the catalysts to this back and forth gang war is that 2018 shooting at the town center?
I would say that was a very big moment in this war, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've heard a lot about, so I just want to kind of refresh the jury's understanding. So this 2018 shooting, Young Ace is shot and survives, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
His brother, Trayvon Bullard, is also shot and actually dies in this shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
There's another gentleman named Jacoby Grover that dies.
Yes, ma'am.
And Royale Smith, that is 23, he also dies.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews is personally connected to any of these individuals that died?
That I do not.
Okay. Or to Young Ace, who survived? I would assume, but I'm going to ask that you relayed, or you and Detective Drabeck relayed your knowledge about this 2018 shooting and the origins of the gang war. You relayed that to Detective Ramos, who's the lead detective in Tampa.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Do you know a woman by the name of Aaliyah Albright?
I know of her. I don't know much about her.
Are you aware that she was on the scene the night of this shooting, the murder in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you have reviewed the video footage or surveillance in front of the hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
Right before the shooting occurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would recall that Miss Albright gets out of a vehicle and then goes inside of the hotel lobby, immediately proceed. I see you're looking at the state. Did you?
No, just look around.
Okay. She proceeded inside of the hotel lobby immediately before the shooting happened, right?
I would. The last time I saw the video was a good while ago. I would need to refresh my memory on the video.
No problem.
I'm going to object outside the scope direct.
The lawyer's just working. They supposed to argue. At this point, the lawyers, they supposed to argue. Whether they winning or losing. They supposed to go up and argue. So that's what she doing. Like, this case is done. But, because, you forget, the more they bring up all this evidence, you forget why we even here. Like, you start forgetting, like, wait, everything, cause, like, wait. Why we here again? Because she was in the car with the people setting up the dude to get killed. Oh, okay. Don't worry. We're going to get right back to that, and then she guilty again. All this other stuff is just, you got to go through the motion, because once we get to that part, she guilty.
Okay, good. So 5-minute recess again, same rule. You're under cross-examination, so you can't talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case. All right? We'll be back in 5. Okay, very good. All right, now let's bring in the jury.
Better not laugh again. Girl, you better not laugh again. Do not make her laugh.
I think you did too. So much paper up here. My biggest problem is finding what I need at any given moment, but I do have it.
She got her. She laughed.
so much paper up here. My biggest problem is finding what I need at any given moment, but I do have it.
I don't think she could help herself, bro.
Very good.
Yep.
All right.
He laughed again. God damn, I don't think she could help her goddamn self, bro. Yo, bro. Does she know she going to jail?
Okay, very good. You may proceed attempting to lay the predicate. Go ahead.
Yes. Alrighty, good afternoon again, Detective Peter.
Yes, ma'am.
I was asking you before that at some point in your investigation, during this case or in another, you became aware of a woman named Leah Albright.
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that she was on the scene the night of the murder.
Yes.
Specifically, that she was a part of the group of people that Julio Foolio was with the night of the murder.
Yes.
Right, and you reviewed the video surveillance that shows her entering into the hotel.
I have.
Okay.
They trying to imply that that girl might have been the one to set up Julio and not Alicia? Is that what they're going with right now?
And for the record, what are you getting ready to show this witness? What is this?
That's what he just testified to.
I know. Does it have an exhibit number for the record?
Yes, sure, Your Honor. It's exhibit 22B.
Okay, very good.
22B6.
All right, so I guess you're supposed to be looking.
I'm gonna go try to make this see exactly where it is. I have a little pointer I'm going to try to use.
Okay.
If it works. It doesn't. Okay, so I want to direct your attention to the vehicle, the people getting out of the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you recognize one of those individuals as Miss Lee Albright?
I believe that's her in the pink. I'm not 100%, but I believe that is her.
All right, and what do you see her doing at this point?
She's following a young man named Tampa McCrae into the hotel.
And as far as your understanding of this video, this happens prior to the shooting.
Yes.
All right, and in your recollection of what occurs in this video, I can play it if you need me to. Miss Albright doesn't come back out before the shooting occurs, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you do know that she was not shot in this incident, right?
I don't think so. I don't know the answer to that either.
Okay, but you have seen this video in its entirety?
I have.
Okay.
Okay, what's your next question?
All right. You mentioned earlier, we spoke at this point about the 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the individuals involved in that shooting is going to be this gentleman right here, Trayvon Bullitt, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's
also
one
known
of the
as
deceased.
Quan.
Yes, ma'am. He's
Or
deceased.
He is deceased. He died in that 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the person that you placed him next to in this chart, this is his brother.
Correct.
Correct? Same last name?
Yes.
Same mother, as far as you know.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, brothers, nonetheless.
Yes.
Were you aware that Miss Albright, in that video, entering in the hotel right before the shooting, that she was dating Mr. Trayvon Bullitt, aka Quan, at the time of his death in 2018?
I'm aware of them dating. I didn't know about the time of his death. I'm not sure about that answer.
Is that information? But you were aware that they were dating.
At some point in their lives, yes.
All right. Is that information that you provided to Detective Ramos in Tampa?
I'm not sure if I provided it, but I believe it was provided at some point.
Okay. And in your assistance in this investigation, is that a lead or an investigative tool that you ever used? Did you ever investigate Ms. Albright related to any connection to this murder?
Me, I did not. I was not in charge of investigating this homicide.
Okay. But you are the expert on ATK.
Yes.
And as far as you know, is there any other detective that investigated her potential role, if any, in this murder at all?
In this murder, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Wow. That's what she's doing. She's definitely taking.
You're familiar with a gentleman by the name of J. Dot?
Can you elaborate more? There's multiple.
There are multiples. Jacory Rivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nickname or street name or rap name, J. Dot.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Through your investigation in this case, in this particular murder, did you learn that J. Dot apparently may have sent Mr. Isaiah Chance money to pay for an Airbnb in this case?
Yes, I did learn that.
All right. Was he arrested in relation to this case?
Not to my understanding.
Is he a member of 1200 as far as you know?
I don't think he's a member status. That would be a better question for Detective Griffin.
Okay. Understood. In your investigation in this case or in any other case, have you ever come across... One second, Your Honor.
Okay. I believe.
Have you ever come across a young woman by the name of Kyla Enright?
I believe. I don't recall her name, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask maybe frame it a little bit better.
Okay.
Did you review any of the information that was taken from the iClouds of the suspects in this case?
Very limited.
Did you review any information from the iCloud of Mr. Sean Gabright?
No.
None.
None.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about what occurred after the murder in this case. Is it your understanding, based on information that you received, that after this murder, that Mr. Isaiah Chance and Mr. Rashad Murphy made posts on social media sort of celebrating this murder?
Yes.
And specifically made posts of, not a football girl, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick?
Yes.
Right? As a sort of celebration to successfully having committed this murder? Is that your understanding?
My understanding, yes. Brady and Belichick are, in the football world, are considered to go to be like the greatest of all time.
Right. And that's not something that's uncommon. That's done often, right?
What's that?
Celebratory posts, if you will.
Correct.
On social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's
right.
That's not uncommon.
Okay, and that's outside of the music, right? This is just like a Instagram story or some sort of post on social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And this will be done specifically by the ops?
Yeah. Most times. or just somebody who didn't like them. And that might not necessarily be their op, or it's just somebody who is what would be considered trolling that group or that person.
All right. And in your investigation of this case, have you seen any posts? Do you have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews ever posted anything celebrating the death of Julio Foolio?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And not as a potential op or someone trolling or in any way. You've never seen any posts to suggest that she celebrated this death after it occurred?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, at some point, you actually have contact with Ms. Andrews. You speak with her in an interrogation or an interview, right?
Yes.
Right. And during that interview, when you spoke with her, you asked her about her tattoos, right?
Yes.
You asked her about whether she had any tattoos related to Isaiah Chance or Gutterman.
Yes.
And she actually opened her blouse to get ready to show you those tattoos, right?
Yes.
And you had to stop her because you didn't know what she was showing you.
Correct.
So she wasn't hiding her tattoos from you.
No, she showed him when asked.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about, it's going to sound a little vague, but subliminal language in general in relation to gangs.
Okay.
Is that something that you see kind of often, that they will use language maybe to try to avoid people knowing what they're talking about?
No, I wouldn't say it's too often, but they do use it.
Now I want to ask a very specific question. Subliminal language in, for example, jail calls.
Okay.
Right? Is that something you see common or often?
Yes, ma'am. They try to get their point across without law enforcement understanding.
Right. And the goal of that is so you don't know what they're saying.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're not being explicit. They're not telling you their plans or anything like that, right?
No, ma'am.
They'll be using like code words or symbols of some sort to.
Yeah, well, whatever they have created that they both people on each side of the lines understand.
Right. And when you are listening to a jail call, it's going to be on recording, right? Like it's a jump drive or a CD that you might have.
For us in Duval County, we have access to the system, so we listen to them once they are recorded. They are uploaded to like a website under the name.
Got it. Okay. And the bigger point is, with your access to these calls, you have the ability to go back, record, rewind, replay to decipher what is being said, right?
Correct.
So you're not in a situation where it's being said once in passing and you don't have the opportunity to hear it again.
Yeah,
That's not your situation.
Yeah, no, that's not our situation.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me that there are a lot of unsolved murders and crimes related to this gang in Jacksonville, these gang issues in Jacksonville?
Yes, I would say that's a fact.
All right. And the cases that are solved, you sort of track those as a part of your investigation.
Yes.
Like you keep up with who's been, convicted or who's going to trial, who's off the street, who was let back out on the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware of someone by the name of Queso. You mentioned it before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Queso, as far as you know, is a member of ATK?
He is.
Right. And you listen to many of Young and Ace's songs that mention Queso.
Yes.
You're familiar with the lyric in one of Young and Ace's songs where he says that he dropped $50K on Queso's lawyers?
I don't know the exact song that you're speaking of.
But you're aware that Young and Ace or ATK has paid for Queso's attorneys?
Allegedly. I don't know if that's the truth or not.
Okay. You're not aware, allegedly or in fact, that Young and Ace or anyone associated with ATK paid myself or anyone sitting at that defense table?
Your Honor, improper false speculation.
You can answer.
That would be between you and y'all and Young and Ace. I have no idea.
I'm asking you. If you
I have no idea.
Okay. You don't know?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right. So we talked a lot about the way that the gangs are disrespectful to each other in music and back and forth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there are also some instances where the members of the gangs will communicate in a almost not threatening way on social media.
I've seen that. Yes, ma'am.
For example, on Twitter Spaces.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is a new thing where you can kind of like, it's just a room where people
It's like a
talk.
chat room.
Right, like a chat room. So you've seen that before, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you've seen it between members of ATK or 1200 and 6 Block.
I have.
All right. One second, Your Honor. Okay. This case. Okay. Outside of the allegations in this case, you've never investigated Alicia Andrews in connection with any crime connected to ATK.
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in connection to any crime connected to 1200.
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in any crime.
Overrule, what's your next question?
Well, I guess 2 other gangs that I was going to list, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In connection to 6 Block.
No, ma'am.
In connection to, I guess, what we consider Out East.
No, ma'am.
And in connection to any other gang in Jacksonville.
No, ma'am.
Right. Outside of the accusations in this case, her name has never come up as a person of interest in relation to any of these gangs or the crimes that are connected to these gangs. I know you should keep looking at the state when I ask you questions.
Other than
Yeah, so you can answer the question.
other than this one, no. Other than this crime, no, I haven't.
Okay. You're not aware of any close or intimate relation or connection that Alicia Andrews has to anyone that was murdered in this gang war?
Murdered? No, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that Alicia Andrews had any personal or close connection to any of the people that are mentioned in these music videos that we have watched?
Not the ones we've watched, no.
Any ones that we haven't watched?
Yeah, I would say there's a wide variety of them out there. I would say she has connections to ones we haven't watched.
And let me be specific. I don't mean her boyfriend Isaiah Chance. So I'm asking if you're aware of any sort of personal, intimate relationship that Alicia Andrews has to any person that has been murdered and mentioned in any of these videos.
No, ma'am, not murdered.
All right. Other than the fact that she was dating Isaiah Chance. Strike that question. You don't have any evidence that Mr. Chance has ever given her any sort of information that's not just public knowledge about this gang war?
Judging false speculation.
If you know what the defendant has ever told Isaiah Chance, go ahead and answer if you know.
I do not know.
In your work on these cases throughout Jacksonville, these gang cases, you've never discovered any motive for Alicia Andrews to want Julio Foolio to die?
No, ma'am.
All right. And other than Alicia Andrews being the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, you don't have any evidence to suggest that she's somehow connected to gang activity at all.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Detective Peter, have you made arrests for homicide? I'm sorry, excuse me. Have you made arrests for homicide or conspiracy to commit murder in Jacksonville in your time in the gang unit or before that from individuals that were related to these gangs that were not paid for defenses by Young and Ace?
Me personally, I've not been the affiant or like the author of any of homicide reports, but I've been involved in them, yes.
And have you had any cases where there was some paid for defense team by Young and Ace that you can establish proof of?
I'm not aware of who pays for defense attorneys.
Is that whoever's going to pay for an ultimate defense attorney, does that even have any part of your consideration regarding your investigation?
No, ma'am.
You were asked in relation to whether Miss Andrews has a close personal connection or relationship with anyone from these videos that had been murdered. How about people from these videos that have not been murdered and are still alive?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the cell phone extractions or the data that's been collected from Miss Andrews' device?
Not the thing entirely, but I viewed some of it.
So some of the extraction pages or packets of information?
Yes, ma'am.
Some of the chats that were extracted from her device?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the extractions from her device, is it apparent that she has knowledge of who Robert Howard is?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Robert Howard Kenny Capps?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Howard present at the scene of the homicide of Charles Jones in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Robert Howard convicted for the homicide of the co-defendant's brother, Rashad Murphy, convicted for his homicide, Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When did that homicide occur? What year?
I'm not sure the exact year, but I know the facts of that case.
How did Spaz die?
He was at a Rains High School football game where he was shot and killed by Robert Howard and Adrian Gaynor, which is Bibby. Robert Howard ultimately served 5 years for it and was on probation at the time of this incident.
Based on your review of the cell phone extractions from Ms. Andrews' device, or at least a portion of those, are you able to also make a connection that Bibby is mentioned in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about ATK Keese? That's a member of a gang that's different from 1200. Was ATK Keese referenced in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to the estimate just referenced in that device.
Whose device?
Was there evidence in Ms. Andrews' phone of her communications with ATK Keese and direct messaging in the Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there screenshots of those communications between this defendant and ATK Keese in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about screenshots of messages from that extraction between this defendant and 6 Block member K Shorty?
Yes, there was.
And is that the same K Shorty that you previously described had some kind of falling out or split off from 6 Block and is now We All We Got, YAWG?
WAWG. That is the same case, Shorty. His name is Shorty.
No, the door was open. No.
She know everything, man. She know what's going on.
No, I've ruled. No, the door's been opened.
I'm just not related to where you open.
I just am ruling the door's been opened. Okay? No, you may proceed.
You indicated that your involvement in this particular case was attempting to share information about the gangs from Jacksonville to the Tampa officers. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have communications directly with Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was there another member of your unit that was actually providing or acting as the lead for the Jacksonville portion of assisting Tampa Police Department in this case?
That would have been Detective Drabeck.
So in your role, did you provide Detective Drabeck some assistance with providing whatever information you could from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that the homicide at the Rains High School was of Spaz. Do you know the real name of Spaz?
Joe Rod Adams.
And the relationship to Spaz and the co-defendants in this case, Rashad Murphy specifically, what is that relationship?
It's either his brother or cousin, I'm not sure.
Overruled. What was the answer?
It's either brother. It's a close family. It's either brother or cousin. I don't know for sure.
Is that the same for Davion Murphy?
Yes.
Would the lead detective who investigates 1200, Craig Griffin, have a better idea of the relationship between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you are providing information as you can as to what posts you believe were relevant from social media, and again, the information is history, as far as history is concerned from these Jacksonville gangs. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether you had the opportunity to speak with Alicia Andrews in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that occur after her initial interview with law enforcement as it relates to her relationship to this homicide with Detective Ramos?
I'm not sure when Detective Ramos spoke to her. I can just recall myself and Detective Drabeck speaking with her.
And do you have an independent recollection of the interview that you had with her?
I wouldn't be able to tell you everything that happened in there.
Was it a formal interview?
I don't believe so. I'm sorry, but like formal, like I believe we Mirandized her and read her rights and spoke with her as she was under arrest or like being lawfully detained.
You were asked whether Alicia Andrews has any relationship to the attempted murder case that happened in 2023 of Charles Jones.
Yes, ma'am, I was asked.
You specifically were asked whether she had a relationship to anyone who had been linked to that offense.
Yes.
Objection on mischaracterization of testimony and the questions asked by defense.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you have an opportunity to review that investigation and ultimately you responded to that scene?
I did, yes.
Did you develop potential suspects for that offense?
We did, based on the evidence that was recovered and tested.
And were there ballistics evidence recovered in this case that linked back to the individuals that you suspected had committed that offense?
There was. On the scene there, we recovered spent shell casings. Those shell casings were sent off to a lab and were tested through our NIBIN technology.
Objection, you say.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I don't think the results of the testing have come in, correct?
They've not come into evidence, but they were already mentioned by the defense in the opening statement, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that, but the results of the testing has not come in yet.
Yes, Your Honor. Just speaking about your investigation and the links of those persons. I understand it's an unusual question to ask you about who you suspected may have committed those offenses, but based on the questions you were asked by the defense, did you develop a suspect in the attempted murder of Charles Jones from October 2023?
Yes.
Objection.
And
Go ahead.
Do those persons have a specific relationship to this defendant, Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Are they her co-defendants?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I asked for recall based on not to argue on my objections, but I need to dig it out before it's released.
Denied. Okay, may this witness be excused? Subject to recall? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, you're free to go, subject to being recalled.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure whoever will let you know. They're going to recall you.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Your Honor, the state's calling Dr. Ryan McCormick.
Go.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Okay, have a seat, and I'm going to read the step now, correct, Mr. Harmon? Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are stipulation to identity. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant, Alicia Latoya Andrews, and the state of Florida, that Charles Jones, the person named in count 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause, was found deceased on June 23rd of 2024 at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. An autopsy examination was performed on the body of Charles Jones on June 23rd, 2024 by Dr. Noah Riley, D.O. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons herein alleged, dated this 27th day of October 2025. And then the stipulation is signed by Mr. Harmon, Assistant State Attorney, Jeremy McClymont as attorney for the defendant, and the defendant herself, Ms. Andrews. All right, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
Ryan McCormick.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yes, McCormick.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate medical examiner at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office here in Tampa, Florida.
And what do you do there?
Okay.
So my job as an associate medical examiner is to perform autopsies and to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
I've worked for Hillsborough County for just over 6 years.
Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
Yes, so I received my undergraduate degree in microbiology from the University of California, Davis. I then attended medical school and received my medical doctorate from Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Afterwards, I went to residency for anatomic and clinical pathology over at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. At the end of my anatomic and clinical pathology residency, I took my board examinations in both anatomic and clinical pathology and passed those. The board exams are really just multi-day exams to show you're competent to go out and practice on your own. At the end of my residency, I then started a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia. And at the end of that 1 year, I then went ahead and I took my board exam in forensic pathology and passed that exam as well.
So are you now board certified in certain areas of pathology?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Doctor, how many autopsy examinations have you performed in your career?
I've performed approximately anywhere from 2,000 to 2,200 autopsies.
And have many of those involved gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Do you have an approximate number out of the more than 2,000 autopsies?
I typically do anywhere from 20 to 30 homicides a year, which are typically gunshot wounds. Probably like three quarters of those are gunshot wounds. And then I supervise trainees, essentially, who are doing autopsies on gunshot wounds. And then suicidal gunshot wounds, I've probably done a few hundred in my career. So I've seen quite a bit.
Is the medical examiner's office here in Hillsborough County, is it related in some fashion as a teaching institution to the University of South Florida's medical school?
Yes.
How so?
So the medical examiner's office here, we teach resident physicians how to perform autopsies. We also teach fellows who have completed their residency how to be forensic pathologists and how to perform the job duties of a medical examiner.
And they get on-the-job training at the medical examiner's office here?
Yes, correct.
Can you tell the jurors, as far as medicine, the area of forensic pathology, what that deals with?
Yes, so forensic pathology is the study of natural disease and trauma and how either the disease or trauma causes or contributes to someone's death.
Doctor, have you testified previous to today as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and medicine?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times.
In what jurisdictions?
Both here in Hillsborough County and in Fulton County in Georgia.
The term cause of death, what does that term mean?
So the cause of death is defined as the initial disease process or injury process that starts the chain of events that leads to a person's death.
And the term manner of death?
So manner of death is a statistical classification scheme that medical examiners use. It's a medical classification scheme that kind of synthesizes all the data that we have from autopsy, from toxicology testing, from circumstances, and we try to fit deaths into these categories for statistical purposes.
What are the other manners of death other than homicide?
Besides homicide, there are natural manners of death, which are things like cancer or high blood pressure. We have accidental manners of death, which are things like car accidents, drug overdoses. We have suicide as a manner of death, which would be self-inflicted injury that led to a person's death. And then we have an undetermined category where we, after all of our investigation, we can't really determine or place it into one of those categories neatly, so we consider them undetermined.
Okay, so I'm going to draw your attention to this case, the case involving a decedent by the name of Charles Jones. Was Mr. Jones' body transported at some point to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was there an autopsy performed on his body?
Yes, there was.
All right. And was that by associate medical examiner Dr. Noah Riley?
Yes, correct.
Excuse me, okay. And Dr. Riley, is he an associate medical examiner like you are?
Yes, he is.
At the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, he is.
All right. And due to his unavailability to come in and testify at this trial, were you assigned by the chief medical examiner, or did you agree to review this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to talk to you about that, but did you agree to review items in this case to come to your own conclusions as to cause and manner of death?
Yes, I did.
And is that a common practice in forensic pathology and here at the medical examiner's office in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
When fellows that come in from the University of South Florida and they perform autopsies and render cause and manner of death, frequently they will take jobs in other locations throughout the United States?
Yes, that's correct.
And in those situations, normally do you and other doctors who have permanent positions here at the medical examiner's office, do you also substitute testify in those cases?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Is there ultimately, when a autopsy examination is performed, is there ultimately a report of diagnosis and autopsy on that decedent that is generated by the examining doctor?
Yes, there is.
And is the examination of the decedent in the autopsy procedure, is it commonly photographed or documented in a photographic manner by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, throughout the autopsy process, really throughout from the time the body gets to our office to the time we complete the exam, we're doing digital photography.
So in this case, we're dealing with Hillsborough County Medical Examiner Department file number 2405732 involving Charles Jones. That number, that file number, is that unique to him and to his file in your office?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Dr. Riley did, in fact, generate a diagnosis and autopsy report on Charles Jones?
Yes, he did.
Does that report follow a certain format that is generally followed at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that report?
I did. As part of my review, I reviewed the autopsy report, yes.
Did the autopsy report include anatomical drawings by Dr. Riley where he was describing, by drawing these and indicating where injuries occurred?
Are you referring to like the body diagram?
The body diagrams, yes.
Yes, so the case file did have the body diagrams within them, yes.
And did you review all of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
When the body is brought into the medical examiner's office, is it prepped in some form or fashion for autopsy?
Yes, we initially prep the body when it comes in. Before we unzip the body, we will actually perform an x-ray just to get an idea of what's inside prior to opening. Once we open it, we then take photos of the decedent and how they are. And then from there, we continue to process by undressing the body, removing any kind of, sometimes at scenes for homicides, we'll bag hands to preserve evidence. So we'll remove those bags and we'll photograph the hands as they are. We'll take fingernail clippings, we'll take head hair to preserve for evidence possibly in the future. And then we will usually remove him from the body bag, usually remove the person from the body bag and re-x-ray them prior to starting our external examination.
Is the body washed in its preparation process?
It is eventually, but typically what will happen is we'll do what we call the external examination first. So we'll go through and look head to toe and pretty much perform a physical exam documenting natural disease findings, trauma, physical identifying features. And then once we've significantly done that and photographed those things, then we would wash the body.
Okay. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So in the that external examination, would you document things such as tattoos and scars, things like that, surgical scars?
Yes.
And would you make observations of any external injuries, such as a gunshot wound that may have an external component?
Yes.
Okay. Is the body weighed and measured?
Yes, it is.
In this case, do you recall what Mr. Jones' height and weight were at autopsy?
He was 6'2" and 135 pounds.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he just describe a crackhead? Hold on, let me rewind, because I don't think that these numbers go together. What he said?
Weight were at autopsy?
He was 6'2" and 135 pounds.
Bro, that's what is that real? Did he say 6'2", 135 pounds? I don't even know how he survived the leg shot the first time. 6'2", like height to weight ratio is boy. That man gotta you gotta be like, bro. My goodness.
Height and weighed and measured.
Yes, it is.
In this case, do you recall what Mr. Jones' height and weight were at autopsy?
He was 6'2" and 135 pounds.
Okay. Does the file, the medical examiner's file, also contain a death investigator report of scene investigation?
If there's a scene response, then yes, it will have a scene report or some kind of documentation of the scene findings.
In this case, was there a death investigator report of scene investigation?
Yes, there was.
And did you review that?
I did, yes.
So one of the forensic investigators with your office responded to this scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And when the body is transported from the scene, is the body typically placed on a sterile cloth or blanket of some type?
So typically when the body is examined at the scene, it is placed on a brand new kind of white blanket just to preserve any kind of evidence that may fall off the body while they're examining it on scene. And then they'll take the sheet with the body and put it in a brand new body bag and seal the body bag for transport to our office.
Okay. And there's some agency that the medical examiner's office contracts with that brings the body to the medical examiner's office from the scene?
Yes, correct.
In this case, when Mr. Jones' body was brought in and he was removed from the body bag, was there some object that was found in the body bag that had come off of the body?
So there was a fragment of a projectile found within the body bag when they initially were processing.
Okay. And was that ultimately collected by Dr. Riley? And I'll get to that in a little bit, but was it ultimately collected and packaged in some way?
Yes.
Based on your review, Dr. McCormick, have you come to an opinion as to Charles Jones? Well, let me rephrase that. Have you come to an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' cause of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
His cause of death is gunshot wounds to the torso.
And have you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
Now, the external examination that we talked about, was that documented in Dr. Riley's report?
Yes, it was.
And is there an evidence of injury section where wounds to the body may be documented?
Yes.
Now, in this case, did Dr. Riley document several gunshot wounds to Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
And is there past that, is there an internal examination section of the report?
Yes, there is.
And in the internal exam section of the report, did Dr. Riley document his findings and observations of his internal examination of Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
Now, would that include examination of things such as body cavities, the head, the neck, the cardiovascular system, the pulmonary system, internal organs such as the liver, the gallbladder, the pancreas, the spleen, the lymphatic system, and other systems and sections of the human body?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is one of those sections referred to as the musculoskeletal section?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I want to start under the evidence of injury section of the report dealing with a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. And I'll ask, first of all, did Dr. Riley label that in some form or fashion?
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay. And did he label it as, I believe, wound A?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. And is that label there for any reason other than just documenting and distinguishing that wound from others?
Yeah, I think it's just for ease of understanding which wound he's referring to.
Okay. All right. So these letters, as we walk through this, they're not there sequencing the wounds as they were inflicted in time or anything like that?
Correct. Usually when we label wounds, it doesn't indicate severity or order of injury.
As part of that wound, was there an entrance wound on the upper right chest?
Yes, there was.
And was there any exit wound associated with that gunshot wound?
No, there was not.
Do you have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Weebly Tender states 32A is an alpha through triple W is in whiskey.
Any objection? Anything more specific? Okay, admitted.
Publishing states 32A, and I'm just looking, you can look over your left shoulder there, doctor. Do we see the wound on the right side of Mr. Jones' chest?
Yes.
And is it right here where my finger's pointing?
Yes, correct.
Now, we see another wound that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit later, this wound on the upper right arm. Do you believe that these two wounds are associated in some form or fashion?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury?
So the general, so first off, the wound on the right arm that you see in the exhibit is superficial. It's what we consider a graze wound, and so it doesn't actually enter into the right arm itself. And if you just from this picture can kind of see that it's kind of in a line with the entrance wound on the chest. So my opinion is that it's likely the same projectile or bullet that caused this injury pathway. So it grazes the right arm and then enters the right chest.
Okay. Can you tell us what internal structures in the body that projectile passes through during the infliction of this wound to the right chest?
So the injuries sustained to his chest included pretty much defects or perforations of the lungs, the heart, and the aorta.
Now, there's a documentation about a right second intercostal space where the bullet core and the jacket separated. First of all, the right second intercostal space, is that related to the rib cage?
Yeah, so the intercostal muscles are the muscles between your ribs.
Okay, the muscles between the ribs. So
Yes.
there is musculature there on the rib cage.
Yes, that's correct.
Bullet cores and jackets separating, is that an uncommon event?
It's not common, but we see it.
Okay. See it enough to where you recognize it when you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the jacket portion of this projectile embeds in pectoral musculature somewhere in the body, is that right?
Yes, so it actually is pretty much gets caught in the right chest muscle, the right pectoral muscle.
And then the core continues to course through the body after that?
Yes, it continues on, and it's found later on the left side of the chest.
Now, you indicated that core passed through, I guess, the upper lobe of the right lung, the aorta, the heart. And I believe you said the lower part of the left lung?
I just said the lungs, but yes, I believe Dr. Riley documented it as the left, or the lower lobe of the left lung.
Okay. Was there also some type of injury to the pericardial sac?
Yes, there would be holes in the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac is pretty much this fibrous tissue or the tissue that surrounds your heart. And in this case, it had defects in it consistent with within the wound path.
And then it ends up in the musculature of the lateral left chest?
Yes.
Let me ask you, first of all, would this wound have been fatal?
Yes.
The aorta, for those of us who don't know, what is that structure? What is its function within the human body?
So the aorta is like the main pipe that takes all your blood to all your other organs to every other part of your body. So it comes off of the top of the heart, and it's pretty much responsible for making sure that blood gets everywhere inside of you.
Is it a pretty large artery?
Yes.
Were there associated injuries to this wound, such as hemothorax?
Yes.
And hemothorax, what does that term mean?
Hemothorax, so hemo just means blood, and obviously thorax is chest. So really it's blood within the chest cavities. So you have some really minuscule space between your lung and the inside of your chest wall, and fluids can accumulate there. So there's a buildup of blood in those spaces.
Okay. Was there a documented amount of 700 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the right pleural cavity?
Yes.
What is the right pleural cavity?
Again, this is the right. The pleural cavity is the space between the lung and the chest wall.
Okay. And then there was a left hemothorax consisting of 1,100 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, so the same area on the left side of the body?
Correct.
And then another 50 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the pericardial sac, which you've already told us is a sac that it surrounds the heart.
Yes, correct.
So we're talking about almost 2 liters of blood just in this wound.
Yes.
Is that a significant amount of blood and bleeding?
Yes, that is.
What is the total volume in an average adult male?
The average adult male can have anywhere from 4 to 5 liters of blood.
Was the separated jacket and bullet core, were they recovered?
Yes, they were.
And were they photographed?
Yes, they were.
And were they sealed into appropriately labeled envelopes?
Yes.
So those would have been available for law enforcement to come and pick up?
Yes, so anytime we collect evidence such as bullet fragments, we tend to photograph them with the package that we label, and then we place them inside, seal them, and then we will turn them over to law enforcement at the completion of the autopsy.
So I'm going to publish stage 32C, and this is just another view of this wound, this grazing wound to the upper right arm, and then the wound to the upper right chest. So the grazing wound, is that going to affect any structures other than the skin and the subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin?
No.
Okay, so that's just kind of going straight across the skin?
Yes.
All right. And, all right, let me move on then. Oh, with this wound, the way it entered the body and its direction, were you able to determine or, based on your review, the direction of that wound track?
Yes, I was.
And what was the direction of the wound track?
So when we give trajectories, just to understand this, is we don't know what position the person is in when they have these wounds inflicted, right? We move around a lot, we're flexible, and since we can't tell based off the wound track, we have to go by what we call the standard anatomic position. So standard anatomic position is standing upright with your arms extended by your side, your palms forward. So in relation to the standard anatomic position, this bullet path was right to left, front to back, and downwards.
Moving on to a wound that is labeled as B, as in Bravo. Was this a gunshot wound now on the opposite side of the body, the thoracic, lower left back?
Yes, this was a gunshot wound to the back.
All right.
On the left side of the back.
Publishing stage 32E. Is that wound reflected here in this photograph, at least the external portion of the wound?
Yes.
Okay. And we have these two wounds that I'm pointing out on the lower left back. Were both of those gunshot wounds?
Yes, the wounds that are labeled 3 and 4 were both entrance gunshot wounds.
Okay. And one of these is the B wound that we're talking about?
I believe it was number 3 was the B wound,
okay.
Or what Dr. Riley had distinguished as B.
All right, so the one that is, for lack of a better way of describing it, above the number 4 wound.
Yes.
That is an entrance wound. Is there an exit wound component to that gunshot wound?
No.
Were there any exit wounds in any of these wounds?
No.
So this wound, what part of the body, what anatomic structures did the projectile pass through?
So this wound passes through the left kidney, it passes through the diaphragm, which is your muscle that helps you breathe, and it passes through the left lung.
Is this a fatal wound?
Yes, it can be.
Now, the diaphragm, is that an important structure as far as its function and it being injured? Does it have an effect on the body when it's injured like this?
Yes, it would compromise to some degree your ability to breathe.
Does the diaphragm, does it assist or does it work with the lungs in breathing?
Yeah, so the purpose of the diaphragm is as it's a muscle, and as it contracts and relaxes, it actually allows air to enter your lungs and then pushes air out.
And in this wound, was there a projectile that was recovered?
I believe there were fragments recovered from this within the left pleural cavity.
A deformed jacketed bullet and a bullet core fragment were recovered?
Yes,
Okay.
that sounds correct, yes.
And that would have been in the left pleural cavity, which you've already described, the space between the lung and the chest wall?
Yes, correct.
And the left kidney, respectively, I believe. Were those projectiles also appropriately sealed into appropriately labeled envelopes?
Yes, they were.
What was the direction of that wound track?
So again, in relation to standard anatomic position, this wound track traveled from back to front. It traveled, I believe it was from right to left and upward.
Right.
I'm sorry, left to right and upward.
Left to right and upward.
Yes, left to right and upward.
So it's on an upward trajectory.
Yes, it was pretty steeply upward.
All right. And let's move on to the wound below that, number 4, which is labeled C in the report. Is that also an entrance gunshot wound we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
And is there, well, you've already told us there's no exit wounds in this autopsy. Okay. Did this wound, was the wound track similar to the one in the B wound or the number 3 wound?
Similar.
As far as its direction?
Yes, in terms of directionality, it was the same.
Okay. What internal structures were affected by that wound?
It only struck the left kidney.
Okay. So Mr. Jones suffered 2 gunshot wounds to his left kidney?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the projectile or projectiles that caused that wound collected by Dr. Riley?
Yes, there were fragments that were collected by Dr. Riley in that wound.
And did he follow the same process of placing them into a sealed envelope and marking it appropriately?
Yes.
Okay. With both of these wounds, were there associated bleeding, I guess, or associated wounds?
So yes, with the with gunshot wound labeled number 3 on here on this photograph, it probably has some bleeding within that left pleural space. I don't recall him mentioning blood within the abdominal space, but there would be some kind of soft tissue hemorrhage. There was, based off the picture, some hemorrhage around these injuries. And you indicated that the wound track or the wound direction in number 4 or label C within the report wound, which is below the number 3 or B, that it had a similar direction. Yes, it was back to front, left to right, and upwards as well. Okay. So I want to ask, with these wounds to both the chest, the trajectory of the wound through the chest and the A wound, and then this B and C wound on the victim's back, I want to ask you if those wounds would be consistent with having been caused while the victim was seated in a car by shooters in front of the car, while the victim was both turning to avoid the gunfire and then trying to turn his back to the shooters and crawl through the front 2 seats into the back seat. Yes, they could be consistent with that. Especially the fact that he would be bent over. Would that, in your opinion, would that account for this upward trajectory, or could it, through his body? Yes.
Was wound number, wound labeled C, the second wound in the back that we talked about, which is number 4 in that photograph, was that a fatal wound?
So it wasn't immediately fatal. There's a lot of variables with that injury. It depends on how much he bleeds from his kidney and how long it would take him to get care. He could survive from that wound, but he could also succumb to it too. It would be really hard to determine.
Okay. These wounds to the back and to the front of Mr. Jones' body, how long would it take after infliction of these wounds, especially if they happen in rapid succession, to cause death?
It would only take seconds with the amount of blood loss that he had or he sustained.
Okay. And could he have lost consciousness in seconds?
Yes.
With these types of wounds, what is the actual, you've talked about gunshot wounds being the cause of death, what is the actual mechanism of death?
So mechanistically, there are two things at play here. One is blood loss. So if you don't have enough blood in your vessels, you can't maintain your blood pressure, and you can't get blood up to your brain or to your heart. And then the fact that the one bullet in his chest passed through his heart muscle, it caused structural damage to the heart, and so you're going to be more prone to having an abnormal heartbeat. So both are, combine that with the blood loss and him not getting enough blood to his heart, you can have both of these mechanisms happening at once.
So I'm going to walk you around the victim's body with photographs, and I'm going back to 32E. There was another wound here at number 2, and states 32F, just more of a close-up of it, states 32G, more of a close-up. Is that wound something that is consistent with being caused by shrapnel?
Yes, it is.
And were there other wounds on his body that were consistent with having been caused by shrapnel?
Yes, there were.
States 32P is in Peter. This incised wound to the victim, that's his left elbow, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, and this would be the anterior or the outside of his arm?
This would be the outside of his arm, yes.
Okay. Is that a wound that is consistent with having been caused by shrapnel?
Yes, it could be consistent with that.
States 32Q, just a close-up of it. States 32S. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is the this photograph shows the outside of his Mr. Jones' right ankle or lower leg.
What kind of wounds are those?
These are what we would consider as abrasions or superficial defects, possible lacerations. They would be consistent with shrapnel as well, or some kind of projectile fragment hitting his body.
32T, just a close-up. Back out. And then above those two wounds, we see this little wound up here. Is that another injury that would be consistent with shrapnel?
Yes.
And that's seen in 32V in close-up. V is in Victor.
Yes.
States 32X. There was an injury to the victim's right hand, right here, the palm side of the hand. What type of injury is that?
This again looks like an abrasion to his hand.
Okay, 32Y. Just a close-up of that. Something else that could have been caused by shrapnel?
Yes.
These shrapnel wounds, would they be consistent with both projectile shrapnel and intermediate barrier shrapnel, such as automotive glass?
Yes, they can be from automotive glass, from the bullet itself, or the projectile itself, or even from plastic or any other material.
States 32AA, just a photograph of the item that was located in the sheet within the body bag with the body?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you some photographs of Mr. Jones' clothing. 32K is in kilo, double K. Sock from his leg. Would this be consistent with those two abrasions on his lower right ankle? The shrapnel coming through the cloth and causing those injuries?
Yes, so these could be consistent with those injuries.
When a person suffers either shrapnel or gunshot wounds in their clothes, is it not uncommon to find defects in their clothing?
No, it's not uncommon.
States 32 double B. We see a hole here with the blue background and another one up here. Again, defects in the clothing where the bullet may have passed through the clothing?
Correct.
In the musculoskeletal section of the internal exam, did Dr. Riley notate that he had recovered a projectile from the victim's lower leg?
Yes, correct.
And I think he described it as a remote injury?
Yes, that's correct.
Would that be consistent with a shooting event that had occurred 9 months earlier where something or a projectile had been lodged in the victim's leg and left there?
Yes, there was, from the photographs, there was significant scar tissue around this fragment of projectile, which indicates to us that it's been there for some period of time.
States 32, L is in Lima, L. We see the victim's lower leg having been entered during the autopsy. We see this grayish area here. Is that the projectile?
Yes, correct.
And so that's deep in that muscles of his lower leg. Is that correct?
Yes.
32M is in Mike, double M, and that would be the item there?
Yes, that's correct.
Was that item also collected by Dr. Riley and placed into an envelope that was appropriately labeled?
Yes, it was.
So when we were talking about the appropriate labeling, states 32 double P, as in Paul, we have here an envelope that's labeled right leg, and we have a sticker on here that has the victim's name, the medical examiner's case file number. I can rephrase, Judge.
Thank you.
Is this label that's on the envelope, does it contain the medical examiner's case file number?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain the decedent's name?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain Dr. Riley's name?
Yes, it does.
And the date of autopsy?
Yes.
And is it labeled with an agency's name there?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's your office's designation?
Overall, you can answer that one.
Yes, that's our office address and name of our office.
Does the labeling have a place for the doctor to indicate the position of the body that the item was recovered from?
Yes, it does.
And is it indicated on this envelope?
Yes, it is.
And that's from the right leg?
Yes, correct.
And does it indicate whether it's a bullet or a pellet or a jacket or a fragment?
Yes, it indicates that it's a fragment.
States 32Q, double Q, photograph. Now, would this be the fragment from the the lower right leg that we were just looking at, the remote injury?
I don't recall. Usually, we take a picture with the envelope and the projectile that will indicate what piece went into which envelope. It actually might be.
Actually, the remote injury I think is from the left leg. These would have been fragments in the right leg. I guess we were looking at the right leg, those abrasions.
So the initial image you showed with the muscle being incised, that was the left leg. That was the remote injury. There was additional shrapnel that was recovered from the right leg as well, though.
And in this photograph, we do see down here the item that was recovered?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is that what you were talking about, usually photograph together?
Yes.
Okay. So with the remote gunshot wound to the left leg, we're going to look at that photograph. And there appears to be an item down here. Would that be the item that was recovered?
From the left leg, yes.
Stage 32, double V. Once the items are placed into the envelope, is the envelope sealed in some form or fashion?
Yes, it is.
How is it sealed?
We use red evidence tape, and we'll seal along the seams on the back of the envelope, and then we'll sign and date our initials on the back, overlying the red evidence tape.
And this is 32 WW, W is in whiskey. Does that show the evidence tape and Dr. Riley's signature in the date?
Yes.
And is he following your standard operating procedure as far as sealing those envelopes?
Yes.
Stage 32 double X. Are these envelopes of several areas? Let me rephrase that. Are these envelopes of items that were collected from several areas of the body?
Yes.
And starting in the upper left here, if you could walk us kind of in a circle here, clockwise, and just tell us the areas.
Sure. So we have fragments recovered from the left kidney, a bullet recovered from the left chest wall, a bullet recovered from the body bag, a fragment recovered from the left pleural cavity, a jacket recovered from the right chest, a fragment recovered from the periaortic tissue, and a fragment from the sock.
Okay. And so not only is the area of the body that the item is collected from labeled, but also he's checking off what type of item it is.
Yes, correct.
Whether it's a bullet or a fragment.
Yes, correct.
Or jacketed.
Yes, it could be. I don't know if he actually labeled. He did. Jacket on the right chest, yes.
Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been labeled as 32. I believe this is 32A. 32A, there's a smaller envelope inside of the bigger envelope, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize the envelope?
Yes.
And what is the envelope?
The envelope is a fragment that was collected from the left pleural cavity at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender states 32A.
Any objection? Admitted? Is it, what is it, 32? You said 32A, but I think it's 30. What does it state on there?
I'm sorry, 33A.
Okay. Any
All
objection?
of these are 33.
Any objection to 33A? Okay, admitted.
So 33B. The envelope has a smaller envelope. Do you recognize that, Doctor?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the envelope that was containing the bullet from the left chest wall that was recovered at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Your Honor, we would tender states 33B.
Any objection? Admitted.
33C. Do you recognize the smaller package?
Yes. It's the bullet that was recovered from the body bag of Mr. Jones.
And 33D.
Are you moving that into evidence?
I am, Your Honor. Tendering it for admission.
Any objection?
And 33D.
33D is the jacketing that was recovered from the right chest of Mr. Jones.
Any objection? Admitted. All of those. 33A through D.
Move to publish 33D as in Delta. C, moving to publish. And this is the item that came from the body bag?
Yes.
And it's described as a bullet by Dr. Riley?
Yes, correct.
And 33B, publishing from the left chest wall, and it's a bullet, correct?
Yes.
And then just the back of the envelope. The autopsy in this case actually occurred on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I think I had said the 24th. I think one of these may be dated the 24th. Was Mr. Jones' date of his age documented?
Yes.
What was his age?
I believe he was 26. Do you mind if I refer to the record? Or to the...
Oh, that's fine if you want, if it will refresh your memory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 26.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 26.
And stage 33A, from the left oral cavity, a fragment or fragments,
Yes.
and the back. Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Did you perform the autopsy in this case? I did not. Another medical examiner did? Correct. All right. And how many gunshot wounds did Mr. Jones have? In my opinion, he has three gunshot wounds.
All right. And so he passed away as a result of those gunshot wounds?
I'm sorry?
He passed away as a result of the gunshot wounds?
Yes, correct.
That's what the core of your testimony is about today, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. But you're not here to say who shot Mr. Jones?
That's correct.
All right. And so you don't know which person that was involved actually pulled the trigger that the gun that was used to kill Mr. Jones?
Yes, that's beyond the scope of my job. My job is just to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, state clerk, next witness.
State Court Detective Craig Griffin.
There's the other gang detective right here. What is it? I think the 1200 block detective? Or 8 I think it's 1200 blocks. Let's see what this guy got. Hey girl, you better not laugh again. Cause you know that's what they waiting to see how much time she laugh in the court. I'm waiting.
Please confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and I'll be back.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your name, please?
It's Craig Griffin,
And where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Do you have a particular assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Investigative Unit.
What is your title in that unit?
Gang detective.
How long have you been in the gang unit?
Currently, a little over 4 years.
And what was your prior assignment in advance of the gang assignment?
Prior to the gang unit, I was assigned to patrol on the north side of Jacksonville. Also assigned to the narcotics unit or internal affairs unit.
I didn't know this before, but now that he's there, I can see every light in the whole ceiling, like on the ceiling. I could see it seemed like there's a lot of different lights in the ceiling, but because of him, I could see all the different lights on the ceiling. Interesting.
Unit, and I was also in the jail prior to going to the street.
And during your time on patrol, did you have an opportunity to work the areas related to specific gangs that are tracked by your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you specifically assigned to a particular unit out of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, I currently am.
And what is the unit to which you're assigned?
The gang or the unit?
I'm sorry, the gang.
The gang, 1200 out east.
And that would be inside of the gang unit. I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 84B, the gang chart that was created to represent the members or some of the members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll look to the screen and publishing 84B, have you had a chance to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your role with the gang unit, did you help or assist to create this chart, at least as it relates to the relevant members of 1200 as related to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
We have depicted on the chart a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy. Over the course of your investigation, have you been able to assess what, if any, nickname was provided to you or that you learned to be assigned or associated to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Ghost 187.
What, if any, relationship is there between Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy?
I believe they're blood cousins.
And what, if any, relationship is there between both Mr. Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy to Joe Rod Adams?
If I stand correct, I believe Joe Rod and Rashad are brothers, and then Davion and Joe Rod are cousins.
Is this information that you often collect from social media or videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you oftentimes also have the ability to reference, for example, obituaries that are posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this particular case, was there an obituary for Joe Rod Adams, a.k.a. Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, there would have been one.
And is Spaz the individual that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
That's correct.
Did you, in this particular case, have any involvement with the investigation that was conducted into the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what particular involvement did you have?
I conducted a traffic stop on a Shane Gaswright.
And when you conducted that traffic stop, were you accompanied by other law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
As you all made contact with the driver, Mr. Gathright, did you ask him to exit his vehicle?
We did, yes, ma'am.
And did you complete a search of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Having attended that traffic stop, are you aware of whether any of your fellow officers were wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 through 104. Go take a look at that and let me know if you recognize those images.
Yes, ma'am, these are from the traffic stop.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the beginning of the contact that you had with Sean Gathright on at this vehicle stop? Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit State's Exhibits 102, 103, and 104.
Any objection?
Okay.
Admitted.
In publishing States 102, are you able to see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date did the traffic stop of Sean Gathright actually occur?
Looks like June 26th.
Of what year?
Of 2024.
Were you working in your capacity as a gang unit detective
Yes,
when
ma'am.
this stop was conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that Mr. Gathright was asked to exit the vehicle. Is that what's depicted is that depicted in States 104?
Yes, ma'am.
Before he exited, were you able to make contact and ultimately identify the driver of the vehicle, confirming
Yes.
it was Sean Gathright in States 103?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to your work with, is that the only actual involvement that you had, roadside or otherwise, with the Tampa Police Department case, other than providing background or historical information about the 1200 gang?
That, and then also the interview of Rashad Murphy.
And that would have been subsequent to the vehicle stop with Sean Gaff, right?
Yes.
And who, if you recall, attended that interview of Rashad Murphy with you?
It was myself and Detective Trey Beck.
And where did that interview occur?
That took place at our CJIC unit.
Was that interview recorded or documented in some way?
Yes, ma'am. Audio and video recorded.
Referring back to your responsibilities with the gang unit, how long have you been assigned to the group 1200?
Going on almost 2 years now.
And are you familiar with whether 1200 used to be represented by a different name or the members therein?
They had a couple of different names, yes, ma'am.
In advance of 1200 being the leading name as referred to that group, what was Rashad Murphy, for example, or Ghost associated as?
Another group called 187 Boys.
As the groups develop into bigger groups or grow in size, do they ultimately assume these additional names? So from 187 to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, would that mean that Rashad Murphy no longer considers himself 187?
Not 187, but also 1200.
What does 1200 specifically actually represent?
It's a block located in Jacksonville, Florida, at the corner of 1st and APR.
And would you say that that's a neighborhood or an area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 1200 associate with ATK or its members?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you personally, in your time or work with the Jacksonville gang unit, seen videos and social media posts which depict both of those groups in the same video or post?
Yes, ma'am.
Do ATK and 1200 share a common enemy in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And who is that common enemy?
It'll be members from 6 Block.
Did you have an opportunity to review some photographs that were taken of Davion Murphy at the time of his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have one moment.
Yes.
These photographs will. So I'm showing you what's been marked 6 Exhibit 69A through O. You should take a look at these photographs and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am. They're from the interview room inside the CJIC unit.
And Davion Murphy is a member of which particular group?
He's a person of interest, not exactly a member just yet of 1200.
Are you familiar with the statutory criteria for gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Davion Murphy meet the statutory criteria for that gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
What elements of that criteria does Davion Murphy meet?
He has hand signs. He also has tattoos and then associations.
So essentially, he meets the criteria to be a gang member by statute?
To be documented as a gang member.
Overruled. Go ahead. Answer the question. Does he or doesn't he?
He does, yes.
To be documented?
Yes, ma'am.
But has that documentation actually occurred?
No, ma'am.
As it relates specifically to the footage from the interview room or the documentation from the interview room, state seeks to admit actually state 69.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Publishing 69A. You mentioned that he would meet that criteria based on hand signs. Can you tell me what it is about the hand sign that's depicted in this particular image that would meet that criteria?
So his right hand, he's holding up the 1200 hand sign. So the single thing was showing the 1 and then the 2 over here to represent 12.
So 1 and 2, so 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that relate back to 1200 as you provided or described that to us?
Well, 1200 is the group itself, and so being without adding the 2 zeros is 12.
And 69B, was this screenshot actually taken from the interview room after Mr. Murphy's arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Are interviews like these, photos like these, documented in your day-to-day activity as a gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the chart that was previously presented, 84B, is it common for the members of 1200 to utilize that same hand symbol when posting on social media or in music videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any specific relation as to when they do that?
No, ma'am. Just when they're on camera or taking a photo of any sort.
In your activity and based on your training and experience, if you see this hand sign, is the individual throwing it related to 1200?
Yes, majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Are there times in which the opposing gangs will throw their rivals' hand signs?
In a disrespectful way, yes, ma'am.
So do you view those items or posts in context?
Yes.
To determine the nature of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be common for a rival gang member to switch to the direct opposition? So from 6 Block, for example, to 1200?
If he knows, go ahead.
You said it's common?
Yes.
No, it's not common.
In addition to the screenshots from the surveillance footage, were you also able to view some photographs that were taken by Detective Nieder of Davion Murphy?
Yes.
In 69D, are you able to tell us what, if any, significance was related to the tattoo on Mr. Murphy's neck?
It says rest up Avery McKnight.
Is Mr. McKnight an individual who is alive or deceased?
Unfortunately, he's deceased.
And do you know the circumstances of his homicide?
I believe.
Overall, just limited. Just explain this.
Was the circumstance of his homicide something related to the gang war in Jacksonville?
Yes.
69E, specifically as it relates to the tattoo across the bottom of Mr. Murphy's midsection. Are you familiar with an individual that went by the moniker of Suge?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Suge a name that is regularly utilized or mentioned by 1,200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Suge also a person or an individual that's disrespected by rival Six Block, their rival Six Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, previously had Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy represented 187.
Yes.
At some point, do you document Davion Murphy's transition to 1,200?
Document it, no. Monitor it, yes.
So is there some mechanism by which you all record updates that you'll see or items that you think may prove valuable in when you do updates to documenting or undocumenting specific members?
Well, yes, because everybody has to be redocumented every 5 years.
So is there a log or some record that you can keep for documentation or items that would go towards potentially meeting that criteria?
Yes, it's called an FIR.
So having received these, would you have added essentially a note regarding Davion Murphy and his tattoos or no tattoos had you not had them before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there another tattoo with state 69H that was depicted on the left side of Mr. Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with Jacoby?
Yes, long live Jacoby J. I'm not familiar with that Jacoby.
Jacoby Wright or Jacoby J?
Jacoby was hook on the end, and then you have Jacoby Wright at the bottom. But I'm not familiar with Jacoby Wright.
Okay. But did you have an opportunity to view this photograph?
Yes.
Were you able to view a photograph of tattoos that were taken on the bicep and shoulder area of Mr. Murphy as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, do you recognize the image that's depicted on the top of Mr. Murphy's shoulder?
Yes, ma'am. It says long live Joe Rod.
And are you familiar with Joe Rod?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same Joe Rod Adams that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there several Suge tattoos across Mr. Murphy's body?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, do you recognize the name Corbin from your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Corbin?
Corbin is a deceased member, Corbin Johnson.
We heard some music videos earlier today referencing Corbin's kidnapping. Was there some kind of relationship between the gang rivalry and the death of Corbin Johnson?
What do you mean?
Meaning, was it related to this gang beef or gang war?
As far as I know, his homicide is...
If he knows.
His homicide is unresolved.
Correct. Has Corbin Johnson's homicide been the subject of drill raps back and forth between ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my fault. That was not a clear question. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Alicia Andrews, she's not a gang member, correct?
No, sir, not that I know of.
She's not a gang associate either?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, and that's according to the Florida statutes?
Not that I'm aware of. Not on my radar.
All right. These 1,200, when did it start?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s?
Yes.
So this is going back, you're saying more than 20 years?
Roughly, yes, sir.
All right, so when was it the 187 boys?
187 would have came around probably 2015, 2010, 2015.
Okay, so earlier when you said that, I guess it was Ghost, Rashad Murphy, he was
Yes.
part of 187 boys?
Yes.
So, you know what time frame he was a part of 187 boys?
I don't know offhand.
All right, so he was a part of 187 boys, and then he switched over to 1,200? How does that work?
So 1,200 as a whole, it's a neighborhood. It's a gang. It's a documented gang. And then within there, they have select groups. Okay, so you have 187 boys. You also had another group referred to as A-Team, and then you had another group referred to as Cut Circle. They're all from 1,200.
So it's not that he switched from 187 to 1,200. He was always a part of 1,200?
Correct.
And I guess in 1,200 there may be even more specific groups?
Yes.
All right, and those groups are based off of what, streets?
Streets, maybe just something that they come up with.
Okay. All right. And not all of these people, they're not all born gang members, right?
No, sir.
All right, they become gang members at some point in their lives?
Being documented according to Florida State statute.
Okay. This is the 1,200 chart. You're the gang detective for 1,200, right?
Yes, sir.
So on this, I guess, chart here, 4 of these individuals, they're no longer alive, at least 4?
At least 4. You give me a second, I can find. I count at least 6.
6? I have, from your testimony, you can add something to it. But I have Suge is no longer alive?
Correct.
Davion Murphy had his tattoo, his name tattooed on it? Is that
Correct.
I saw Corbin, right? He's no longer alive?
That's correct.
That's the unsolved murder you were discussing?
Correct.
And that's the one that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio was rapping about in his songs?
Yes.
Saying that Corbin got kidnapped?
Yes.
All right, and found in, I guess, a field, his bones were found in a field?
That's correct.
All right, and Spaz was killed at a football game, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At Rains?
Yes, sir.
That's the school where Alicia Andrews went?
If you say so.
Okay. Well, Spaz went to Rains.
Okay.
I'm asking.
That I don't know. I believe he did. Him along with Kenny Capps, or I'm sorry, Robert Howard.
Robert Howard, okay. And Robert Howard is accused of killing Spaz?
That's correct.
All right. We have this Leaky?
Yes, sir.
He passed away?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I have Leaky, I have Spaz, Corbin, Suge. Who are the other 2?
So at the bottom you have Darian Self, Michi, and then Brandon Bevel, 5, who are also deceased.
You said Brandon, deceased?
Yes.
Darren, Michi?
Deceased.
That's also one of the ones that Julio Foolio was rapping about in the songs?
Yes.
And then was the third one?
No, that should be 6.
He said 2.
2.
Okay, so just those 2. All right. And The others, are they still in 1200 that are on this chart?
They're still, yes, sir. Well, so J-Dot, not so much. He would be associated to a different gang now.
J-Dot is Ja'Cory Rivers?
Correct.
He's in a different gang now?
Yes.
What gang is he in now?
I'll possibly tie him to the Bloods gang.
The Bloods gang?
Yes.
So he's no longer with 1200?
No.
Do you know why he's no longer with 1200?
I don't know.
All right. And Bloods gang, is that a Jacksonville gang?
No.
Right. These are young men, right?
Yes, sir.
Like early 20s?
Early to late 20s.
Early to late 20s.
Mixture of.
All right. And there are other individuals on here who went to Raines High School, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
If I told you that Alicia Andrews went to Raines High School, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
In high school, were all of these individuals, were they gang members in high school?
Not that I would recall.
So at some point down the road, maybe they become gang members after they leave high school or when they drop out. Is that possible?
Or during high school, because you have Instagram, you have social media.
So sometimes they become gang members in high school, right?
Yes.
Sometimes after high school?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Going with this, bro.
Do you know of Alicia Andrews to use any hand signs?
No, sir.
You know of Alicia Andrews to be in any music videos?
I've never seen her in one, no, sir.
And did you know of Alicia Andrews prior to this case?
No, sir.
But you knew of these other individuals in 1200 prior to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect. Did this witness be excused? Yes. Thank you.
I have no questions to begin
All right.
with.
Who's your next witness?
Detective Christopher Draven.
You should have just told him to. Nah, you should have just passed the witness.
Sure. Quick one. Okay. Yep. We'll take just a quick 2-minute break. Okay.
All rise.
2-minute break.
Okay. Very good. Welcome back. Everyone have seats. State who's your next witness.
Detective Christopher Draven.
You swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name for the jury.
My name is Chris Drebeck.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Are you also a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit?
I am.
How long have you been employed with JSO?
Going on 9 years, since May of 2017.
And are you also assigned a specific gang or gangs in the unit?
Yes.
Who are you assigned?
I'm currently assigned a criminal gang called 21st Street and another criminal gang called Rat Chasing Family.
So not any of the ATK, 1200, or 6 block gangs that were referenced specifically in this case?
No.
Are you familiar with those gangs?
Yes.
Do you work alongside the detectives who are specifically assigned to those gangs?
I do.
And were you familiar enough with those gangs and in your workings with those detectives to create the charts that we previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89 in this case for the gangs?
Yes, we facilitated the charts together.
Did you maintain a relationship with the lead detective from the homicide investigation from Tampa?
I did.
And was that Juan Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
From what point at learning about the death of Charles Jones did you begin working with the Tampa Police Department?
The morning they called me on June 23rd.
And what was the nature of that call?
So originally my supervisor reached out to me because he was notified first, and my sergeant provided me with information of contact info for a Tampa Police Department detective. And I reached out to that detective, and they supplied us with information relating to the death of Charles Jones, and they were inquiring about why this may have occurred.
Did you have any knowledge that Charles Jones was going to be in the Tampa area before you received a call about his death?
Yes, we did observe posts on his social media where he was advertising his trip down to Tampa prior to him going in reference to him celebrating his birthday.
How do some of these rappers or even gang members actually tell people about their events or their appearances?
Social media.
And in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see some flyers that were posted to Mr. Charles Jones' account?
I did.
What is the screen name for the account itself? Did he use his legal name or the moniker of Julio Foolio?
He used his rap name, Julio Foolio.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 95B, 1 through 10, and 95C, 1 through 4.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to view Charles Jones's Julio Foolio Instagram account in advance of him coming down to Tampa?
Yes, I routinely would monitor Julio Foolio's Instagram account prior to this.
Even though he was not one of your assigned gang members, you would be monitoring his account?
Yes.
Why is that?
I think it's imperative for detectives assigned to the gang unit to have information and knowledge about gangs, especially a person as prominent as Julio Foolio was. Even though I'm not assigned to 6 block gang, it is important to have working knowledge outside of my assigned gang, so I am able to assist in the event that I was called upon, for example, this instance. So.
And in this particular case, after you were notified of the death of Charles Jones, did you have an opportunity to visit his Instagram page as well?
Yes.
And is what was depicted in State's 95B indicative of the recordings or screenshots that were taken from that account after the homicide?
Yes.
Was Mr. Charles Jones' Instagram account public?
It was.
So you were able to access it by just searching the name, essentially?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the State seeks to admit State's Exhibits 95B and 95C.
Any objection? Okay, 95B and 95C are admitted.
As it relates to the flyers that went out for Mr. Jones' birthday, I'm showing you 95C. Is this the flyer that you mentioned was posted that notified you at least that there was going to be some kind of club appearance in the Tampa area?
Yes.
Do you recall when this post made it to social media?
I know sometime prior to June 23rd. I believe it was a week or so before.
And did you have an opportunity to see from the flyers at least the location, exact location of where Mr. Jones is expected to appear?
He's advertising the club teasers.
Was the information that you had regarding 6 Block members being in Tampa only limited to Mr. Jones, or did you receive information that additional members would also be present at that time on June 22nd?
There was an additional post that he had made in reference to his travels down to Tampa, and we did see another person in that post, and it was Robert Howard.
Showing you C2. Is this the post that you're talking about?
Yes, the gentleman on the right with the yellow hoodie, that's Robert Howard. He goes by the nickname Kenny Caps. He's a 6 Block gang member.
And you have this knowledge in advance of the actual trip down to Tampa, is that right?
Yes.
Now, both of the appearances that were annotated in the post that he was giving, did you provide any information that you can recall about rivals or about his arrival to Tampa?
I did not communicate with Tampa prior to this.
In your review of the Julio Foolio Instagram account after the homicide, is this when you first looked to the account what you would see in opening it?
Yes.
And were you able to actually look back to view in B2 here additional posts that were made by Mr. Jones?
Yes, he had quite a few posts.
Was there one post in particular that became relevant to your case or investigation?
Yes.
And can you show us which post that is that's depicted in this?
Starting from the top, at the top in the middle, you have the teasers flyer that he had posted. If you go one post below that, so directly in the middle, it's an image of his face. That's an Instagram reel he posted.
What's an Instagram reel? If you could describe that for the jury, please.
It's a video posted on his Instagram account. But more specifically, this appears to be a shared Instagram reel that was originally posted on a separate social media application called Triller. And Triller is similar to TikTok. It's just videos.
As a part of your review of this account, were you able to actually click on that reel itself?
Yes.
What information does the reel give you when you actually select it or click on it? Like, what information are you provided? Is there a caption? Is there likes? What do you see when you get to access these?
So when you click on the post, you obviously watch the video, and then just below it there is a caption notated by the user of the account, who is Julio Foolio, and that caption reads, "They thought I checked out that last time. We don't celebrate foot shots," with some emojis.
Are you familiar with the earlier attempt on Charles Jones's life from October of 2023?
Yes.
What was the injury that Mr. Jones suffered as a result of that incident?
In October of 2023, Charles Jones was shot in the foot during an attempted murder on his life.
As it relates to this particular investigation, did your involvement also include the impounding of a device related to Alicia Andrews?
There was a cell phone device seized from her, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review some of the contents of that device upon its impound and extraction?
I did conduct what I would describe as a preliminary review of the cell phone device, so I wouldn't suggest it was a full review of the download, but I did look at it.
Does the Sheriff's Office also have digital forensics analysts that will actually help to go through that data with you or for you?
We do, yes.
And do those individuals provide you tips or information about items of potential evidentiary value that can be found on these devices?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as 76B5 through 7. Do you recognize these extractions from that device?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 76B5 through B7.
Any objection? As to which one? It's 5 through 7. Okay, come on up. Okay, so 76B 5 through 7 will be admitted.
In publishing 76B5, was there a screenshot from the post that was referred to on the reel from Charles Jones's Instagram account retrieved from that device?
Yes.
And this is the device that was identified to the defendant, Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the actual original post from States 95C?
And Ms. Ismar, sorry for the record, what exhibit did you just show this witness?
This is 76B5.
Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to review both the images that were retrieved from Mr. Jones's social media account, meaning the reel that was posted to his account, against the screenshot that was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to compare them against each other?
Yes.
In viewing 95C previously admitted and 76B5, were these images accurately retrieved, the items on the left from Mr. Jones's Instagram and the item on the right from Ms. Andrews' phone?
Yes.
Was the content as it relates to Ms. Andrews' device limited to the 2 days that you had, or that device had been active?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain the device setup date for that new device?
I believe it was June 26th.
On June 27th, did you seize that device from Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
Shorty. What you? Oh, yeah. Go ahead, y'all. Yeah, you going to jail, you know. You going to jail.
Were there additional items of potential evidentiary value retrieved from that device from Ms. Andrews?
Yes, ma'am.
In 76B6, were you able to identify the individuals depicted in this image saved from that same device?
Yes, I do.
And who is the individual depicted to the left?
That is a gentleman named Xavier Harrison. He is a ATK gang member who goes by the nickname Fat Zay.
And who is the individual, if you know, identified to the right?
That is a gentleman named Torgon Williams, and he is also an ATK gang member, and he goes by the nickname ATK Red Dot.
Has ATK Red Dot been referenced or mentioned in some of the social media videos that were drill raps or disses posted by Six Flaw?
He has been referenced in music historically, yes.
Lastly, it states 76B7. Do you recognize any of the individuals depicted in this image from the extraction?
I do. The gentleman on the left is a guy named Gerard Adams. He goes by the nickname Spaz, and he is associated with the 1200 group gang.
Is Spaz also related to any of the other co-defendants in this particular case?
Spaz he's deceased now. He was murdered, I believe, back in 2018. But he is related to Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy.
Did you have an opportunity to see and interview Davion Murphy?
I did.
And are you familiar with how he looks?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen a photograph from the arrest of Davion Murphy?
I have.
And have you had an opportunity to review the Ring camera footage from the Airbnb in Tampa?
Tampa did share videos with us recovered from the Airbnb. I did review them, yes.
I'm showing you states 38A and B as well as 90C. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And do they fairly accurately represent the individual that you know to be Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 38A and B as well as 90C.
Any objection? Okay, admitted. You said 38A through B and then
90C.
Okay, thank you. It's admitted as well.
Publishing 90C, sir, is this the image that you were referring to when you mentioned the arrest photo?
Yes.
And sometime after Mr. Murphy's arrest, did you have an opportunity to interview him?
I did. I interviewed him shortly after this picture.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes.
We've seen some images from an interrogation room with Mr. Murphy here. Was Mr. Murphy captured making any kind of hand signs during the course of that interview or thereafter?
He does throw up what's recognized as the 1200 hand gang sign.
Are you familiar with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And does Rashad Murphy have any nickname that you are aware of?
He goes by the nickname Ghost.
During the course of your investigation, do you have contact with Detective Ramos and agree to assist by writing several search warrants?
I did assist by drafting quite a few search warrants.
Did your involvement in this case actually begin on the day of the homicide with the assistance that you provided to Tampa?
Yes.
When you saw or received the notification that Mr. Jones had died, did you do any follow-up work in reviewing the social media accounts of members of 1200 or ATK?
Yes.
And after it was relayed to you that Mr. Jones had died, were there members of both groups taking responsibility for this homicide?
They were doing what we commonly see when a prominent gang member is murdered. They were trolling on social media by posting laughing emojis and other related celebratory posts.
So when you are actually notified, is that by Detective DeJesus from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
In starting with your involvement, did you have any information about a possible suspect vehicle?
They did share with us at some point early on that there was potentially a black Chevrolet Impala involved.
And in that initial call, were you able to relay any information about potential leads from incidents that you had investigated or seen on social media in the weeks leading up to the homicide?
Yes.
What information was it that you were able to obtain in your day-to-day duties related to the homicide or leading up to it?
During the conversation I was having in the first day that they were reaching out to us, I did share with that detective that I had screen recorded a conversation that Julio Foolio was having approximately 2 weeks prior with another person named Isaiah Chance on Spaces, which is the formerly known as Twitter. It's an open chat room where people can enter and speak to each other.
Is it a video of the person speaking when you're in Spaces, or do you just hear voices?
It's just their voice. So they log into Spaces, which is previously Twitter. They'll log in with their account and join these open chat rooms and just communicate. So you're only hearing their voice as they talk to each other.
Did you actually document that Spaces communication between Isaiah Chance and Charles Jones?
I screen recorded it and preserved it, yes.
And would that have been on June 6th of 2024?
Yes, it would have.
Do you got it? I want to hear it.
Without telling me the contents of it, were you ultimately made aware of a communication between Sean Gathright and Rashad Murphy on the same date regarding the Spaces conversation?
I was made aware of that, yes.
In the hours after Charles Jones' death, did you see posts made to social media by Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the handle associated to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, it's Gut Isaiah with a bunch of G's.
And do you know the social media handle for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, it was Ghost187.
Have you, in your review of Isaiah Chance's Instagram account previously or since this homicide, documented any interaction on social media between Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. Was there a social media post to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account tagging Rashad Murphy?
Yes, there was.
And would it have been tagging his handle?
Yes, his username.
During an earlier interview that you had with Mr. Murphy, did you make any kind of observations that were unique that you actually relayed to Detective Ramos as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, when he was signing his constitutional rights form, which is just a form we go over with people prior to interviewing them on a criminal investigation, there's a portion of this form where they have to sign confirming they acknowledge all their constitutional rights that have been advised to them. And I observed he was signing the form with his right hand, and it was I couldn't read it. I asked him if he was okay. And then it occurred to me later in the interview that he was doing that on purpose because one of the shooters in this investigation is left-handed. And I was able to obtain a separate interview where Rashad Murphy was read his rights and he signed that form with his left hand. So it was apparent when he was signing the form in front of me, he was signing it with his right hand. I couldn't read anything.
Right with his right hand. He left-handed. He tried to write with his right hand. He probably looked at awkward. He probably looked at so awkward trying to write with his right hand, doing it like this. You know what I mean? Because you know, left-handed people, they kind of write the other way. So trying to maneuver your right hand and you're not used to writing with that probably felt awkward or looked awkward as hell.
I think the shooters in this investigation is left-handed, and I was able to obtain a separate interview where Rashad Murphy was read his rights and he signed that form with his left hand. So it was apparent when he was signing the form in front of me, he was signing it with his right hand. I couldn't read anything he was writing.
So in the earlier interview of Rashad Murphy, would that have been before the death of Charles Jones in an unrelated investigation?
Yes.
What?
Overruled, go ahead.
Were you able to observe the hand that Mr. Murphy signed his documents with?
He signed.
Overruled, go ahead.
He signed it with his left hand on that occasion.
Then, during the course of your investigation or assistance to the Tampa Police Department investigation for the homicide of Charles Jones, was Rashad Murphy interviewed?
Yes.
And did he utilize a different hand in signing those forms?
He was attempting to sign it with his right hand.
On June 26th, just a few days after the homicide, did you learn of any particular developments out of Gwinnett County, Georgia, that were relevant to the investigation?
Detective Ramos did share with us that Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody in a county in Georgia.
Was Rashad Murphy taken into custody by himself?
No.
Was he accompanied by another individual?
He was with a lady named Charmaine Steiger.
Do you know Charmaine Steiger to be the mother of Mr. Murphy's children?
She is.
As a part of that arrest, was Ms. Steiger and Mr. Murphy's cell phone seized?
It was.
And as your assisting Tampa Police Department, if items of evidentiary value are seized in conjunction with the Tampa investigation, do you take those items into evidence and then ultimately provide them to the detectives in Tampa?
Yes.
On the same date of June 26th, did you learn of a development as it related to the Chevy Impala that Detective Jesus had mentioned was a potential suspect vehicle?
Yes, there was further communication that black Chevrolet Impala had been dropped off in a separate county in Florida and by Sean Gathright, and he switched it for a gold Toyota 4Runner.
So the black Chevy Impala, may I confirm that was located in Polk County?
That sounds right.
Was Sean Gathright ultimately stopped in a vehicle stop in Duval County in that 4Runner?
Overruled, go ahead.
He was.
And was that also on June 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to a search of that vehicle, were you notified of the findings or the items that were located within the gold 4Runner that Sean Gathright was stopped in?
I was notified.
Within that vehicle, was there a cellular device that was taken into evidence?
Yes.
Was there also a new phone in a box?
Yes, it was.
Was there ballistics evidence that was impounded?
Yes.
And did that include spent shell casings from the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, there were spent shell casings in a box inside of the vehicle he was driving.
Did you relay the findings to Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of whether each and every one of those exhibits or items were impounded at that time?
They were.
By June 27th, the Thursday after the homicide, did you develop sufficient probable cause with other members of JSO to execute a search warrant on the residence of Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of potential items that you were specifically searching for based on a lack of evidence at the original homicide scene?
So Tampa did share with us through the video surveillance at the incident scene, as well as their information regarding the crime scene, that there appeared to be a lack of shell casings from where the shooters were shooting. In their opinion, based off that fact and the video evidence, they believe that the shooters were equipped with brass catchers on their rifles.
Were you notified at the execution of those search warrants that brass catchers had been discovered inside of the safe in SeanGathright's residence?
Yes.
Were you also notified that several items of spent and live ammunition were located?
Yes.
What about firearms specifically? Were there firearms located inside that residence?
There were multiple firearms.
As it relates to the two rifles that were obtained or seized, did you transfer custody of those rifles to the Tampa Police Department?
A detective within the Crime Gun Intelligence Center did, but that was done.
Upon the execution of these search warrants, was it organized that the warrants would be executed simultaneous with each other?
That was the goal.
To have them executed at the same time?
Yes.
Is that a tactic that is typically enacted?
Overruled, go ahead.
That was a plan decided by our commanding officer, our lieutenant. He wanted both search warrants executed at the same time.
Are you familiar with the circumstances of the warrant execution at the Isaiah Chance residence?
Yes,
Was the goal of having both warrants executed simultaneously actually accomplished?
it was.
Was there any delay at the Chance residence before the warrant could be executed?
Overruled. Overruled, go ahead.
There was a significant delay for the occupants of Isaiah Chance's house to come out.
Who were the occupants of Isaiah Chance's residence?
Overruled, go ahead.
Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews.
Upon the execution of the search warrant, once they actually exited the residence, upon the execution of the search warrant, is this the day in which the device from Ms. Andrews, from which we've seen the extraction reports, came?
Yes.
In addition to the search warrants for the physical electronic devices that you helped or obtained, did you also obtain a search warrant for iCloud?
There were additional iCloud warrants completed.
Would that have been for Mr. Chance, Davion Murphy, and Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
After obtaining those warrants for iCloud, you send those out, or is that an immediate return? How do you get that information?
The search warrant is drafted, signed by a judge, and then ultimately sent to Apple, requesting the digital data associated with that account. And then at some point following that, it's typically 2 to 3 weeks, Apple will provide a digital return, which we can download the files and review the accounts that way.
The actual Axiom iCloud returns, would that be something that was reviewed, extractions, reviewed, reports created by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
While you were waiting for the return of those search warrants, did you have an opportunity to utilize something called cell phone mapping?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's taking the digital data provided by cell phone carriers that is related to the location data for your cell phone device, and we were able to map it and observe approximate locations of a cell phone device at the desired search time.
Were you involved in reviewing the data for the cell site from Rashad Murphy's device?
I did.
What, if any, information did you learn from that data?
We observed that Rashad Murphy traveled to a Walmart on the Jacksonville's south side area and was there for a short period of time and then left. So we knew the date and time that he went there. It was the day before, it was June 21st of 2024. And so we traveled to Walmart, made contact with one of their associates, and requested to view their video surveillance.
You also have an opportunity to save the video from the Walmart visit.
I did.
Should you mark the states 99 and 100?
Okay.
The item contained on the disc of the Walmart recording, are you the person who made the recording from the Walmart?
Yes.
And is the item in 100 a fair and accurate representation of a screen grab from that recording?
Yes.
At this time, seek to admit states 99 and 100, Your Honor.
Any objection? Admitted?
You were able to get a recording from the video surveillance from Walmart, right?
Yes.
And from that were still shots created of Rashad Murphy inside and states 100.
Yes.
Did you provide this information from the June 21st, roughly 11 p.m. visit to Walmart to Detective Juan Ramos?
I provided him the video, yes.
Had you had an opportunity at this point when you received the cell site data to review the videos from the Julio Foolio murder?
I had observed the video of the murder prior to obtaining this, yes.
And was there a reason that you provided these particular images to the detective?
Yes.
What was that?
The clothes that Rashad Murphy is wearing in his trip to Walmart appears to be the same clothes that he's wearing when he kills Julio.
Were you also able to see the device that Rashad Murphy was using in his Walmart trip?
Yes, he's using the cell phone device that's ultimately seized in Georgia.
For the surveillance footage that you saw from Walmart, was Mr. Murphy by himself?
He was walking around the store by himself.
Did you also obtain the receipt from the transaction that Mr. Murphy had at this time?
Yes.
All of this information ultimately being provided to Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was it confirmed by you that arrest warrants have been obtained for all 5 of the defendants by July 27th of 2024?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
All right, Detective Drabeck, you are the lead in JSO for this case. Is that correct?
I would say I helped the most, helping Tampa facilitate this case, yes.
You spoke to Detective Ramos from Tampa Police Department the most. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure how much he spoke to the other detectives within our unit. I know it was significant. I know my communication with Ramos was quite a bit. I don't know how that pales in comparison to the others.
All right. Well, you gave Detective Ramos most of the information from JSO, right?
For the most part, yeah.
All right. And you are in charge of what gangs in Jacksonville?
21st Street and Rat Chasing Family.
All right. Are any of those two gangs associated with in any way ATK or 1200 or 6 Block?
No.
They're like completely separate?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did 6 Block have any other rival gangs outside of ATK and 1200?
I would say those two were the most noteworthy.
Most noteworthy, but were there other rival gangs to 6 Block?
Not that I can think of.
All right. I want to move to a different topic. You said that there were celebratory posts from people in ATK, maybe even 1,200 after Foolio died. Is that correct?
There was a tremendous amount of posts following his death.
A lot of people made posts celebrating the fact that Charles Jones was dead?
Yes.
A lot of people wanted him dead, apparently?
Yes.
All those people were not guilty of killing him, though. Is that correct?
No.
Alicia Andrews did not make any celebratory posts about Charles Jones' death. Is that correct?
Correct. Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Not that anyone is aware of, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's an exhibit that we were just looking at. It's 76, states 76B, 5 through 7. I'm going to show you these one by one, starting with 5. This is a document. It says, you see at the top it says Cellbrite? Oh, hold on. You see the top it says Cellbrite?
I see that, yes.
All right, and Cellbrite is a cell phone reader software. Is that correct?
Yeah, Cellbrite's an application investigators use to review cell phone extractions.
All right. And so this Cellbrite report here is an extraction of, or at least a portion of an extraction of Alicia's phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this little photo here, that's a photo of Julio, Charles Jones?
Yeah, so that's a thumbnail of what the data to the left is referencing.
All right. And this thumbnail, that thumbnail was created on June 26th?
I can't say yes or no to that.
Is that what the extraction says? It was created on June 26th?
That's what the extraction.
But you're not sure if that's how, if that's the way to correctly read that or interpret that extraction?
Sure. The best way to describe this is that this is, from what we know, because the device was activated on June 26th, it appeared that the user of the cell phone device was backing up their prior iCloud. So if you were to buy a new phone, you would transfer your data through your iCloud download. So it's transferring your contacts, a lot of your old media files. So I can't say for certain when this post or this image was captured originally, but due to the transfer of data on June 26th, that's why it's timestamped that way. So I can't say when it was captured.
All right. So essentially, someone who had this device downloaded, I guess, their iCloud onto the device.
Yes.
And then potentially this thumbnail that you see of Julio Foolio came from that download. Yes. Potentially.
Yes.
So we don't know when this picture of Julio Foolio was actually viewed and downloaded to the device or to the iCloud.
That's fair.
Right. And this is
I'll say that the girl who says she don't like him and she want him to die would not be having his picture in her phone because she liked the picture. I'll tell you that much.
Thumbnail with a bigger picture of it?
Yeah.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews, let me tell you something. You don't know if Alicia Andrews accessed this photograph?
I can say that the device she possessed, the iCloud that is downloaded onto that device and where this image came from was from her iCloud, but specifically, did she personally view it? I can't say that.
You're aware that her boyfriend used to use her phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Another extraction, another thumbnail. You see that? This is 76B6.
Yep.
Same sort of thing. June 26th is the creation date. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is the picture of, you said, Red Dot, right?
The gentleman to the right in that image is actually Torgon, ATK Red Dot.
Okay. And the fact that this photograph is in Alicia's phone, what relevance does that have to this case?
Well, Fat Zay to the left, he was in music videos with one of the defendants.
He was in a music video with one of the defendants?
Yeah, Isaiah Chance.
Oh, was he in a music video with Alicia Andrews?
No, you're just asking the significance. And then also, ATK Red Dot, he just plays a role in a lot of the historical Jacksonville King War.
All right. Do you have any communication between Red Dot and Alicia Andrews?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she even knows him?
I don't know that.
Do you know if she knows the bigger individual in the photograph, Alicia Andrews?
I don't know that.
Another Cellbrite extraction report. All right, June 27th, you see that date?
I do.
And the thumbnail there, you see it?
Yes.
That thumbnail is of an individual named Spaz.
To the left, yes.
Spaz is on the left. Who's on the right, you know?
I believe that's Corbin.
Corbin?
I believe so, yeah.
Another individual who died?
Yeah.
That's the one that was, that Charles Jones was rapping about being kidnapped and found in a field of his bones?
Yeah, it's the circumstances around his death, yeah.
Right. Do you know if Alicia Andrews knew either of those two individuals?
I don't know that, no.
But that's what was pulled from her phone, those three thumbnails, correct?
Yeah.
You also mentioned that you got the iCloud return for Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what I mean when I say iCloud return, or when you received the iCloud return, that's everything that was in Alicia Andrews' iCloud, you got a copy of it?
It was provided, yes.
All right, like over 100 gigabytes worth of data?
I don't recall how large the data was.
All right, but it was a large file?
I don't recall.
You remember it took a long time to download?
I don't remember.
All right. And you don't recall finding anything noteworthy in that iCloud?
No, those data files were provided to the Tampa Police Department for review.
All right, so you didn't look at them at all?
No.
You searched, or at least you were involved in the search of a few different homes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually search, or were you present during the search warrant of Sean Gathwright's home?
I was present when we made contact with his mother. I read the search warrant to her, but I was not present during the actual search of his home.
Where was his mother when you read the search warrant to her?
Outside of the house.
And you read the search warrant to her before the search?
So it was previously discussed. We were facilitating 2 search warrants at the same time, one at Isaiah Chance's house and also one at Sean Gathwright's house. Once both scenes were secured, I went to Sean Gathwright's house, made contact with his mother because I had previously met her before, so I had a rapport with her. I read the search warrant to her, which is a common practice we do before we enter someone's home. And then upon reading her the search warrant, I, for lack of better terms, passed off that search warrant to other detectives. And then I traveled back to Isaiah Chance's home to help facilitate the search of his house.
Okay, so you searched Isaiah Chance's home, but not Sean Gathwright's home?
Yes.
All right. Who actually searched, which detective searched Sean Gathwright's home?
The affiant, Detective Parker.
So he'd be the one to ask about where the items inside the home were found?
Or the crime scene detectives.
All right. Do you know if the firearms in Sean Gathwright's house, the ones that were in the rifle, that were in the safe, do you know if those were found in his mother's room?
I was informed that the safe was his mother's room.
So the rifles and the shotgun, those were in his mother's room?
Correct, in the safe.
His mother is former military.
Hey, finally, we got a secure answer about that. Because remember, the state was like irrelevance, Your Honor. And I'm like, well, who room was it? All right, the mother's room. It was found in the mother's room. That's where the safe is. That's, so.
Military.
She is.
She also had access to a bunch of ammunition, is that correct?
I did learn that there was an abundance of ammunition inside of their home.
All right, so the arsenal of weapons and ammunition that were found in Sean Gathwright's home, were you ever able to determine what actually belonged to Sean Gathwright and what belongs to his mother?
No.
But surely, out of all the pictures, you've seen the pictures from the search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
So out of all the pictures, you're not able to say what actually belonged to Sean Gathwright?
No.
And what belonged to his mother?
Correct.
And Alicia Andrews' home, that was never searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Why not?
Well, law enforcement is held to a standard of having probable cause in order to search a home. Absent having probable cause to apply for a search warrant that would then be signed by a judge, you would simply ask for consent to search a home. I do not believe that probable cause ever existed to search the residence of Alicia Andrews.
So there was never even probable cause to search Alicia Andrews' home?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Not even to this day?
Correct.
You mentioned on direct in October 2023 shooting of Charles Jones, correct?
Yes.
An attempt at his life?
Correct.
And that crime has gone unsolved?
Yes, there's been no arrest on that case.
All right. And there's also no probable cause to arrest anyone for that case at this point?
Correct.
2 years later?
Yep.
Certainly Alicia Andrews is not a suspect in that shooting, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any indication that she even knows about that shooting?
I don't.
Do you know of a woman named Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes.
One second. Showing what's in evidence is State's Exhibit A4C. Now, you're not the gang detective for ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But do you know who Young and Ace is?
Yes.
All right, that would be this individual here,
Yes.
the so-called leader of ATK.
I don't know if he's the leader, but he's certainly the more well-known prominent. Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so you're aware of his brother, this is Trayvon Bullard?
Yes, sir.
Nickname is Quan.
Yep. 2 times.
All right, and Trayvon Bullard, Quan 2 times, he dated at one point Aaliyah Albritton, correct?
I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, and Trayvon was killed. Do you know who killed him?
There's been rumors, but no one's been arrested.
All right, no one's been arrested, but 6 Block takes credit for the killing, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and Charles Jones himself rapped about Trayvon's killing
Yes.
and has made disrespectful music towards the death of Trayvon, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and by any chance, did you speak to Aaliyah in this case?
No, sir.
All right, when you were you were aware that Aaliyah was with Charles Jones when he was shot and killed?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so they really gonna push that girl has something to do with it. She might have been the one to set her up. Well, all right, so this is how it's gonna work. That girl is Alicia Andrews' friend, and they was communicating back and forth. Cause anyhow you look at it, Alicia Andrews guilty too, bruh. Alicia guilty, bruh.
And that was despite the fact that Aaliyah dated someone that Charles Jones rapped about killing.
Okay.
You aware of that?
Yeah.
All right. Did you investigate Aaliyah for any potential motive for killing Charles Jones in this case?
That is a fair question. You're using the term investigating. This homicide occurred in Hillsborough County, right? So the duties of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit specifically was to assist Tampa Police Department in their investigation. At no point, were we referencing Aaliyah Albritton for an interview. So no, she was not talked to on our behalf.
So fair question, fair answer. You are in Jacksonville. This murder happened in Tampa, right?
Yes.
So you're not responsible for any investigation really in Tampa, is what you're saying?
The legal jurisdiction of a homicide occurring in Hillsborough County has no implications for law enforcement in Duval County.
But just in the simple terms, you're not responsible for the investigation in Tampa.
No.
That's Detective Ramos.
Correct.
Another individual, he's the lead.
Right, and he's employed in Hillsborough County.
Understood.
We.
All right, so.
Yo, I can't wait till Ramos hit the stand because I know that the defense is waiting for Ramos. That's who they've been waiting for since they opening statement.
Alicia has an iCloud and a phone.
Andrews.
Two different things.
Miss Andrews.
Sorry, Miss Andrews has an iCloud and a phone. Two different devices that would provide two different extractions. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also, in addition to the iCloud, you reviewed Alicia Andrews' phone, correct?
Portions of it.
Portions. All right. In the portions that you reviewed, there's no agreement in the phone that shows Alicia Andrews agreed to kill Charles Jones?
No.
No message showing that she's involved in some conspiracy to kill Charles Jones?
No.
No indication that Alicia Andrews knew Davion or Rashad Murphy prior to the killing of Charles Jones?
Not from her device.
And nothing in her device that would show or indicate that she had any sort of relationship with Sean Gathright prior to the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
You listened to several jail calls in this case, right?
I spent a large amount of my time on jail calls.
How many jail calls do you think you listened to?
Over the course of my career?
No, just in this case.
I would estimate 50 to 100.
All right. And you began listening to those jail calls in the early stages of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
To try to figure out maybe if there's someone in jail talking about who killed Charles Jones.
Yes.
You did get some information pertinent to this case through listening to the jail calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. That information led you to Isaiah Chance.
It was just another piece of evidence. I don't know if that led me to him, but...
Well, there was some evidence from the jail calls that you uncovered that made you believe that Isaiah Chance might be a suspect, correct?
Yes.
All right. But never anything in the jail calls that led you to believe that Alicia Andrews was a suspect, right?
Correct.
No mention of Alicia Andrews in any of the calls?
None.
You've watched several music videos with all this gang activity back and forth?
Yes, sir.
Alicia Andrews is not in any of those videos, correct?
Correct.
She's not seen holding any weapons in any of these videos?
Right.
She's not seen throwing up any gang signs in any of these videos?
I already said she's not in the videos.
All right. She doesn't have any photographs online throwing up any gang signs, correct?
Correct.
Alicia Andrews is not a documented gang member, is that correct?
Right.
She's also not even a gang associate, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. You were asked about some jail calls that you reviewed in Duval County. Were those jail calls that occurred immediately after the death of Charles Jones?
Yes.
And were those jail calls between gang members or their family members identifying Gutazay or Isaiah Chance as the person who committed the murder?
Yes.
Were any of those jail calls with Isaiah Chance or Gutazay talking about committing the murder?
Like how he committed it?
No, specifically to Isaiah Chance. Made to Isaiah Chance, or were they made between other gang members?
Other parties?
Specifically as it relates to the search warrant executed on Sean Gathwright's residence, you were asked about the safe in the mother's room.
Okay.
Did you also intercept a jail call as it relates to the safe that was located in the house?
Say that again?
Did you locate a call that was made by Sean Gathright to his mother about a safe located in the house?
It was Isaiah Chance.
To Sean Gathwright's mother.
There was a jail call following a search warrant between Isaiah Chance and his mother.
And what was the nature of the call? What were they talking about?
He was inquiring if the law enforcement had found something, and she told them on the phone that we had not. So we went back out there to search again.
And pursuant to the details of that call, was the item that was described located in that location still?
No.
You were asked about the contents of Miss Andrews' physical device. That is the download for which you had access and could review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it also correct that that device was active for less than 24 hours?
Yes.
So from the time that that device was turned on for the first time and the time that it was seized by law enforcement was less than 24-hour period?
Yes.
And that would have been between June 26th and June 27th?
Correct.
Now, you are not able to date, based on the impound of the items that were collected and the upload of the iCloud, you are not able to date most of those photos because they would just reflect the date that the iCloud was downloaded to that device, correct?
That's correct.
Are you at least able to date the image that depicted the reel from Mr. Jones' Instagram account based on the records from Instagram and publishing states 95C? Great.
So we do know that that post was made to his account in February of 2024.
So at some time between February of 2024 and when that phone was impounded in June of 2024, that item was preserved or saved to the device?
Yes.
You were asked about probable cause to search the residences associated to this case. Was there sufficient evidence by way of cell site data that put the devices at both Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance's residence, as well as video footage that put all of the suspects or some of the suspects at those locations?
Yes.
Did that assist in allowing you to get probable cause for those locations?
Yes.
Was there direct evidence that the defendants in this case had been to Miss Andrews' residence for you to apply for a search warrant of that residence?
No.
And when you specifically indicate that you had been to Sean Gathwright's residence, have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance footage, which is depicted in State's Exhibit number 98 from the security footage at Sean Gathwright's residence?
I've seen those videos, yes.
Are you familiar with the security cameras that are affixed to the outside of his residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with that Victoria Lakes address at his home?
Yes.
Is that residence located within Duval County?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. And lastly, from your review of the video surveillance from Sean Gathright, a part of your review of the video surveillance from Sean Gathwright's residence, are you able to say that it fairly and accurately represents the exterior of that home?
Yes.
And lastly, from your involvement in this case with the execution of the search warrants, as well as the work of the crime scene detectives and other officers from JSO, have your contacts with Mrs. Andrews always been at Mr. Chance's residence as it related to this case? So for the execution of the search warrant, the impounding of the devices, etc.
Yeah.
Did any of those contacts happen at Mrs. Andrews' residence, which would allow for a potential for probable cause to search there?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, this was excused. Subject potentially to recall. I don't know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, we worked a little late, but as you can see, when we get a witness on the stand, we try and wrap it up.
Jury. It looked like it's a wrap. It looked like day 4 is a wrap, and I'm actually pretty happy I got through it. Day 5 is happening right now. I think they're about to wrap up day 5. The state should be resting their case today, and the defense should be calling their first witness tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. You know, I don't know what's going on with day 5 right now with the feed. So if it comes up, if they have the full feed, then we'll be checking that out a little later. Alicia Andrews going to jail, ladies and gentlemen. We just watching this trial. We just here to watch it play out, you know. We already know how this going to end. We just don't know. You know, it's like we saw the ending, but we don't know everything that led to the ending. What we do know is she going to jail. How she getting there is what we watching. When the lawyers don't got a case, watching them argue for the sake of argument is funny. Remember that Sarah Boone trial? They didn't have a case, but they definitely tried to argue. And with Sequoia Turner, the defendants ain't had a case, but they argued. They just argued to argue. So I definitely understand that a lawyer just gonna find a good way to argue, even when he know he ain't got no case for real. So I think that's what we watching. I don't know how they really gonna try to present their case, but I'm seeing that they're gonna try to insinuate that somebody else might have set up Julio Foolio, and Alicia had nothing to do with it. But I don't think that's what they were saying in the beginning in their opening statements. I think in their opening statements, they were saying Alicia was involved. Yes, she was there. Yes, she was there every step of the way when it came to the murder. Yes, but her boyfriend forced her. She was in an abusive relationship, and she had to do everything he says. So yes, she was there, and yes, she participated, and yes, she went along with everything. But it was by force. It was by fear. A young woman fearing for her life by her boyfriend who was supposed to love. Like I thought they were about to make a whole story like that. But then it seemed like they trying to act like she innocent or something. It's not that she innocent. Is that was she doing it by her own will, or did this man have a gun to her head and force her to do the crime? Because she did the crime. She did the crime. I don't even think we over here, denying that for real. Like, did they really try to say she ain't know what was about to happen? All these dudes in the house with all these guns preparing to go, and you ain't hear nothing they talk about. What room was you in? When they was discussing who going where and who doing what, and then they all leave the same house with the weapons to go do it, and you left too. Where were you when they was discussing it? You was in the other room? You was playing video games while they was in the bedroom? Like, what? Or else they would have left you in the house. They would have left you in the house, bro. They needed you. You know what I'm saying? They needed you. So you played your part. You played your part. It wouldn't have been as easy to do without you. Because a dude and his girl in the parking lot, walking around. If it was just him, somebody might have, like, yo, who dude over there walking by them cars with a mask on? You know him? People would notice you. They got beef. But you walking with your girl. It's you and your girl. It's you and your girl. It's you and your girl everywhere. It's you and your girl. You and your girl. People gonna overlook that. People gonna overlook that. You got a mask on. They not looking at your face like that. They not looking to see, wonder who you is. You with your girl. But if it's you by yourself moving around, going, walking around, somebody gonna notice you like, yo, who that? You and your girl was able to move all around. They got up close and right around them dudes. And it wouldn't have been possible by itself. It would have been possible, but it would have been real obvious. It would have been it would have been a cause for alarm. You know, like I just, when you got beef, any dude that you don't know moving around you like that catches your attention. Like, yo, and these dudes got all kind of beef. So it's because he was moving with his girl. He was like, they needed her to do what they was doing, to get his clothes and all that, drive up and all that, because that type of stuff would have threw somebody off. Like, yo, y'all just seen that dude that just drove in that car? That car just passed by. You know what I mean? Like, they follow these people so much different places. Like, they were so close to them that they wouldn't have been able to do it if she wasn't with him, man. She helped throw a lot of that off. A lot of the suspicious activity got ignored because she was with him. It didn't look so suspicious. Good luck, Miss Andrews. We gonna see how this go. Right now, we gonna get up out of here. I want to hurry up and catch up so I can give more commentary. I want to comment on the current the current trial. What's going on right now? All right, so I'm gonna see y'all, man. Shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for rocking out with me. Wabbit Crime, we out of here. Oh, shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for coming out. We doing night court. I'm waiting for them to finish, and I gotta do day 5 so I could be ready for day 6 on time. Live coverage. Everybody have a good day. See you in the next live.